Assembly Chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Members, before we begin today's business, I have some matters to deal with briefly. Firstly, in line with paragraph 7 of Schedule 6A of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wrote to members on the 31st of October 2024 to make them aware that I had received notification from the Secretary of State of the start of the democratic consent process under the Windsor Framework. I outlined in my letter the steps that now have to be considered. Should a motion be tabled, the Business Committee will make the necessary arrangements. Secondly, I have now written to all of those members who have submitted proposals to develop members' bills. It will be for each of those members to reveal details of their proposals in due course, including through public consultation. However, I make clear again the focus of the arrangements I have determined for members' bills to create the conditions to ensure well-developed legislation which can be properly scrutinised in time remaining in the mandate. Therefore, it is my expectation that the number of members' bills which are introduced and complete their passage will be significantly less than the number of proposals submitted. Therefore, members should give priority to their proposals. Of course, ensuring the conditions for effective scrutiny also applies to executive legislation. I will be writing to the Executive about that shortly, in anticipation of a significant number of bills coming forward before the end of the year, as outlined in the statement made in the House in June on the Executive's legislative programme. Finally, before the recess, I made some remarks in relation to the abuse of points of order, and also about members seeking to draw the Chair into party politics. I note that some members have made public commentary on decisions on items such as Matter of the Day and urgent questions. I would remind members that, regardless of whether they are taken by myself or delegated to the Principal Deputy Speaker or Deputy Speakers, these are procedural decisions which are taken on an impartial basis in consultation with the advice of officials on the requirements of standing orders. Members are also aware that the decisions of the Chair are final, and is out of order to challenge the decisions of the Chair. Upholding the authority and impartiality of the Chair is not only an issue for the Deputy Speakers and myself, but also for all of yourselves as members. If it becomes a trend that members seek to abuse our procedures and conventions by playing party to politics with decisions of the Chair, that is something the Chair can take account of, particularly when members are seeking permission to raise an item or catch the eye of the Speaker or Deputy Speakers. So let us move on. The first item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Colm Gilrenew.
This morning I would like to raise the issue of an ongoing campaign of vandalism on dual language signage in the South Tyrone area. And just to let members know that this vandalism has taken place across a number of years, has been ongoing for some time, and is right across the area. Dual language signs have been attacked in 5 Mile Town, in Banburb, in Eglish, Caledon, the Brantry, Castle Caulfield and Killishall. In recent weeks there has been a worrying number of developments in terms of repeated vandalism of some of these signs, with signs being vandalised several times within a period of several days. We have also seen, very worryingly, the inclusion in recent days on some of the signage of the letters UVF, and that is being seen as an attempt to intimidate and an attempt to hark back to a past. Members, there's a very, very clear criteria around the use of these signs, so they have buy-in from the community. It is fair to say that Irish language is of absolutely threat to no one. In fact, even the English names that we have are fundamentally based on the Irish language. And indeed, Speaker, I recall the event that you ran for Shacklin na Gaeilge in the Senate chamber around the Irish origin of place names. So we are seeing a litany of intolerance, of vandalism and intimidation with these signs, and I would appeal to those who have been engaged in it to stop this behaviour, and I would also ask for other political parties across the area to make similar appeals so that we can see an end to what is really something that is born of intolerance, born of narrow-mindedness, and just needs to stop.
Michelle McElveen.
The headline of the recent budget announcement from the Chancellor of the Exchequer was the raising of £40 billion in additional taxation, taxes the Labour Party repeatedly claimed they would not be raising throughout the general election campaign. The impact of this on farmers is what I want to speak about today. It's worth remembering when we talk about agriculture, it's worth £6 billion to the Northern Ireland economy. It's our largest manufacturing sector, and it's a fundamental cornerstone of our local economy. It's also worth noting that around 36% of our population lives in the countryside. There are around 26,000 active farm businesses in Northern Ireland, employing around 51,000 people. Any decision of the magnitude of last week will have a potentially devastating impact on those who live and work here. The Chancellor hit the agriculture sector with a triple whammy last week: the weakening of agricultural property relief, the removal of ring fencing for the agriculture and fisheries budget, and the inflation-busting increase in the national living wage. So far this term, we have highlighted pressures already being faced by our local farmers: the ammonia regulations choking development, bovine TB not being addressed, the real-term reductions in the basic payment scheme over the last 10 years, the huge inflationary and wage costs accruing over recent years, the devastating impact of the winter storms on last year's potato crops, and so on. The weakening of agricultural relief will heap further pressure on the future of family farms. This will accelerate the breaking up of farms and drive more young people away from farming at a time when more are needed. This will affect our food security going forward. £1 million cap sounds high to the layman, but there are few viable farms worth under £1 million, and even those would not be high earning. A viable farm is not necessarily a wealthy farm. Many farmers don't even pay themselves. Previously, agriculture and fisheries funding was a ring-fenced addition to our budget. The Chancellor has announced her intention to include it in our block grant. This will mean it has to compete against the big beasts of education and health. When we've been raising the problems being faced by the sector with the Minister, he has not exactly been forthcoming in his support for the farming sector. When he could not stand up to his officials to give support for potato farmers last winter, how can the farming sector rely on him to fight for them when it comes to budgetary allocations when there is no ring-fence budget? These problems were compounded in the same budget with an inflation-busting rise in the national living wage. With farm income already down by 46%, an employer's national insurance hike, threats to the agriculture budget and the weakening of agricultural relief, it's hard to see how farmers are going to meet the challenges without raising food prices massively, which will of course hit all of us, especially hard-pressed families. Now more than ever, all of us, not just the farming sector, need our Agriculture Minister to finally step up. Thank you.
Honourable McMurray.
Speaker, I rise today to speak on the 10-year anniversary of the opening of Daisy Lodge outside Newcastle within my constituency. Daisy Lodge looks over the Shimna Valley and Townmore Forest towards the slopes of Slieve Commodore and Slieve Donard, a most peaceful and tranquil view of which we are blessed with quite a few in South Down. Daisy Lodge is a residential site run by the Cancer Fund for Children, whose vision is to ensure no child faces cancer alone. At its site, families who are impacted by cancer can come and stay for a time of respite and therapeutic support. It is not a medical facility, there are no tubes or medical staff, it is a people facility. At the 10-year anniversary, the physical transformation of the site over the last number of years was described. While it was homely, it was also rustic and not fit for purpose. Now there are two main facilities called Narnia, a log cabin for young people, and Daisy Lodge itself. While the physical infrastructure has changed, the emotional support, which has always been a pillar of what the site provides. A poem was recited written by a mother who used the site with the recurring line, a pause, a breath, a tear, a release. While the physical infrastructure has been created, it is important to those who come to stay. The staff and leadership team at the location have also put in great efforts to creating more than just a pleasant physical space. They have created a space where relationships and programmes are developed which deliver support for all those who are on a journey with their loved ones. Sometimes this can be difficult, and sometimes this means helping those who have suffered loss and bereavement. However, a testament to how they do this was best encapsulated by a young man who, on coming through the worst of what cancer can do, described one of the programmes as being with the people I was supposed to be with. As well as celebrating 10th anniversary of their building, the charity launched its own bespoke informal therapeutic support model. And while informal, this early intervention model, when implemented, can go some way to preventing more formal acute support needed further down the tracks. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would again like to finish by summarising what Daisy Lodge is for those who use it. It is a place where despair can turn to hope. Thank you.
Robbie Whittler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning it is absolutely critical that we speak up and with unity and challenge the Labour Government's alarming disregard for the future viability of family farms in Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom. Farming, as we know, is already a relentless, hard work, low profit industry, pushing through 365 days a year in absolutely every weather, facing fierce global price competitions with mounting climate and environmental demands, and we also know that there are growing labour shortages. Yet, in a single budget, their first in 14 years, the Labour Party has struck a potentially devastating blow to our family farms, unravelling one of the last supports securing their very future. The precarious balance of securing farms of scale and family tenure could be destroyed in one fell swoop by changes to the agricultural property relief. Mr. Speaker, you will well know that Northern Ireland alone feeds around 10 million people annually, which is 15% of the UK's food supply. And the Chancellor seems to forget that this vital food production doesn't come easily. What the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, and the Labour Government have done with this budget may well be the final straw for many of our struggling farmers. This move undermines not only their livelihoods, but also the stability of our nation's food security. It's a shameful assault on the families who have dedicated their lives to feeding us all. So let's send a clear message. Our farmers deserve better. Our food security deserves better. And if the Labour Government won't stand with the farmers, then we will.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of urgency to address an issue that profoundly impacts women, families and entire communities, the critical need to end violence against women and girls. Just this past week, we have witnessed 4 reported sexual assaults against women in Derry. A grim reminder that far too many women in our communities still live in fear. Each woman will have to live with the trauma of their experience. Violence against women is a profound violation of human rights, a pervasive injustice and a crisis that crosses all social, economic and cultural boundaries. This violence, whether it's domestic abuse, sexual assault, stalking, trafficking or harassment, leaves deep and lasting scars on those who experience it. It impacts not only the individuals, but entire families and communities struggling to heal from the trauma and their loss. This is a moment that calls for a strengthened response and an unwavering commitment to change. We must take a clear stand. Violence against women and girls is unacceptable. The Executive must allocate greater investment into ending violence against women and girls strategic framework, accelerate the delivery of this framework and work closely with frontline services to ensure that they too are very well supported. We need comprehensive, well-funded support systems that ensure shelters, hotlines, counselling and legal services are accessible to every single survivor. This also means prioritising education for our young people about healthy relationships, respect and consent to address this issue at its very roots. We must hold perpetrators accountable. Too often the victims are silenced or made to feel at fault, while abusers face few consequences. A strong, compassionate justice system is essential, prepared to act swiftly and effectively to protect victims and prevent future violence. Addressing violence against women and girls also means confronting the structural inequalities that make women vulnerable in the first place. Women must be empowered with equal opportunities and included in decision-making at every level. Let us seize this moment to reform and reaffirm our commitment to action and strengthen our resolve. This is not just an issue for women alone. It is our shared responsibility. We need to stamp it out.
It's with great pride that I rise today to congratulate my home GAA club of Erin Gales Balik on their historic victory over Enniskillen Gales in the Fermanagh Senior Championship at the weekend. This is the first time the New York Cup has been in Balik since 1981. But we don't just celebrate a trophy. We celebrate the heart, grit and relentless spirit of our players. Every training session, every sacrifice and every ounce of energy poured into this season was for this moment, and they have made us all so proud. I want to thank and congratulate the coaches, the backroom staff, the volunteers and of course the loyal fans. It shows what's possible when we stand together as a community. You've made history and you've given us all a moment we will never forget. However, I do have many friends in Enniskillen and therefore I commiserate with Enniskillen Gales and congratulate them on giving us one of the most exciting senior county finals Fermanagh has ever seen. Cagargus, Gael na Hearn, onwards to the Ulsters.
Al Robinson.
I want to welcome the reinstatement of the Causeway Coast growth deal following last week's announcement by Chancellor Rachel Reeves that the pause in funding for growth deals has now been lifted. I very much welcome that our UK Government will stand by its funding commitments to the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal. This is a very positive outcome and one that I want to applaud the collective efforts of everyone, particularly those who took this fight to Westminster. The reinstatement means that Causeway Coast and Glens can move forward on a range of key projects that will boost the economy for this region, including the Centre for Food and Drug Discovery at Ulster University in Coleraine and the Food Innovation Hub at the North West Regional College in Limavady, a project that I have supported from the very outset. While I welcome the news, I must ask why the need to create such drama by the current government? Why the need to create so much anxiety, particularly within the Council, who have put in so much hard work to get projects this far and amongst the key partners? The DUP secured city and growth deals in 2017 as part of the Confidence Supply Agreement with the Conservative Government. The investment will deliver economic and regeneration benefits to targeted areas and will help transform and grow the local economy across the region. The growth deal was always crucial to delivering the UK's government's clear priority for economic growth. That said, as an MLA for this region, I am very pleased that the government have now listened, and I very much welcome and look forward to seeing the benefits it will bring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Declan
opportunity to make a member statement, and I want to, like a few other members here, touch on the recent budget announcement and the impact for farming. The recent announcement of a £1 million inheritance tax threshold by the British Government will pose significant challenges for family farms. Family farms, which are essential to our food security, and as members will be aware, many farmers' assets are tied up in land and equipment, and this is often accompanied by loans and mortgages. And whilst those assets may be fixed, farmers themselves struggle to make ends meet and feed their families week on week. This new threshold risks pushing small farms into financial distress, making it increasingly difficult for families to pass down their livelihoods and maintain the agricultural practices that sustain our communities and the environment. Additionally, the government's recent U-turn on the taxation of double cab pickups, reclassifying them as cars rather than vans, adds another layer of complexity. This change increases tax liabilities for farmers who depend on these vehicles for their operations, further straining their resources. Compounding these issues is the absence of a ring-fenced budget for agriculture, unlike in the South, which has committed substantial funding to support its farmers along with an EU multi-annual budget. This discrepancy not only places farmers at a disadvantage, but also threatens the cohesion of the all-island agricultural sector. The application of the Barnett formula post-Brexit heightens concerns about future agricultural funding, leaving farmers uncertain about the financial support that they can rely on. A motion passed in this Assembly expressed strong political support for a ring-fenced budget, underscoring agriculture's critical role in the local economy and rural communities. And unfortunately, the calls in this House have went unheard. MLAs argued that a ring-fenced budget is essential to replace the stability previously provided by the EU funding, which provides sustainable farming, rural development, and environmental initiatives under the Common Agricultural Policy. The Assembly's endorsement reflected broad-based political will to ensure that our agricultural sector in rural areas receive stable funding in an uncertain economic landscape. As we navigate these challenges, it is crucial to advocate for policies to support family farms, ensure food security, and provide stable funding for the agricultural sector. We must recognise that our farmers on the island of Ireland share common challenges and goals. It is essential to develop coherent strategies that bolster their resilience and enhance food security for all communities, thereby safeguarding the future of our agricultural industry. Thank you.
Gail Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the incredible achievements and dedication of Glenn Irwin as he announces his retirement from a remarkable career in motorcycle racing. Glenn's impact on the sport and our community has been truly inspiring. His unwavering commitment to his craft and his dedication in pursuit of a Superbike championship and pride in representing Northern Ireland on the world stage have made him an iconic figure, both within the sport and our local community. Throughout his career, Glenn has been a formidable presence on the track, achieving victories and pushing boundaries with his skill, courage and relentless drive. His recent runner-up finish in the British Superbike Championship serves as a testament as his talent and perseverance. He has always competed with the heart and resolve that embodies the best of Northern Ireland. Equally inspiring is Glenn's commitment to his family and his roots in Carrickfergus. His decision to retire reflects the importance he places on his family, and he chooses to focus on his next chapter alongside his loved ones. His loyalty to his hometown, along with his humility and generosity, have made him a role model for so many. His influence will undoubtedly continue to inspire future generations of Northern Irish racers. On behalf of everyone in Carrickfergus and indeed Northern Ireland, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Glenn for all he has achieved and for the pride he has brought to our community. We wish him and his family every happiness and success for his future endeavours. Thank you.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to show my support and encouragement for the large number of local parents who have registered their interest in attending Scoil na Seolta in East Belfast. The school will be offering integrated education for the first time in East Belfast, bringing together communities and healing many of the divisions that we still see today. They'll also be doing this through the medium of the Irish language, increasing bilingualism in young people from an early age, and research is well established that bilingualism improves critical thinking, creativity, memory, focus, problem-solving skills, and helps children think beyond themselves and see the world from a different perspective. Important and welcome values for children in Northern Ireland in 2024. I'm fortunate to have met the driver for this, Linda Irvine, who was recognised by the Queen in 2021 with an MBE, no less, on multiple occasions now, and her passion for education and reconciliation is clear for all to see, and she regularly says to me, "Our children will be the future." Recently, members will unfortunately be aware of the intimidation plaguing the school, banners being erected by unknown people and cheer-led by the usual voices on social media platforms. This despite having gone through a rigorous public consultation in the Belfast City Council planning process. 2 objections were received, neither were from the immediate area. This is sadly nothing new, and I've seen it before with projects Linda has been involved in. I see it every year in East Belfast, and I've already been involved in debates in this chamber about the unhelpful antagonism from a small minority being reflected as a majority. And I saw it when Churras first started operating out of the Skenos Centre on the Newtonards Road. And let me say this, Mr. Speaker, as someone who studied languages before becoming an MLA, no one owns a language. They're organic, they're for everyone, and those who try to control languages or limit access to them are the ones who miss out in the end. We've seen this across history, we're seeing it today, and we'll see it in East Belfast. Integration and bilingualism offers hope for the future, and I commend Linda, her team, and the parents who want this school in East Belfast. History will remember them and their positive impact on Northern Ireland. It won't remember angry people in the darkness, those shouting on social media, or the criminal gangs who agreed with them. Thank you.
Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend in the Foyle constituency, we were shocked and angered that once again 2 young females were targeted in 2 separate attacks. In tandem, the community has expressed both disgust and outrage at those who carried out these abhorrent attacks. Let us be clear, the events that unfolded were nothing other than terrifying, grotesque, sexually motivated attacks. The perpetrator or the perpetrators remain at large and must be brought to justice immediately. Someone somewhere must have information. From information shared by the PSNI, we know that at least one of those attacks was premeditated, as the perpetrator attacked the innocent woman at knife point. It goes without saying that this is completely and utterly unacceptable, disgusting in every single way. Justice must be served. It is also imperative that justice is served in a way that is fitting for the crime. Soft sentencing is simply not good enough. As an Assembly, we need to work together to ensure that the legislation comes forward to allow for proper, tougher sentencing for vile acts such as the horrific ones witnessed by these females in Drumahoe and Gobnascale. We also must see societal change. There is no place for misogyny or sexism in our society, and let's be clear, there never was a place for that. We all have a duty as citizens, parents and friends, family members and community members to advocate for change, for better treatment for all women in our society. We must also give proper support to women's organisations and get the message out day or night. Every woman and girl should be able to walk and live freely, whether inside or outside, whether as part of a group or alone, day or night. We owe this freedom and safety, confidence to every single woman that we know. We owe it to our daughters and our sisters, our wives and our cousins, our aunts, our mothers, our grandmothers and friends. We have a duty to protect them. But we also have a duty to educate and inspire our sons and our brothers and our fathers and our grandfathers. We must ensure that violence against women, which is all too prevalent in our society, comes to an end. We cannot afford for the lives of women we know and love to be ruined or ended. There is no justification. We owe it to every single woman. On a final note, I want to send my thoughts to those victims and commend them for their bravery in reporting these attacks to the PSNI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hunter.
I rise again today to speak on the significant issues to do with animal welfare. Too many animals are being abused, too many people not being held accountable for their crimes, and we lack a clear and public shared register of the names of these offenders. Too many offenders are easily able to acquire animals again and again and to commit further offences. Mr. Speaker, I receive messages each and every single day about animal cruelty in my constituency. People rightfully outraged about the lack of urgency on this matter to protect animals and the sheer lack of investment by this executive to protect animals who are utterly defensive. The current laws are not good enough. The current monitoring of animal abuse abuse is not good enough, leaving room for bad people to do bad things to innocent animals. But in stark contrast to this, animal welfare charities in my constituency perform vital work in protecting animals the best ways that they can. But sadly, they are overlooked, underfunded, undervalued, and crucially remain underfunded. Today, I would specifically like to bring the Chamber's attention to the problem with dog neutering. Northern Ireland lacks a dog neutering strategy or scheme, leading to a huge number of dogs across our region in neglect, maltreatment, and they often feel abandoned. This is naturally distressing for so many across all of our communities who value animals. Therefore, Mr Speaker, I have called before for the establishment of an Animal Welfare Commissioner, and I reiterate my call today for that. But in lieu of such a body being made a reality, I call for immediate intervention from the DAERA Minister to ensure that all animal charities are given the resources they so desperately need to perform neutering on a scale that is required. Pet owners have also seen nothing but escalating costs. Cat neutering has jumped from around £50 just a few years ago to around £100 today. Working people just cannot afford this. Pain relief for dogs is costing £135 for a pain relief injection, and dog neutering prices are now 3 times the price that they were about 5 years ago. It's crazy. We are so blessed and so lucky to have charities in my constituency like Mel from Dog Leap, charity in Limavady, Tara from Causeway Coast Dog Rescue, and the entire team at Rainbow Rehoming Centre in Eglinton. They perform the work that the state utterly fails to provide, and it's really desperate to see the predicament that they're in. It's deeply unfair, they're under significant pressure, and it brings them significant personal stress. Therefore, Mr Speaker, recognising that the entire system is broken, dog wardens are unable to reasonably manage the plight of animal welfare, charities are under significant pressure beyond capacity, while animal abusers are walking free. It cannot continue, and I would urge the DAERA Minister to urgently take this plea seriously and make sure that his department provide the money necessary to protect animals in all of our communities. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr Speaker, as we enter the period of national remembrance across Northern Ireland, communities will come together and fall silent as they remember those who came before us and paid the ultimate sacrifice for the freedoms that we all enjoy today. In my constituency of North Belfast, Mr Speaker, we are extremely proud of those who made the supreme sacrifice. And this weekend we came together as a community in Rathcoole to launch this year's Rathcoole Row on Row celebrations. Mr Speaker, under the stewardship of the Rath Community Group, Rathcoole Row on Row has grown from a small-scale project which afforded members of the community during the pandemic the opportunity to come together to remember our fallen heroes, to a highlight of the remembrance period, with hundreds of people from across our community coming together to stand together and to remember those who laid down their lives. I, Mr Speaker, want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Rath Community Group, to DAERA and those volunteers who freely give of their time to ensure the people of North Belfast and the people of Rathcoole rightly remember those who have gone before, and to ensure that we will never forget them. We will remember them.
I call Timothy Gallison.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Labour government proved it has no empathy with farmers. If it did, it would not have dealt such a brutal blow to the future of family farming through its inheritance tax extension policy. Farmers are indeed asset rich because of their land, but cash poor, with it being a struggle to meet the constant monthly bills from fluctuating income. The fact that they own 50 or 100 acres isn't something they can draw on for day-to-day needs. Yet, retaining that 50 or 100 acres for farming into the future is key to the generational survivor of a farm passing from one generation to another. There is reason and logic for the historic agricultural exemption from inheritance tax. Now, however, the government is set to raid farming assets by whacking on inheritance tax upon the death of the current farmer. With limited cash reserves, most family farms, when that point comes, will have no alternative but to sell off land and consequently diminish the viability and productivity of the farm. Food production and security will suffer knock-on effects. The threshold of 1 million is of little help at today's land prices. Acreage as low as 50 or 60 will frequently be caught for inheritance tax. Currently, 36% of farmers in Northern Ireland are 65 and over. The farmers in North Antrim, as elsewhere, have devoted their lives to building up their farms with the driving motivation to see the land handed on to the next generation. Now this kick in the teeth from an uncaring government has rightly left many angry and betrayed. When will the nation and its politicians start to respect those who put food on our tables? TUV is very clear in this matter, and my party leader will be opposing the budget when it comes before the mother of parliaments, not least because of this outrageous proposition.
Thank you, members. And that concludes the member's statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Justice that she wishes to make a statement. No, not at this stage. I've already risen to ask the Justice Minister to come and speak. Mr Gaston. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introduction will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement on work ongoing to reform access to justice. I'm conscious the withdrawal of services by the Criminal Bar Association and the Solicitors Criminal Bar Association and the potential impact on some of our most vulnerable citizens will be on the minds of many Assembly colleagues today. Enhancing access to justice, particularly for the most vulnerable, has been foremost on my mind for some time. It was the need to ensure we're meeting the needs and expectations of citizens that drove me to commission a review of how access to justice is enabled across the criminal and civil spheres, and of course I have wanted to ensure the role of the Assembly in reviewing and testing departmental action is respected by sharing proposals here first. The action by criminal practitioners reflects frustrations within the system. I share those frustrations. My department has been consistently underfunded and I have been arguing for additional funding for some time, but I am conscious of the need to also consider how we use the resources that are at our disposal. Pressure on the legal system is at an all-time high and increasing. In 2023-24, the Legal Services Agency paid out approximately £114 million to legal professionals, the highest level in the history of legal aid. In the interest of ensuring we are delivering the best possible outcomes, there is a need to look critically at that investment, to examine why pressures and spend are increasing, to review benefits, to assess whether intended effects are being achieved, and whether different delivery models might generate better, quicker outcomes. We're lucky our justice system is supported and enabled by a wealth of talent and ability. Hard-working staff in the Courts and Tribunals service, a strong independent judiciary, a capable legal profession, a committed and driven voluntary sector, and a range of other professionals are all dedicated to ensuring access to justice is protected and delivered. But society evolves. User needs and expectations change. Technology offers new opportunities. We also need to ensure that we can satisfy the requirements of good governance, that fees attached to actions that add value and meet the need of the most vulnerable in society. That is quality assured. I have therefore undertaken a detailed assessment of how resources are currently used and of reform opportunities so that I can be assured and provide assurance that resources are used to best effect where they will generate the best outcomes for citizens. I'm pleased to report that the process is coming to an end and I expect to update the Assembly on the detail of my reform programme in the coming weeks. Work has been informed by a number of actions and sources, including stakeholder engagement, previous reviews and existing data, a call for evidence on the foundational review of civil and legal aid, and the foundational review of criminal legal aid I commissioned His Honour Judge Burgess to lead. I understand the interest members of the legal professions and indeed other stakeholders will have in that ongoing work, and in particular the interest the criminal practitioners will have in the fundamental review of criminal legal aid. But risk attached to examining aspects of the programme and indeed in looking at criminal legal aid rates in isolation. Legal advice and representation will always be a critical component of an effective justice system, and I am committed to ensuring fair remuneration. We need to nurture and attract talent to ensure the right advice and representation is available at the right time. That's essential to the future viability of the system. But to consider remuneration in the absence of wider issues would be to fail in my department's responsibilities for ensuring access to justice and value for money. An effective system is not contingent on legal aid rates alone. Fees and access to justice should not be confused. Access to justice is defined by many different factors and delivered through many different mechanisms. It has been critical that we also examine what can be learned from other jurisdictions, including those which have different delivery models to enable access to justice and which deliver at lower cost. It has been critical to listen and learn from what those using the system tell us about their experience, to hear victims, witnesses, applicants and respondents, and to reflect on how the system and those we are funding to support them meet their needs and expectations, to understand how and when they want to resolve disputes, how and when they want to receive information, and how and when they want to engage with professionals in the system, to learn if justice is being served and if we are providing high-quality services. My focus is to ensure that the right people have access to justice at the right time and that their issues are dealt with quickly by the most efficient means possible. I've listened to the user's experience and the views of practitioners, and it's clear that there are opportunities to resolve matters outside the court, for example through mediation, which can provide better outcomes for victims, families and perpetrators, reducing further trauma, increase understanding by perpetrators and potential to reduce the risk of reoffending. It's critical, therefore, that I consider the whole system. It has been critical to take proper time to analyse and assess the implications of all the evidence, including the Burgess report, in the context of the wider programme and of wider departmental pressures to enable effective, prioritised decisions to be made. A holistic approach has been critical to ensuring some services are not being resourced at the expense of other, more valuable actions. While some professionals working within the system may specialise, and of course they will want to highlight challenges with the system as they see it or as it affects them, the system itself is interconnected and linkages and repercussive impacts need to be properly assessed. Officials have been focusing on that analysis since Judge Burgess submitted his report on the 23rd of August this year. Costs and implications have had to be analysed, the robustness of evidence has had to be tested. Strong policy requires vigorous assessment. That work has not been done in isolation. We have reflected on the evidence submitted by stakeholders, including members of the Bar and Law Society. They've had an opportunity to submit views, and we have listened. The next stage is to share the outworking of evidence and analysis, and we are quickly nearing that point. As I mentioned, I've also been keen to ensure the role of the Assembly is respected, and to ensure that my proposed programme and evidence which informed it is shared with you in the first instance, and I will do that shortly. Stakeholders, including the Bar Council and Law Society, are aware of that intention. My officials and I have been in regular contact with those bodies while the programme has been under development, and they have been aware decisions and a prioritised delivery plan will be published for consultation shortly. The Bar and Law Society are also aware the Department has been working to secure a more sustainable budget and that additional funding has been secured to meet current pressures. The legal aid budget at the start of the financial year was the highest opening allocation in the history of the legal aid scheme. I also secured an additional £7.4 million for legal aid through the June monitoring round, which brought the budget to just under £109 million. That follows a spend last year of £114 million. The decision of criminal practitioners to withdraw services is therefore both premature and deeply disappointing. I am acutely aware, as I am sure are you, of the potential adverse impact for those who will now have to wait another day for justice, for those victims and witnesses who are ready to give evidence, who are waiting to be heard. The uncertainty caused by the strike action will only add further stress and anxiety at an already very stressful time. I trust those taking industrial action today will reflect on that impact. They say the system is broken, but they are aware I am working hard to progress reform and deliver a more effective and efficient system for those we are here to serve. Precipitous action which distracts from that work does nothing for vulnerable people and does nothing to address the challenges to the system. My focus has and will continue to be constructive action to drive constructive change, to ensure the system is accessible and fairer, more proportionate and responsive. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, it is clear that there has been a significant loss of confidence in the legal profession in what you say is a process of consultation. Can I ask, how many meetings have you had about reforming access to justice, and why is the Assembly only being told of this on the morning of industrial action?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the reason I'm here today is to address the issue of the industrial action, which explains the timing. However, I have in previous weeks notified the Assembly that we are working through a process to look at the review of legal aid, including Tom Burgess's report and a number of other factors that will feed into that. Today was about reassuring members that we are nearing the end of that process, but it's been clear in all of my engagements here in the Assembly that it is my intention to provide a comprehensive proposal when we bring this to the Chamber. In terms of the legal or the industrial action, I have been clear that I think that it is premature because we are working through a process. I have met with the Bar, I have met with the Law Society, my officials have met with them on a regular basis, but we are now at a point where industrial action has started. What I'm focused on is trying to ensure that we get to a point where that can end.
Thank you. I call on Joanne Bunting.
Deputy Speaker, I'm aware that some from the legal profession have had sight of the Burgess report. Could I ask the Minister what is her timeline for the Justice Committee to receive it, and when will it be published?
My intention from the outset was that the Burgess report would go to the committee along with the rest of the recommendations that I hope to bring forward in due course to this chamber, hopefully in short term. It is true that a select number of members of both the Bar and the Law Society have had access to the Burgess report under direction of the court, and therefore I had no hand in whether or not that would occur.
Thank you. I call on Deirdre Hargey.
Thank you for coming to the Chamber. I know it's something the committee asked for, and I think it's important that this issue is debated here. I suppose it is causing alarm bells in terms of the publication of the report and then whatever recommendations may come. And I suppose just to try and reassure this part of our justice system, which does provide access to justice for some of the most vulnerable, to ensure that this isn't seen as a managed collapse of the legal aid system, can the Minister give assurances that the legal aid budget will be protected as a demand-led service?
Well, I think I've already set out that we spent more on legal aid last year than in any other single year, so I find it hard to understand how the Deputy Chair of the Committee could call that collapse of the legal aid system. We actually spent £114 million last year and thus far have secured £109 million for this year. So far from us not being able to fund legal aid, we are continuing to prioritise it in terms of our budget. But no, I can't give an undertaking to ring-fence any part of my budget because I have to make sure that at the end of this mandate my budget is balanced. However, I would certainly welcome the support of other members of this House when it comes to the distribution of funds across departments, for there to be a larger allocation for the Department of Justice so that we can do more, not only for legal aid but also across the wider spectrum. The purpose of the review, however, is to ensure that we place criminal and civil legal aid, the system of taxation, civil justice modernisation and statutory registration on a sustainable footing going forward, and therefore it is important that we do the proper groundwork to prepare the way for that, because it is large, it is wide in scope and it is complex, but it is also essential to the sustainability of the service going forward.
Thank you for your statement. Commentary has already been made today in your statement and in questions around the Burgess report. Can you set out for the House today your intentions with regards to the publication, a potential date and the next steps for the Burgess report?
Well, it has always been my intention to come forward with a full proposal which will look at criminal and civil legal aid in the round and will look at the other matters that I had just mentioned in my previous answer. I think it's important that we take the time to do that properly, and it's important that we focus on ensuring that when we do come forward we then are able to consult on the proposals that I have made. To look at any one aspect of this alone without looking at the potential repercussive effects, the potential knock-on implications in other parts of the justice system, I think would be flawed. And therefore we have taken forward a comprehensive approach, and I hope to come to the Chamber, hopefully in the next few weeks, to be able to do this. And I want to reassure practitioners that when we said that we were going to do this collaboratively and in a way that was comprehensive, that is exactly what we meant. But it is right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when I make significant announcements which pertain to the business of this House, that I do it in this House and not to any one or two stakeholders. The majority of stakeholders in the legal aid system are the public, who need access to justice, and therefore it's their representatives that I must first address in this House and in this chamber before I address others.
Minister, we see high-profile serious criminal cases in England being concluded within months of the crime being committed. Here in Northern Ireland, we do not see this urgent progress of serious cases. Could the Minister give her assessment of why this is the case and what can be done to expedite justice being delivered in criminal cases?
Well, the issue of the scheduling of criminal cases is a matter that falls to the judiciary. There are many reasons why the justice system in Northern Ireland takes longer to reach completion than our counterparts in England and Wales, but not all are relevant to the particular issues that I've raised today. There is an issue where earlier guilty pleas happen in other parts of the UK. We've seen that most recently in the very serious rioting. The majority of cases that have reached conclusion and sentencing were through early plea rather than through full court process. That is less likely to happen in Northern Ireland than in other regions. There are other issues also in terms of, for example, backlogs from COVID. So when we got some COVID recovery money, we didn't get the full impact of that within the Department of Justice. It was dispersed across education and health, and therefore we weren't able to make the kind of recovery that we'd hoped. We've also been speeding up justice, so we've been doing work around, for example, committal reform in order to speed up the most serious cases, things like rape, murder and so on. But that process is not an ongoing one, so it requires transformation and change. It's another reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it's important that the legal aid system keeps pace with the other transformational changes that we're making within the legal system.
As Minister, you noted, the Law Society and the Bar says the system is broken. With sustained increase in work pressures, real-time cuts, payment delays, we've heard about solicitors walking away from legal aid, and we've also just heard recently last week where even solicitors are failing to come to the North West to provide services due to cost and time. I welcome a whole system approach and reform is coming. Can you throw some light on how you can ensure that legal aid will be available and continue to be available across the North and ensure fair access to justice? Thank you.
Well, I have always been clear as Minister that I view legal aid as part of our welfare system. It is part of the safety net that is there to protect us when we cannot afford to access services ourselves. Therefore, it is important that when people have an essential need to access justice, they're able to do so, irrespective of means. And I think that that is an important element of legal aid. I remain committed to that principle. But legal aid is primarily about funding the applicant or the respondent in cases. The issue of the viability, if you like, of the profession, whilst it is absolutely critical and access to justice and fair remuneration is part of that, it is also important to recognise that it is not the primary role of legal aid. The primary role of legal aid is not to fund barristers and solicitors. It is to pay for access to the legal to law for those members of our constituency who are unable to pay for that access themselves. And so it's important that we always temper our concerns around the effectiveness and efficiency of the profession and around the thriving profession, which is absolutely critical to being able to access justice, with the reality that it is for their client to pay them. And it is our job to ensure that their clients, where they don't have the means, are able to access legal aid to do so. But that's a slightly different relationship, I think, than the one that is sometimes portrayed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister outline the expected impact of the strike action today, in particular the late notice of the Solicitors Criminal Association's action?
Well, the number of proceedings in a Crown Court in any one day is very fluid, so it's difficult to know what cases would be delayed or postponed solely due to strike action. But any additional delay is impactful. I mean, members will be aware of how stressful people already find it to have a case go to court, and to then have delay that is perhaps unscheduled. It is a stressful situation. I think it is particularly concerning the late notice in terms of the Solicitors Criminal Association because there wasn't the same lead-in time to prepare. The Lady Chief Justice, however, has encouraged judges to exercise their discretion when determining whether it's in the interest of justice for those affected cases to proceed in the absence of counsel. So that option is available to the judiciary. The 40 cases in which the victim support were due to help victims and witnesses will now need to be rescheduled. That includes offences such as sexual assault, threats to kill and rape. Delaying those cases only extends the trauma and the mental anguish being suffered. Civil and family courts have proceeded as normal. Today is the opening week in 4 areas, so there will be significant business taken forward in the county courts. But unfortunately, the withdrawal of services in these circumstances is impactful on victims and is impactful on the backlog facing our courts.
Minister, thank you for the statement, and the statement does talk about examples of best practice. And why has the Minister not followed examples of best practice in other neighbouring jurisdictions like England and Scotland, where the Bellamy Report and the Robertson Review promptly published their findings, yet we have this announcement today without the benefit of knowing the findings from the Burgess Review?
Well, I have actually followed best practice, because best practice is that if you're coming up with a comprehensive response to the system, that you produce it all at once and not in small chunks. To produce any of the findings that we have in isolation would not give members the opportunity to look at those interconnections within the justice system and indeed within the legal aid system. So I think it is best practice that a minister should consider and reflect what is reported to her, should test the robustness of the evidence and where necessary seek additional information, should also engage with the other professionals who will have input to make and come to a considered conclusion, and then bring that first and foremost to this House, because it is to this House that I am accountable, not to other bodies outside of this House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you please outline how you and your department have sought to prevent today's strike action? Thank you.
Well, I think that there are a number of things that we have tried to do in terms of our ongoing engagement, our reassurance around the payment of legal aid and the work that we did both earlier in the year and since I came back into office to ensure that we could pay legal aid bills and continue to do so. I think the evidence is that we have made bids in terms of our engagement with the Department of Finance for additional resource, and we have kept both the Law Society and the Bar Council abreast of our plans in terms of bringing forward a comprehensive review around legal aid that they will then be able to engage through a consultation process. So I have also written to the Law Society, to the Bar Council and to others to say that I am willing to engage with them further, because I think it is important that we avoid further legal action. I don't want there to be unnecessary delays within the justice system. If anything will destabilise a justice system which is already fragile, it will be the imposition of additional pressures as a result of the impact of strike action. What we need to do is work collaboratively towards a solution which is sustainable for the long term, and hopefully will work particularly for our constituents, but also, I would hope, for the profession.
And thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, it's quite extraordinary for you as Justice Minister to refer to the actions of the legal profession as precipitous. Minister, to what degree does your department's policy of payment delay impact on the legal aid system and the most vulnerable and marginalised victims' access to justice? And will the extra £7.4 million you refer to in your statement help to rectify and reform that approach?
First of all, my department has no policy to delay the payment of legal aid, and I want to put that on record. Secondly, I'm not going to comment on payment times, as that matter will be considered by the court in the coming months. I can say that securing an appropriate budget allocation for the justice system, including for legal aid, will support reductions in payment times.
Deputy Speaker, can the Minister tell us when the Burgess report will be shared officially with all stakeholders, particularly the Bar Council and the Law Society? Furthermore, when will the report be published for the members of the public to read?
As I said earlier, the first people who will see the Burgess report and all of the other supporting information in respect of the evidence base which I will be using in terms of making my decisions will be the committee and this House, as is appropriate. And beyond that, it will then be shared officially with others, though, as I stated earlier, some members will have had sight of it simply through the direction of the court.
If it's a bit rich to attack workers who have every right to withdraw their labour and take strike action to defend access to justice for everyone. If criminal barristers aren't being fairly remunerated for legal aid work or are experiencing delays, we'll potentially lose them to more profitable fields of law. Minister, can you explain why the number of legal aid cases granted in 23-24 is the lowest annual total over the last 5 years?
Well, no, I can't, because the grant of legal aid does not lie entirely with my department. Some of it is at the behest of the judiciary and some of it will be at the behest of LSA, and therefore I wouldn't be able to give a complete figure as to why there has been any reduction. But we are only partway through the year, and as I've said, we have secured already £109 million in year for funding for legal aid. Last year we spent more on legal aid than in any other year in terms of it. And to be clear, I have not attacked in this chamber anyone for taking legal action, legitimate action in terms of the withdrawal of services. People have a right to strike. I have not attacked anyone for doing it. I've set out the consequences of doing so, and I don't think that is unreasonable for me to do as Justice Minister.
Minister, the legal aid crisis is an access to justice issue. The legal profession are telling us that they can no longer afford to take legal cases, which means they simply won't, and then those needing legal representation will find it harder to get. So I'm also concerned as well about the sole practitioners within rural areas. You know, it is their job. It's a reality that funds their role, and in doing so that they provide that representation. So, Minister, how are we going to fix this? How are we going to reassure the legal profession that they can continue in this area of work?
Well, I'm already on record this morning of saying that a thriving legal profession is critical to effective access to justice, and I'm conscious that fair remuneration is essential to ensuring a robust and enduring representation. I have had the opportunity to discuss concerns about financial issues with the professional bodies, with Judge Burgess. I've also considered the issues in his report, and I'm now considering potential actions to ensure the sustainability and viability of the system as part of a reform programme. My delivery plan will also prioritise areas where progress can and should be moved forward. So, that is the role that I have taken on. It has been a priority. We have been working on it over recent months, and so it is important for me. However, ensuring a robust and enduring profession is not a matter for the Department of Justice alone. There must be fair payment for work undertaken, but there must also be a proactive approach to succession planning. Diversity must be promoted and supported. There is a significant role for the profession in ensuring training models build capacity and support inclusivity. Custom and practice can help ensure the newly qualified, for example, build experience and income. The career paths are not compromised because of breaks in service. We need to nurture talent and ensure the right support, advice and representation is available at the right time. And those who are supporting the delivery of justice are reflective of our society. I am therefore very sympathetic, particularly to newly qualified solicitors and barristers, in trying to build and establish and sustain themselves. The environment can be challenging, and I'm committed to doing what I can to ensure that those young and talented practitioners are able to develop and progress, that they receive equality of opportunity, but also the regulatory bodies themselves need to take proactive steps.
Mr Gaston, earlier on you tried to ask a point of order. Could you make it now, please?
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the start of business today, the Speaker advised the House that he had written to members advising them of the so-called democratic consent vote on the continuing application of the protocol in Northern Ireland. Can the Speaker's office confirm that there is no requirement for cross-community consent in relation to that vote, and that for the first time in more than half a century a decision will be taken which disregards the views of one section, namely unionists in this chamber? Furthermore, if cross-community consent be dispensed with in relation to the most controversial vote in Northern Ireland's 104-year history.
Mr.
How
Gaston,
can we have
Mr. Gaston,
confidence
please take your seat.
that it will continue
Mr.
to
Gaston,
apply when
take
it
your
comes
seat.
to less meaningful issues?
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Gaston, that started off as a point of order and is now stretched into a statement, but your remarks are duly noted and will be out there, as we need to do. Can we take our ease while we just hand over the top table, please? Thank you.
Okay, members, I've received notice from the Minister of Finance that she wishes to make a statement. And before I call the Minister, I would like to remind members they must be concise in asking their questions, and this is not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Last Wednesday, the Chancellor presented the autumn budget, and I wanted to update members today at the earliest opportunity after recess on the implications of this budget for our public finances. I have been clear that delivering quality public services and a strong economy that supports businesses are key priorities for me to improve the lives of workers, families and communities. The scale of current pressures is so severe that it will take time and significant further investment to turn the tide and undo the damage caused by underfunding of our public services after years of Tory austerity. The amount of money announced by the British Chancellor last week reflects the state of public services and the urgent need for investment, something I have been pointing out since I took up post. But let's be real, the impact of 14 years of austerity is not going to be reversed by one budget. I have been calling for greater investment in our infrastructure for some time now. I therefore welcome the British Chancellor's announcement that they will change their self-imposed debt rules to free up capital funding. However, the proof of this announcement will be in its delivery. The change in fiscal rules is a first step. We now must see the Chancellor deliver the resources that the Executive needs to invest properly in our public services in the long term. Next year's spending review will be the test of that. I also welcome the pause being lifted on the Causeway Coasting Glens and Mid-South West growth deals. The pause should not have happened in the first place, but I am glad that common sense has prevailed and the right decision has been made to enable these deals to go ahead. They will be key drivers for economic development and improving regional balance. Whilst there are things in the Chancellor's budget which on a first review are encouraging of a different approach to public services, there are also clear areas of concern, including the impact of increased employer national insurance contributions, particularly for our small businesses, the change in treatment of our agricultural funding, changes to agricultural property relief and the reduction in the Shared Prosperity Fund. But firstly, turning to the extra funding we will receive for the rest of the current financial year. The autumn budget will see the Executive receive an additional £609.3 million of resource DEL and £30.4 million of capital DEL for 24-25. This is on top of £308.9 million of additional Barnett consequentials received from the spring budget and Westminster main estimates, which I allocated in the June monitoring round. This makes a total of £918.2 million additional resource DEL funding in 24-25. This level of in-year funding is unprecedented outside of COVID, and while it is to be welcome, it again is worth pointing out that the scale of this funding reflects the reality of just how badly public services have been funded as a result of 14 years of austerity. As a result of the interim fiscal framework, which I agreed in May this year, the Executive has received £184 million more than it would have otherwise done in 24-25. I will now move quickly to propose allocations to the Executive to get this funding out to departments as part of the October monitoring round. As you are aware, departments previously identified resource DEL pressures of £770 million, so the extra funding falls short of what is needed and is not sufficient to meet the trajectory of overspend that departments have indicated for this year. This will inevitably mean departments having to take decisions to live within budget. The overcommitment figure does not include the costs of a number of exceptional items, such as the cost of the PSNI data breach, holiday pay and McLeod injury to feelings. It was anticipated that if these costs were to crystallise in 24-25, that they might be funded by a reserve claim. However, given the level of in-year funding provided to the Executive in this autumn budget, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury has indicated that while further conversations are possible, the Treasury position is that in the first instance these should be funded from the settlements announced. It is my clear view, however, that these items would be unaffordable given the existing pressures facing departments, and therefore I would be seeking to negotiate for a reserve claim. The Chancellor's statement on Wednesday also outlined the first year of a multi-year spending review that will conclude in spring. This sets the Executive's funding envelope for 25-26. It is welcome that the Chancellor has recognised the recurrent nature of the pressures being faced in 2024-25 by baselining the additional £609 million of resource DEL consequentials provided in the autumn budget. The same approach, however, has not been taken for the autumn budget 24-25 capital DEL consequentials. As a result of the interim fiscal framework, the Executive's capital borrowing limit for 25-26 will be increased from £220 million to £225.7 million. The Executive will also receive an additional £601 million resource DEL and £270.8 million capital DEL as a result of the announcement. Again, as a result of the interim fiscal framework, the needs-based factor has also been applied in 25-26, meaning the funding provided is £248 million more than it would otherwise have been. This brings the total additional funding provided as a result of the interim fiscal framework to £431.4 million. This demonstrates the difference this framework is already making by providing additional hundreds of millions of funding for public services here. While Barnett consequentials are unhypothecated and it is for the Executive to decide how these are used, I have included a breakdown of the Barnett consequentials for both years in an annex accompanying this statement. In addition to the Barnett funding for 25-26, including the restoration package, the Executive will receive £668.7 million resource DEL and £91.6 million capital DEL of non-Barnett funding. The 25-26 settlement equates to a real terms uplift of 1.3% in resource DEL against the latest 24-25 position. But given the continued pay and inflationary pressures and growing demands on our services, this still represents a challenge for the Executive and highlights the need for the transformation of our public services. Previously, the Executive received a ring-fenced allocation for both agricultural and fisheries support based on the level of EU funding in 2019. This is £332.5 million, which has now been included in the Executive's baseline from 25-26. It will therefore now be for the Executive to agree funding for agriculture as part of the budget process. As well as the direct impact on the Executive's finances as a result of last week's budget, there were a number of other announcements that are worth highlighting. On Wednesday, the British Chancellor announced changes to the employer rate national insurance contributions policy. While the Treasury has advised it will provide support funding to the public sector for additional costs, we do not know yet whether that will be sufficient to offset the costs. I will provide a further update on this in due course. Of course, the bigger impact of this change will be felt by businesses. There is no doubt the taxation increase on businesses will prove challenging for many small businesses, which are the bedrock of our local economy. Although the 1.2% rate increase announced is lower than the 2% some had speculated it would go up by, this will be cold comfort to those businesses impacted. And while the increase in employers' allowance from £5,000 to £10,500 will help protect the smallest of our businesses, I have no doubt that the increased cost of national insurance will be difficult for many businesses to manage. While the British Chancellor has said this budget is about putting more money into people's pockets, the Office of Budget Responsibility has said in their analysis that they assume that 3/4 of the national insurance cost increase will be eventually passed on to employees through lower real terms wages. This will impact on individuals who are still being impacted by the cost of living crisis. It is disappointing that the Chancellor didn't move to abolish the two-child limit or reinstate funding for the winter fuel payment, which will have a detrimental impact on the well-being and health of older people here. This highlights again the impact of bad decisions taken at Westminster on people here, and unfortunately, with the huge pressures already on our budgets, the Executive cannot mitigate against every such bad decision. The Chancellor has also announced changes to agricultural property relief. I understand the concerns raised by many farmers of the potential impact that these changes may have on the sustainability of the family farming business here. The importance of our farming sectors was raised in the meeting with the First and Deputy First Ministers and I with the Chancellor on the 12th of September. And I will continue to make the case for all of our small farmers and small businesses who are vital to our economy. The changes to agricultural property relief will mean that from April 2026, the first £1 million of combined business and agricultural assets will continue to attract no inheritance tax at all, but for assets over £1 million, inheritance tax will apply at an effective rate of 20%. The Treasury has indicated that they expect only around 500 agricultural estates across Britain and the North to be affected next year by this change. They have also argued that small family farms are protected. Clearly, we need to see the proof of that. My officials have already been in contact with Treasury counterparts to understand the impact locally. The announcement that the Shared Prosperity Fund will continue as a transition year is welcome and avoids a potential cliff edge in March 2025. It allows consideration of post-2026 arrangements. However, the total funding of £900 million for 25-26, which was announced last week, represents a 40% reduction in quantum from 24-25. Our allocation for 25-26 is not yet known, but Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government officials have advised information will be available shortly to provide certainty for groups and projects who use the funding. I have already made clear to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury that I do not believe a reduction in the funding is acceptable and will continue pressing hard for at least the same level of funding as before. I hope that this statement has provided members with an overview of the implications of the autumn budget. While the additional funding is to be welcomed, the reality is that public services are still stretched and the level of funding announced last Wednesday still does not plug the current gap. We will need to see continued investment over the coming years to help transform public services. As an executive, we have committed to taking a more strategic, longer-term approach to the budget process with the Executive Budget Sustainability Plan published earlier this month. We are committed to transformation and reform to help our services become more sustainable and efficient going forward. The multi-year spending review coming in the spring will give us the ability to plan on a longer-term basis. My immediate focus is on allocating the funding for 24-25 before quickly turning our attention to the 25-26 budget, which I intend to bring to the Executive in coming weeks. There is no doubt there will be challenges ahead, but working together, we will be better placed to meet them and to deliver for all of our citizens.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, we've all seen the impact of austerity from London, chaos and collapse at Stormont. But now we have the opportunity to turn the page on both of those things. This is not an austerity budget and could not be described as such. People want to hear about the decisions you and your executive colleagues are making and not simply railing against decisions made in London. So to that end, can you confirm that in the annex, the roughly 140 million that appears to have been allocated to DLUC and has been barnarded here is a calculation of the business rates support that is going to businesses in England to support small business on the high street, and particularly hospitality, which, as you say, have been hit by some of the other tax changes? Will you commit to spending some or all of that 140 million on rate support for small business, particularly hospitality? That's a decision you can make here.
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And I have, in my commentary since the budget was announced, acknowledged the additional funding for public services and that it goes some way to showing a different approach. But as I have also outlined, it does not meet the significant pressures that we face this year and that will likely continue into next year. The Table 2 in that accompanies the statement, actually the business rates, barring consequential, is a minus £79.66 million because the British Government reduced the rates relief that was available to businesses in those particular sectors in England. So unfortunately we do not have additional funding to allocate for business rate support. I, however, have brought proposals to the Executive to set out a more strategic short, medium and long-term approach to looking at our rating system, and I very much recognise the pressures that are on businesses and certain sectors in particular, and that those pressures come from a range of different angles, which doesn't help. And I am committed to working with businesses to look at how we can support them going forward.
I call Colm Gildernew.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for the statement, and actually also to acknowledge the significant work around the fiscal framework, albeit with the caveats that you have outlined in relation to 14 years of austerity. But I particularly welcome the unpausing of the growth deals, given the impact it was having in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, in Mid-Ulster, Armagh and Banbridge, Craigavon. Can the Minister outline what the unpausing of the deals will mean for these regions?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. As I said in my opening remarks, that pause should never have happened in the first place. It was hugely unhelpful, but I am glad that common sense prevailed and that the right decision has been made in relation to unpausing that funding commitment. When this funding was in jeopardy, we stood up, all of us side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and we fought and we lobbied and we made an evidence-based case to the British Treasury on the need for all four of our city and growth deals to develop our economy, to create prosperity and to address regional balance. And I know that the member will be very aware of the need for that in his part of the region. The strength of collaboration and enthusiasm, I think, has been immense across the board, from all political representatives, from colleagues in local government, from our council delivery partners and educational institutions and industry. And I want to put on record my thanks to members of this House for their unwavering support on this. City and growth deals are a key driver to boosting economic development and to delivering regional balance, and also to be a catalyst for further investment and opportunities. It will now allow for both of the growth deals to move forward to the development of their outlined business cases, and I am looking forward to being able to sign the heads of terms of the Mid-South West growth deal on behalf of the Executive later this week.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. The employer contributions and the increase in minimum wage has rightly been highlighted as having significant impact on small businesses, but obviously there's a huge impact across the delivery of our public services as well. The Minister's statement, she outlined that the Treasury has advised it will provide support to funding the public sector for the additional costs, but I want to ask her in terms of the arm's length bodies like voluntary and community sector who are providing public services under government contracts, many of whom are charities fundraising, being hit with the increase in minimum wage and employers' contribution. Will this Treasury support be extended to those?
Minister.
Yeah, and I concur with the member in relation to the difficulty that this is going to pose for many businesses, but also those who are delivering services on behalf of the Executive and departments. We understand that there will be costs provided to, or funding provided to cover the costs of the public sector, but we don't believe it will cover the arm's length bodies or the other organisations that may be providing on behalf of the Executive. So that is something that we will be seeking further clarity from Treasury on, and clearly making the points that you yourself have made, that the difficulty this is going to pose.
Thank you, Minister. I call Owen Tennyson.
Minister, you'll be aware that a number of public sector pay deals are now outstanding this year. Can you update the House as to timelines for negotiating and settling those?
Minister.
Yeah, and public sector pay is obviously an issue that the Executive has prioritised since it came back in February. The first action that I took as Finance Minister was to propose £688 million to settle public sector pay disputes that have been going on for some time. The member will be aware that there is some 770 million of pressures that have been identified by departments. Those do include the pay review body recommendation costings. We obviously have £600 million now to allocate. I certainly, from my perspective, I think it's really important that we recognise and properly reward our public sector workers, and I would like to see speedy movement, I suppose is the best way to put it, from departments, and certainly I in my role as Finance Minister, will be engaging with my trade unions in coming days in relation to pay deals. But I do recognise that there will still be a challenge for departments in terms of their pays toward pressures and their pressures on pay and their pressures on other elements within their departments, and obviously they will have to take decisions in relation to how they manage that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Steve Aiken.
Minister, for her remarks so far. Minister, you'd be aware the Chancellor, particularly when she talked about her budget statement last week, talked about the pressures on health, and particularly the fact across England and Wales the health budget is going to be raised by 4.7% this year and 3.3% next year. That's above the baseline of 1.3 generally in funding. Is the Finance Minister looking to match that in Northern Ireland, bearing in mind our challenges are significant and our health was actually below baseline during the budgetary process started earlier this year?
Minister.
And I will remind the member again about the difference between the opening budget lines and then the outturn at the end of the year, and that the health did get an uplift in its budget this year in line with other departments, and greater in some respects. But clearly there are huge pressures on health. I think that's recognised across the board. I think, as I had said in relation to the general funding package, the level of funding that has been announced is a recognition of the underfunding of our public services, and it will clearly be for the Executive to agree its way forward in relation to the budget in 25-26. But health has been a priority for the Executive since it came back. It is clearly a priority in the programme for government, and the budget will reflect the programme for government in relation to allocating funding towards it.
Minister, I call Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister also.
And indeed thank her for the work she has done in securing additional funds through the fiscal framework. Could the Minister outline when the October monitoring will take place to allocate the funds for the rest of this financial year, and when we can expect to see a draft budget for 2025-26? Littlehill.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, it would be my intention that October monitoring will happen very soon. My officials are working at pace to ensure it is delivered as soon as possible, and had a lot of the preparatory work already done in advance of the budget statement last week. And I hope to bring proposals for allocations to the next Executive meeting. The funding envelope for 25-26 is now announced. And again, it would be my intention, subject to Executive agreement, to publish a draft budget by early December to allow time for a full consultation before a final budget would be agreed by the Executive prior to the start of the next financial year.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, I think it is important that we do recognise that in this financial year an extra £1.2 billion of in-year spending has been awarded to Northern Ireland by the Government. As the Finance Minister rightly says, the collective work of members in this House and other places has resulted in the unpausing of 2 city deals. The Finance Minister will be aware that one funding stream that has not been unpaused is the Shore Road Skills Centre, which was due to receive £2.5 million under Levelling Up. The Finance Minister will also be aware that this was a vital issue in North Belfast of tackling educational underachievement. Will she commit to continuing to work with the First and Deputy First Minister and the Minister for Communities to ensure that North Belfast receives the £2.5 million that it deserves?
Minister.
Yeah, I'm happy to confirm that I am willing to work with Executive colleagues in relation to these other funding streams and to get clarity in relation to them. My understanding is that the intention from the what was then the DLUC but is now the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, is to consult with the Shore Road Skills Centre applicants prior to confirming a final decision on that funding. And I think that's a constructive thing to do, but clearly we will await to see the outcome, and the Executive doesn't have a role in this process, and obviously that's a point that we've made in relation to a number of these funds, and we would like to see the decision making in relation to those returned to the Executive, and we will continue to make the case for that as well.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Well, Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement. The budget is certainly a curate's egg. It's been good for those working people, but perhaps difficult for businesses, and particularly difficult for this Assembly. Minister, you've acknowledged that the Department of Justice has been underfunded for a number of years, and while clearly the budget settlement can improve the budget for the DOJ, what action have you taken with Treasury officials to secure funding for both McLeod and data breach? Because clearly neither of those can be fulfilled with the current budget.
Minister.
Yeah. And the member raises a really important point, and as I alluded to in my statement, I believe those costs to be unaffordable to us as an Executive, and particularly when you put them into the context of the projected overcommitments for this year, sitting beside the funding that we are now receiving. To me, there is no way that we could manage those costs, and I have raised that at every opportunity in relation to my engagement, either with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, but also with the Chancellor. I think clearly, as an Executive, we would be wanting to be in a position where we were seeking to negotiate a reserve claim to settle those particular issues, because that, to me, that's the only way that we can take it forward.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deborah Erskine.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today, and like her, I also welcome that the Government has unpaused the Mid-South West growth deal. The Minister is well aware that without capital and resource investment for our wastewater treatment, we will not be able to deliver upon a key programme for government commitments such as stopping water pollution and increasing our housing stock. Given that capital costs have risen exponentially, does the Minister recognise that the budget will not be enough given the pressures across our public services? Therefore, what extra is being done to ensure funding for this key component of our infrastructure is on a more secure footing in order to stop the constraints in our towns and villages across Northern Ireland so that we can deliver more affordable and social housing?
Minister.
And I agree with the member, and actually there is unanimity across the Executive in relation to the need for additional funding for our wastewater infrastructure, and obviously the amount of additional funding that we have this year will not go a very long way in relation to meeting that, but the Executive will have to take decisions about how it allocates the capital it has for this year in terms of October monitoring, but then also into our budget setting process for next year. And as it says in response to Mr Aiken, we will be looking into the programme for government to guide us in relation to where we prioritise our funding. And it's obviously really important in terms of a number of the key targets that that our wastewater infrastructure is going to be underpinning in terms of delivering those things. And so I will and have been working with Executive colleagues. I have met specifically with the Infrastructure Minister in relation to what he is proposing to bring forward. And as an Executive collectively, we are looking at the issue of our wastewater infrastructure and how that we are able to invest in it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
I thank the Minister for her statement. Like others, I welcome the unpausing of the City Deal projects, but will the additional money allocated to the Executive in this budget be sufficient for it to meet its match funding obligations?
Minister.
Yeah, so the Executive has committed its funding allocation in relation to the City and Growth deals when the funding from the British Government was under question in recent weeks. I brought a proposal to the Executive to reaffirm our commitment to our proportion of that funding, and the Executive unanimously agreed that. Clearly, though, there are many challenges facing the Executive in terms of our capital budget, the same as with our resource budget, and so it will be for the Executive to collectively prioritise the capital projects that it wishes to take forward. But as I say, our commitment has been affirmed to the City and Growth Deals projects.
I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, in reply to my colleague Diane Forsyth, Minister, you clarified that you didn't think that any further Treasury support would be able to be availed from the voluntary and the third sector. Given the impact that employer rate national insurance contributions will have, that the rise in that will have on our businesses and our employers, I also think about GP surgeries. What further support can the Finance Minister here give in order to support GP surgeries who may well now be contemplating handing in their medical licences?
Minister.
And I heard some of the commentary over the weekend in relation to GP surgeries as well, and I would be happy to work with the Health Minister in relation to anything that he would be looking at to support those.
Thank you. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I add the thanks expressed to the Minister for her statement. Can I ask her as well what her assessment is of the removal of ring fencing from agricultural funding? And does she believe this funding should be protected given the importance of that sector to the Northern Ireland economy?
Minister.
And in advance of the budget statement, I had worked with the DAERA Minister to press upon Treasury the need for that fund and the need for it to continue to be ring-fenced, and also for an inflationary uplift, given that there had been no inflationary uplift over the previous couple of years. So, unfortunately, the amount that has been baseline does not include an inflationary uplift in the first instance, meaning there would be a further pressure on the Executive's resources. But obviously, the baselining of these funds means that it will now be for the Executive to decide how much funding that DAERA will receive. And this will obviously be weighed against other competing priorities. I think, however, all of us in this Assembly will recognise the importance of our agri-food, our farming sectors, and the need for them to be properly supported. And I am committed to working with the Agriculture Minister in relation to this particular issue, and have already spoken to him about it.
Thank you. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. On a slightly related note, it's just around the capital tax gains. You had spoken about how the belief was that only a small amount of large farms would be impacted by this, and that most small farms will be protected. First of all, is there any indication of what criteria will be used to differentiate between the two? And secondly, what engagement needs to happen to ensure that our farmers are protected with this change?
Minister.
So, as I indicated in my statement, and I think as have been kind of widely reported on over the days since the budget statement, Treasury have indicated that it will only impact on 500 agricultural estates across Britain and the north, and they have argued that it will ensure small family farms are protected. I think we need to see the proof of that. I think we need to understand the basis of those figures, and my officials have already been in contact with Treasury counterparts to try to get an understanding of that. They haven't been able to provide us with the specific figures for how many farms could potentially face a higher bill locally, but I'm clear, and again, I have spoken to the DAERA Minister in relation to agricultural property relief as well, that the changes cannot jeopardise our small family farms, and my officials will continue to engage with Treasury and DAERA colleagues to get a better understanding of what the change means and what the options available to farmers who may be impacted by it. And I think we need to understand how the allowances available compare to the typical value of farms here that are being passed down from generation to generation, and what the resultant tax bills might look like, and how the payments of those bills could be managed or profiled. But I think in the first instance, we need to get a better understanding of what the impact is, and how many farms are likely to be impacted, and who those people are.
I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, given that the budget was anything but austere, and there is some stability in the institutions here after a decade of chaos, would the Minister commit to working with the Department of Health to ring-fence funding for transformation so that we can address waiting lists where hundreds of thousands of people are on them, but also fix the system that put them on that list in the first place?
Minister.
And I think in my remarks I have recognised that there is additional funding for the executive, but I also have to emphasise that it will still be a challenging position for the executive to try to meet the pressures that is facing it both this year and into future years. And obviously we have still further work to do around our funding arrangements post 26-27. So I wouldn't get overly excited about us being flush with cash. I think that we have additional funding, certainly. I think that's very welcome, but there are still many challenges facing us as an executive. Of course, there is already a ring-fence budget for transformation. We have a £235 million pot that was part of the financial package that accompanied the restoration of the executive, and I have appointed an interim public sector transformation board, and they are currently assessing bids, and they come across from all departments, and I'm sure the Department of Health is reflected in those bids, and I am happy to work with the Health Minister in terms of how we can address the programme for government priorities, which include tackling waiting lists.
Thank you, Minister. I call Justin McNulty.
I welcome the unpausing of the city deals, which is obviously wonderful news for Armagh City and the environs. And I also recognise there are huge demands in health, education and infrastructure and housing. But does the budget announcement and all the extra cash facilitate any progress from the Executive on Kingsmill Park?
Minister.
Well, as the member will be aware, Kingsmill Park is an executive flagship project. It will be delivered. I think that we need to see the British Government honouring their commitment to a funding element towards that. And certainly I will be working with my executive colleagues in the immediate time ahead to ensure that we have progress in relation to the delivery of Kingsmill Park.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Like other members, I welcome the unpausing of the Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals. Minister, can I ask, using the existing Welsh model, can you outline what discussions you have had with the Chancellor to secure that Northern Ireland is funded to the level of need as defined by Professor Jerry Hotham? If these discussions haven't taken place, can you outline to the House why they haven't? They've been very beneficial to the Welsh Government and getting extra millions per year, and I trust that pushing this, Northern Ireland will receive the same.
Thanks, Timothy. Minister.
And I didn't catch the very start of the member's question, but I understand he's asking about discussions in relation to our level of need. And as part of the interim fiscal framework, which I signed on behalf of the Executive back in May, it codified a level of need at 124%. That's based on the work of the Fiscal Council, which had a range of levels of need, and the 124 was somewhere in the middle. Obviously, the Executive has clearly articulated that we believe that our level of need is above 124, and we are continuing the process as part of the final fiscal framework negotiations to pursue the evidence base that will be needed to be provided to support a higher level of need than that has been currently agreed. So that's work that is ongoing by my department, and we are working with other departments in terms of providing that additional evidence that we will use to negotiate with Treasury in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. For some time, mutualisation and privatisation have been wrongly touted as the solution to our very real water infrastructure and housing problems. Can you confirm whether the change to the borrowing rules for capital investment that you announced will mean there will be extra public money to properly fix our water infrastructure and they allow the Housing Executive to build homes on a proper scale again? Thank you.
Minister.
So the changes to the fiscal rules allow the British Government to borrow for capital investment in a different way, and we will have to wait and see essentially what additional money they decide to invest in capital infrastructure. I am hopeful that there will be additional investment. We have a little bit of additional capital funding for the next financial year, or 270 million more than we had anticipated that we would have. That's very welcome, but it doesn't go very far in terms of the huge pressures that there are in our wastewater infrastructure, and also the need to build more social homes. So we will, I suppose, need to see the outworkings of what those changes are going to mean and where that investment is going to be targeted.
Thank you, Minister. I call Claire Sugden.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, businesses in our constituency, and I expect right across Northern Ireland, are rightly concerned about the additional pressures that they're experiencing further to the HM Treasury's autumn budget. They're suggesting that more rate relief would be a great help, and you mentioned in a previous response that you are preparing proposals in terms of the short, medium and long term. Can the Minister give us any more detail in relation to that, and if she is proposing to reduce rates for small businesses?
Minister.
So I have proposals with the Executive at the minute in relation to a more strategic approach to our rating system, which will ensure that it's fair, it's progressive, it's equitable. That, to me, is really important, that our rating system actually supports what we're trying to achieve in terms of our economic vision, that it creates an economic environment that supports businesses to start up, to thrive, to grow, to thrive, to create jobs, and that all of the reliefs that are in place, that we are ensuring that they meet the policy objective that they were put in place to do, and that they're still achieving that. So I want to take a strategic look at that over the next number of years. It's obviously for the Executive to take a position on that, and so I can't preempt what they're going to say in relation to any particular measures that are proposed. But it is a piece of work that I think is really important, but taking it forward requires the cooperation of my Executive colleagues as well.
I call Robbie Butler.
Deputy Speaker, for your indulgence, and my apologies for not being here at the start of your statement. Minister, would the Minister agree with me that the Chancellor has potentially drastically underrepresented the scale of the problem for farmers in Northern Ireland, given that agricultural land in Northern Ireland is somewhere in the region of 20 to 30% more expensive than an agricultural land in GB? And also, would the Minister commit to working with the Department of Agriculture Minister in regard to a specific report which measures once and for all the food security implications here and the impact that the agricultural property relief will have on our farmers here in Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for his question, and I think, as I have responded to others in relation to this, we don't have the full detail or a full understanding of that, and my officials are engaging with Treasury officials to try to get a greater understanding in relation to who exactly is going to be impacted and how many farms here, and all of the questions that you have posed there as well. And as I mentioned to Mr Gaston in relation to the work that is being undertaken to support the negotiations in relation to our level of need, one of the elements, I suppose, of that work is the really important role that our farms and agri-food businesses here in the north play, not only to delivering food security for us, but for right across Britain as well. And I think that has to be part of those discussions. So that's work that's ongoing.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. Members take their ease, please.
Ready, Minister? Ready. Okay. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Can I call on the Minister to move the motion?
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit to this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek in today's debate the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024. The motion is that this order be approved. Article 2 of this order extends the provisions allowing courts and statutory tribunals in Northern Ireland to receive evidence wholly or in part using audio or video conferencing systems, but primarily video. These systems are commonly referred to as live links and facilitate the attendance of persons participating in any court or tribunal hearing remotely, where the judge is satisfied it is in the interest of justice, as opposed to the use of a video link being restricted for a specific witness or defendant with all other participants attending within the courtroom. This extension will allow us to maintain access to live links provisions that have proved to be an essential element of the toolkit for addressing the backlog of cases accrued during and since the pandemic to the 24th of March 2025. Members will recall from the debates on similar motions put forward for approval in March and May 2024 that we are planning to put in place new primary legislation while these extensions allow us to maintain efficacy in the system. Since the previous debate, we have published details of the proposed way forward for the future use of live links within a report available on the Department's website. The recognition by members in those debates of the clear need for these temporary provisions to be maintained, while my department continue to manage the effects from the pandemic within the criminal courts, especially at a time of scarce resources, is much appreciated. I share the concerns members have expressed about relying on emergency legislation and remain keen to have the new legislation in place as soon as reasonably practicable. I believe from the contributions of members in previous debates they recognise and accept the reality that there is no practicable alternative to continuing to rely on these provisions as a temporary measure while there are cases across the criminal justice system active for over 3 years. Both the length of time they have been before the courts and the time required still to complete them can in part be directly attributed to the actions required to be taken within the criminal courts in response to the pandemic. The Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime and nearly all of the 41 other respondents to the Department's 2023 engagement exercise supported continuing to extend these live links provisions. Their responses highlighted the multiple benefits, including reducing the impact on those involved in court proceedings when going through what is already a stressful event, avoiding children and their parents having to be in separate locations while waiting to give their evidence, saving time and resources, in particular for expert witnesses, while contributing to reducing the carbon footprint. The use of these provisions aligns with commitments made or reflected within the Victim Charter, and therefore I commend the approval of this order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Joanne Bunting.
Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for Justice and wish to declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Minister has already outlined the intention of the statutory rules, so members will have grasped the subject matter and I will not repeat. This is the third time that the current Committee for Justice has considered a statutory rule to extend these provisions, and the Committee's position has not changed. During the previous debates on motions to extend these provisions, I pointed out that the Committee had agreed to ask the Department for its views on whether the continued use of the powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020 was appropriate and proportionate in the post-COVID environment. At that time, the Committee also requested an update on the Department's plans to make a permanent provision for the use of audio and video links. As I said at that time, the Committee was advised that the Minister was satisfied that there remains a clear role for the continued use of the provisions in order to tackle the backlog of cases that have accrued during and since the pandemic, and that it may take until 2028 to clear without extra resources. The Department also advised that it was the Minister's intention to include provisions for the wider use of live links in the first Justice Bill of this mandate. The Committee was assured that reliance on the powers that are in the Coronavirus Act 2020 is therefore an interim arrangement. As the House will be aware, the Minister now plans to add the provisions for the wider use of live links by way of amendments at consideration stage. The Committee has concerns about this approach, and these concerns have been rehearsed elsewhere, so I will not focus on that issue now. For today's motion, as I stated at the beginning, the Committee's position remains the same. Most Committee members, if not all, are broadly supportive of the use of live links and agree that they should be a feature of our court system. The Committee considered the statutory rule at its meeting on the 24th of October 2024 and was content to recommend that it be approved by the Assembly subject to the Examiner's Statutory Rules report. At that same meeting, the Committee received an oral briefing from the Examiner's Statutory Rules. The Committee was advised that the Examiner was content with the rule and did not plan to draw it to the special attention of the Assembly, and that was confirmed in the Examiner's report, which was published the next day. And so on behalf of the Committee for Justice, I support the motion before us today. In my capacity as Justice Spokesman for the Democratic Unionist Party, I would reiterate that we too agree there is a need for such provision in the courts, and that whilst it is not ideal that these are now afforded by way of the extension of powers within the Coronavirus Act, we are aware that this will be addressed as the Justice Bill makes its way through the House. On that basis, we support the motion.
There is a clear purpose for the continued use of the provisions in terms of reducing the backlog in court cases that came about because of the pandemic. There is also, however, an important argument to be made that extending the provisions will allow vulnerable victims and victims of violent or sexual crimes to remain in a safe place and provide evidence in a non-intimidating environment rather than having to come face to face with their attacker in a courtroom. The reliance on the provisions of the 2020 Act will be an interim measure, as the Minister has already indicated that she will be including live links provisions in the departmental bill. The Justice Committee has agreed to recommend that the rule be approved by the Assembly, but there has been some concern from the committee members expressed that the Department will be bringing the provisions by means of an amendment to the Justice Bill at consideration stage. The committee has expressed the concerns of the Department about utilising this approach for such a substantive measure. But on balance, the extension of these provisions through the 2020 Act is advantageous because it meets a need and offers time for the Department to work with the Committee in sorting through the particulars of having the provisions included in the first departmental bill. So we support the motion.
But no, just to say that we obviously support the extension. We think it is important that this continues to run until we have time to consider the legislation to make it permanent.
I rise to support the extension of these provisions today as well. They are essential for the efficient and modern delivery of our public services, particularly in the courts. LiveLink facilities have significantly improved access to our courts, allowing vulnerable individuals, as others have said, to participate without facing the added distress of in-person attendance. However, it's also been noted that this is a temporary measure. It is essential, but it is just that, a temporary measure. The Justice Minister's forthcoming bill will provide a permanent and comprehensive framework for these provisions, embedding them into our justice system for the long term. It's therefore crucial that this bill passes through the House with due speed, ensuring the vital reforms are secured and established. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I urge the Assembly to support this order and indeed to prioritise the timely passage of the Justice Bill to ensure a fair and more accessible access to the justice system for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank members for their contribution on today's debate in this order. It is hopefully reassuring to the wider audience that we can achieve consensus within the Assembly for a common purpose, and that is to provide the best possible access to the justice system that we can afford within our budgetary pressures. Retaining availability of these provisions as a temporary measure benefit those who come into contact with or need to avail of our justice system by making use of technology where it meets the needs of the court and tribunal users, as well as being in the interests of justice. As no members have raised any questions, Mr Deputy Speaker, I simply wish to press on members the importance of passing this motion for approval today and of hopefully expediting work on the Justice Bill, which will allow these provisions to fall and us to rely on permanent alternatives.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, number 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024, be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the Assembly take its ease until then. Take your ease. Thank you.
I move to Ministers to the question for our questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Andy Allen. Minister.
Between 2019 and 2023, there have been 55 confirmed water pollution incidents in the East Belfast constituency. 2 instances were assessed to have a medium severity environmental impact. The other 53 were assessed as having a low severity environmental impact. The 2 medium severity incidents related to an eye water incident in 2019 and an agriculture incident in 2020. NEA issued a warning letter and claimed cost recovery in relation to the NI water incident, and a breach of cross-compliance regulations was progressed in relation to the agricultural incident. In respect to the 53 low-severity incidents, formal enforcement action is not normally considered. However, NEA will work with the polluter where identified to ensure that pollution is stopped and that action is taken to minimise the risk of reoccurrence. Of the 53 low-severity incidents, 10 had a domestic source, 15 an industrial source, 6 were related to NI water assets, and 1 was of an agricultural source. 21 low-severity incidents had a source classified as other, which may include pollution from oil spills, suspended solids from construction sites, paint washings or other miscellaneous sources.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the current enforcement powers and how effective he feels they are?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key challenge within my department is not so much in relation to the powers, it's within the resources to carry out investigations and to pursue prosecutions around that. And that's why I've reallocated some resources within my department in terms of NEA, in terms of their regulation and enforcement powers. Also, one of the issues arising is in terms of fines and penalties around environmental crime, and that's why we're taking forward with the Department of Justice a review of the sentencing framework in terms of environmental crime, and I think it's absolutely fundamental that we do that. Lastly, what I would emphasise to all members and the general public is if they're aware of environmental crime or pollution, to report it urgently to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's pollution hotline.
Anyone else?
Can you give us on the pollution reported at the Loop River in East Belfast earlier this year?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NEA received a report of pollution in the Loop River on the 31st of May 2024. The incident was classified as having a medium severity environmental impact. NEA water quality inspectors carried out an examination of the drainage system in the area with a view to identifying the source of the pollution. The covered nature of the drainage system curtailed the inspector's ability to definitively identify the source of a pollutant discharge to enable formal enforcement action to be taken. As part of the investigation, however, inspectors have worked proactively with the local company within the catchment, who have since introduced improvements in their working practices. Continuing monitoring of the waterway has shown that pollution discharge has now abated.
Trevor Clark.
Minister, for his answers thus far. Minister, you'll accept that many of us here, the polluter pays, and I think that's a good mantra to come out with in terms of the polluter. But of course that doesn't seem to extend to NI Water whenever they infringe the regulations. Indeed, in your own answer, you cited into Andy Allen there about 6 of those cases was NI Water. At what stage is your department and government going to get serious whenever it's a government department that's actually causing the pollution?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. He touches upon an important issue, which is in terms of the situation with regards to NI Water and how we regulate those from my department and from Northern Ireland Environment Agency. The key underpinning policy around that is SORPI, Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent. I've on the record of saying that's not fit for purpose. We need to call time on that. I've asked officials to review that, and that review will be concluded by the end of the year. And I think that's an important step towards dealing with these issues in terms of pollution from NI Water.
Minister.
I have previously made my desire to strengthen environmental governance within Northern Ireland and the importance of that, and I am fully committed to working on this. Officials previously provided me with an initial scoping paper which outlined current environmental governance arrangements and some options for strengthening it. This was an internal exercise for my consideration as part of policy development and was not for publication. Officials are continuing to progress work on ways to strengthen environmental governance, and I will provide a further update to the Assembly in due course. Any firm and final proposals to strengthen environmental governance will need to be brought forward to the Executive for consideration.
Mr Malone.
Much, Minister. And could I ask you, given that the announcement of the scoping exercise coincided with an SDLP motion, calling for the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency, which the Assembly supported. Have you, Minister, scoped the support of your executive college for such an independent agency?
Minister.
So I've started work in terms of strengthening environmental governance upon taking up office, and I asked officials to do that scoping study within the first few weeks of taking it up. The next step here is to look at what an independent environmental protection agency would look like, what its powers would be, and how it could actually improve the environment in Northern Ireland. And I'll be announcing next steps in the next number of weeks. As part of that, there will be a call for evidence to get different views on that, and I'll be engaging with my executive colleagues as part of that process, recognising that any legislation or any proposals to set up an independent environmental protection agency will require executive approval. So I will engage with the executive as part of that.
Robinson.
And thank the Minister for his questions, or for his answers. Could I ask the Minister if he could provide an assessment of the role of the Office of Environmental Protection?
Minister.
So the Office of Environmental Protection was set up as a result of us leaving the European Union, and it has a significant role and an important role, and I do value that. There's been a number of reports recently published, and they're obviously in the discourse, they've been in this chamber, but also in terms of the media. The issue is that that is one part of environmental governance landscape that has emerged post-EU exit, and we still don't have an independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland, and that's something we want to consider. But I value the Office of Environmental Protection, and I believe it's doing a good job.
John Blair.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister what contribution he believes an independent environmental protection agency could make to help environmental protection in general, as well as in the context of initiatives and plans he has already announced, such as the Lough Neagh plan?
Thank you, Mr Blair. I am keen to bring forward proposals to set up an independent EPA for consideration by the Executive. I want to explore models that would deliver improved and more independent environmental governance. Much has been said in the past by various individuals and groups about the lack of separation between DAERA and NEA's policy and regulatory roles, and the need for some degree of independence. It has been said that an independent environmental protection agency could deliver this and more, including improved public confidence in our governance arrangements and a reduction in environmental degradation. I do understand the concerns being raised around current arrangements and do see value in an independent environmental protection agency, and I also recognise the commitment in New Decade, New Approach. And I've made clear in the past my commitment to this, but we need to work this through to ensure we fully understand the issues and potential solutions to them. This is in a complex area and needs to be fully scoped out in terms of the changing environmental landscape in Northern Ireland.
Oliver Gildernew.
Number 3, please.
Minister.
The Environmental Improvement Plan was published on the 27th of September this year and is therefore too early to identify improvements in air quality when compared to targets and actions included in the plan. However, the Air Pollution in Northern Ireland 2023 report was published on the 3rd of October 2024 and demonstrates that legislative limit values, target values and air quality strategy objectives have been met for the majority of pollutants monitored in Northern Ireland in 2023. Further information and data from air quality monitoring stations is available on Air Quality NI website via the link which is airqualityni.co.uk.
Mr Gildernew.
Thank you. John Corlea. Minister, you know that I have engaged with you around significant issues in my constituency in the Granville and Killishall areas. A recent serious issue once again in Granville after hours, during which time no residents nor I could get any contact or communication about that, what was happening. So can I ask what additional resource you provided to NIA to allow them the capacity to deal with ongoing issues that plague my community in Granville and Killishall?
Minister.
So I am aware of the issues and I'm happy to respond to those. I would say there is resource pressures within my department around Northern Ireland Environment Agency and more generally in terms of environmental protection, and that's something I'll be seeking to address in terms of the budget for next year, because we need to support our environment alongside also farming, which we'll talk about no doubt today. The NEA continues to receive reports of odour relating to Granville Industrial Estate, particularly with respect of the Granville Eco Park, which is an anaerobic digestion plant. I'm aware of concerns from local residents, and my inspectors within NEA continue to work with the company and other permitted sites in the Granville Industrial Estate to see improvements in the control of potentially odorous emissions. My inspectors will continue to regulate the permitted installations in the Granville Industrial Estate to ensure permit conditions are complied with, and will take appropriate enforcement action in line with DAERA enforcement policy where necessary. Granville Eco Park Limited is working towards complying with an enforcement notice that NEA issued to the company on the 7th of March this year in relation to odours.
Justin McNulty.
Corley, I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Are the actions in the Environmental Improvement Plan sufficient to reduce the number of deaths caused by poor air quality in the north? And for context, these were recently estimated at 900 deaths per year.
I'm very conscious of those figures that you quoted, because there are individual lives that are being lost as a result of poor air quality in Northern Ireland. I will do whatever I can in my power, whether it's through the Environmental Improvement Plan or the Future Air Quality Strategy in Northern Ireland, to reduce those deaths and to improve air quality. But this does require a cross-departmental approach, because there's more than just my department that can contribute to this, and that's why I'm working with other executive departments in terms of the actions we can take to improve air quality.
Andrew McRae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Could I ask the Minister when the consultation on the Clean Air Strategy will be published?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I've set the policy direction for the strategy with my officials, and they are now progressing it. Some actions will be the responsibility of other departments, as I've outlined, and I will work with my ministerial colleagues to finalise this important cross-cutting strategy. It is my intention to publish the strategy for consultation as soon as possible. The pace of work may be impacted by competing resource pressures, but it is a priority. I've met with officials and we're seeking to progress it.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker.
Sir.
The high levels of nutrient and bacterial pollution in Belfast Lough have an impact on the marine life, particularly in the area inward of the line between Carrickfergus and Grey Point, known as the Inner Lough and Harbour. Within the inner regions of the loch, the marine life shows signs of pollution pressures. Shellfish grow well in this nutrient-rich area, but require cleansing before human consumption. Seaweeds and other plant life are at moderate status in the harbour area, improving to high status in the outer loch, with Ballymaccormack Point being the most biologically diverse sites in Northern Ireland. The sediment-dwelling organisms tend to be more resilient to nutrient pollution and are at good to high status, again improving as the distance from Belfast increases. Belfast Lough is a special protected area for a range of bird species, supporting greater than 10,000 birds during the winter months. Seabird populations in the UK overall are not in good status, and this is reflected in species like redshank and great crested grebe in Belfast Lough. However, other species like the bar-tailed godwit are in favourable condition and are stable favourable trends for breeding terns. A decline in seabird populations is likely to be due to a range of factors.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, scientists are providing evidence that the area of dangerously polluted water in Belfast Lough is expanding. It's having an adverse impact on water sports, bathing and on mussel production, with the annual tonnage of that down. Would the Minister agree with the assertion of a whistleblower to me who said that Belfast Lough has the potential to become the new Lough Neagh in the next 10 years?
Minister.
I'm very aware of the recent Northern Ireland Water Report, which is entitled The Story of Belfast Lough, and it paints a very concerning picture for all of us in terms of something which was within our constituency, but also for Northern Ireland. I have reflected upon this issue. I have read the report, and it is my strong view that if investment is not made quickly in wastewater infrastructure affecting Belfast Lough, I sadly feel that we're on course to Belfast Lough becoming our next Lough Neagh in terms of serious and substantial water quality breakdown.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Can the Minister outline to me what action your department is taking to improve the water quality in Belfast Lough, specifically for sea swimming, which, as the Minister knows, is very popular right across the North Down area, just to improve that water quality beyond satisfactory as it is, and maybe more in terms of testing and so on?
Minister.
Thank you.
So the role for my department is around the water quality testing. You just referenced that in terms of bathing water quality, and the recent report was outlined in relation to that. In terms of the pollution of our waterways, we have a number of contributing factors in Belfast Lough. It's largely in relation to wastewater infrastructure. That's something I continue to work with the Minister for Infrastructure on. I will continue to support his bids for funding in terms of any water, because we need to invest in that infrastructure so we can reduce the pollution around that. particularly in relation to my constituency in Ballyhone, for example. There's a piece of work being undertaken in conjunction with both my department, including AFBI, and also NI Water, to do some research in terms of what the contributing factors are. They possibly are in relation to agriculture, and there's a number of actions we're taking as a department to improve the water quality in Northern Ireland and reduce the impact from agriculture, and that will also be laid out very shortly in terms of our nutrients action programme and the consultation we're going to undertake in that regard, because that's a key measure to improve water quality.
John Egan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Could you please outline for us how much of a contribution wastewater infrastructure is having in relation to poor water quality in Belfast Lough?
So the issue in terms of wastewater infrastructure and the impact that it has upon our waterways more generally in Northern Ireland is about 24%. Obviously that will vary in different areas, but in terms of Belfast Lough it's quite substantial. We know there's a need for investment in the Kinniger wastewater treatment works in Hollywood, and that's a specific impact in terms of Belfast Lough, and it's critical that we invest in wastewater infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, there's a disconnect here between the seriousness of what's happening at Belfast Lough and the fact that you yourself have said it could be or will be the next Lough Neagh in terms of ecological breakdown, and the urgency or lack of urgency from the executive. And lots of people are concerned that the Lough Neagh action plan is more of an inaction plan. I acknowledge this is about wastewater investment. What are you specifically doing in terms of working with the Infrastructure Minister and others to make sure that this is dealt with expeditiously and it isn't simply about monitoring long-term plans and waffle, with the greatest of respect?
Minister. So there's a number of questions from the Leader of Opposition there. One's in relation to Lough Neagh and the other one's in relation to working with the Minister of Infrastructure in regards to wastewater infrastructure. I entirely refute the allegation that this is a Lough Neagh inaction plan. You'll know that there's many actions we're delivering from that, and they're coming out on a regular basis. And that is welcome from the work that's been done by my officials, but also working in conjunction with others, particularly within the agricultural community. And we're very much focused upon delivering that action plan, as we've been doing over the last number of weeks and months. In terms of working with the Minister of Infrastructure, I have a strong working relationship with him. This was recently discussed in terms of the need to invest in wastewater infrastructure at our last executive meeting, and it was agreed that we would have a specific discussion at a future executive meeting around this. There is additional capital funding which has been allocated as a result of the budget, which was announced last Wednesday, and it's for us as an executive to make decisions in terms of how to spend that, but it would be my strong desire to ensure that we prioritise wastewater infrastructure for capital investment.
Honourable Murphy.
Sir. As this House will be aware, following the Autumn Budget 2024 announcement last Wednesday, funding for agriculture, agri-environment and the wider rural economy will no longer be a ring-fenced addition to the Northern Ireland Block Grant. In addition, instead, future funding for agriculture and fisheries will now be considered as part of the Executive's budget for 2025-2026. My officials are still working through the detail, but I will be doing all I can to ensure that the agri-food sector continues to be supported. I am confident that all parties in the Executive are fully supported and care deeply about supporting our economically and socially significant agri-food sector. Moving forward, this funding will be essential in delivering my priorities of tackling climate change, protecting the natural environment and supporting a sustainable, resilient and productive agri-food sector.
Ms Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, given the vital role that rural development plays within our communities, why does rural affairs sit as the sixth ministerial priority within your 24-25 business plan?
Minister. So rural affairs is a priority for me, and that's something I've been spending time on. And I have a number of ministerial priorities, and one of them which includes rural affairs. That's something that we are progressing in terms of developing a new rural policy, and that's something we'll seek to be consulting about that in due course. I'm also doing efforts to see how we can restore funding for rural development. This was lost as a result of leaving the EU, and it's something I want to see how we can restore that. And that was in discussions I was with the Finance Minister on Thursday in relation to that. It's absolutely vital that we support rural communities and we reflect the needs of them today. I also want to speak a bit more in terms of the budget. The decision that was made for this funding for farming and fisheries no longer to be earmarked, and for that just to come as part of our block grant to Northern Ireland is a concern for me. I wish to see that funding alongside rural development to be ring-fenced for Northern Ireland, because we need to protect those communities, and that's something I'll be working with my executive colleagues on to secure that. This funding was earmarked up until the end of March of next year, and it's important that we provide certainty going forward, and that's something I'm quite keen to do.
Jill McElveen.
groups thus far. Can I ask the Minister if he'll be joining with the UFU and the NFU at the rally in Westminster on the 19th of November to show solidarity with our farmers?
I'll check my diary in relation to this, but I want to comment a wee bit in terms of the issue you've raised, which is in terms of the inheritance tax and agricultural property relief. This was a bad budget for farmers, and one of the biggest issues around this is that decision in terms of agricultural property relief. Northern Ireland will be disproportionately affected as a result of that, and I'm meeting the Secretary of State today and will be raising the issue with him and asking for a rethink in relation to this. We need to provide succession planning for farming in Northern Ireland so we can encourage the young people into farming, but also ensure the future success of family farms in Northern Ireland. And this move in terms of inheritance tax has severe impacts in terms of inhibiting that generational renewal, and is actually causing quite a lot of angst and concern within the farming community of Northern Ireland today.
Colin McGrath.
Given the recent announcement about the funding no longer being ring-fenced, is the Minister concerned that there will now be a competitive edge for farming in the south, and what might you be able to do to try and address that?
Minister.
So there already is a disparity in terms of agriculture north and south, in terms of the budget settlements and the investment that is being made. Some of this is frankly the outworkings of Brexit, where Northern Ireland is no longer part of the European Union, where down in the Republic of Ireland the Common Agricultural Policy still applies and there is funding set aside for this. I can't resolve that. But what I can do is make a case for Northern Ireland to my executive colleagues and also to the UK Government. I also am in strong engagement with ministers in the South around the issues that they're facing and how we can replicate some of the issues that they're doing. So we've had good discussions in terms of sheep support and the scheme that they've been rolling out in the South and how we can try to replicate that in the North. I'll do all I can as Minister to support the farming community in Northern Ireland within the resources I have.
Sir.
For Lough Neagh, like many water bodies across the globe, the primary environmental problem which leads to the growth of blue-green algae is excessive enrichment of waters with nutrients, specifically phosphorus and nitrogen. We know that the main contributing factors of this enrichment are agriculture and wastewater for both treatment works and septic tanks. The REFOS project, led by AFBI Institute, was completed in 2020 and attributed to sources of excess phosphorus entering the water environment in Northern Ireland as 62% from agriculture, 24% from wastewater treatment works and 12% from septic tanks. Provisional Lough Neagh Pacific data, which AFBI prepared for the Lough Neagh report, indicates a similar pattern, estimating that 56% of the total phosphorus load reaching the loch is from the agricultural sector, 31% from wastewater treatment works, 1% from septic tanks and 12% from other diffuse pollution, which is forestry and urban. However, these figures have not yet been finalised and further work is underway to do that, with outputs expected for release in January 2025. My department's Chief Scientific Advisor's Office is working with senior science representatives from AFBI, DAERA's Environment, Fisheries and Marine Group, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, Northern Ireland Water, Queen's University and Ulster University to oversee a joined-up programme of further scientific work for Lough Neagh. This includes the development of a Lough Neagh science platform and the development and validation of models to apportion nutrient loadings from agriculture and non-agricultural sources at river catchment and sub-catchment level. Further information on source apportionment and the caveats associated with the estimates for the contribution by different sectors to nutrient pollution is contained in Annex B of the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, isn't it a farce that many inside this House and outside continue to point the finger at our main industry, when the truth is, and you've just outlined it today, a significant part of the problem is coming from Stormont departments? Does Stormont not need to get its own house in order before lambasting and blaming the agricultural sector?
So I've been repeatedly on the record that I'm not involved in blame games. That's not where you're going to find me in relation to that. And I also don't believe in some of the language that's been used in recent months around this, because we need to work together to address these issues. We do need to invest in wastewater infrastructure, but we also need to take a better approach to enforcement around environmental crime, and that's why, working with the Department of Justice, we're going to be reviewing the fines and penalties around environmental crime, because we need to provide sufficient deterrent around that. We also need to have sufficient resources, and that's what's key around my budget for next year, so that we can do the regulation, investigation and enforcement activities associated with this. I'm clearly of a view that any polluter in Northern Ireland should be treated the same, and that's why I'm reviewing the Statement of Regulatory regulatory principles and intent associated with Northern Ireland Water, because I think it's absolutely key that we do that and we treat everyone fairly in Northern Ireland around these issues, and that's something you're not going to find me wanting on. We do need to invest in wastewater infrastructure, and that's why I continue to support John O'Dowd in his bids for funding around that. You might find it strange that one minister is calling for another minister's department's budget to be increased, but that's the kind of person I am.
Declan McAleer.
Concordia. Minister, you recently introduced a number of small business research initiatives. In what ways do you believe that they could, in some ways, help address the issues at Loughney?
So we have been doing a number of small business research initiatives. One's been taken forward by the UK Space Agency, quite significant level of interest in relation to that, and that's about monitoring blue-green algae. The other one's in terms of the being able to tackle and potentially reduce the blue-green algae blooms within Loughney. We announced a number of suppliers around that most recently, and we will see how that works out over time ahead, because it is about research around that, and we're doing further launch of that tomorrow with First Minister and Deputy First Minister, hopefully. The other one's in terms of sustainable utilisation of slurry. And this is something I'm quite strongly supportive of and very passionate about. This is about moving from viewing slurry as waste to being a resource. And we've been pointing a number of suppliers. It was up in Tobermore most recently, and it was also around in O'Donnell with Blacks and Houston around that. And this is about moving a situation where we can export the excess we have around this to other parts of the world, and we can also then generate electricity from this. I think that's a really, really positive thing, and I want to thank my officials for progressing these SBRI initiatives, because they're very, very positive.
Donald Holland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. We know that the loch is central to so many communities around it. How are you engaging with those local communities in an effort to tackle water quality issues affecting Loughney?
Minister.
So the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and my department delivered 3 Loughney outreach events in October 2024 around the loch shore to provide members of the public and other interested parties with information and guidance on blue-green algae. The events provided the opportunity for local stakeholders to see the ongoing work that has been delivered around the Loughney catchment. DAERA and Northern Ireland Environment Agency will continue to work closely with local stakeholders, including the Loughney Partnership, Rivers Trust and local angling clubs who are in the eyes and ears of our rivers and can pick up on issues and opportunities to improve water quality. A close working relationship with my department is of mutual benefit as we strive to improve water quality in Loughney and in Northern Ireland. In addition, I am pleased to report in the next few months I will be chairing the first quarterly Loughney Stakeholder Forum. This forum will play a crucial role in progressing our next steps by enabling diverse, valuable input and communication pathway as the implementation of the action plan is progressed. I want to say in closing that I was at one of those events, which is in Glenavy, which I've referenced, and the turnout was fantastic, and it was really good to see different people working together around these issues.
Carl Hunter.
Minister, the presence of this algae devastated businesses within my constituency to the point of closure. They've yet to receive any compensation. Can I ask what enforcement action, if any, has been taken against the departments and agencies responsible for these pollutants?
Minister.
So, I'm happy to speak to the member after this in terms of the specifics of the issues around that, because we need to give you a detailed response around this. We do have an enforcement policy within the department, and key to that is for people to report those issues urgently to us. And one of the other issues is that we want to ensure that the fines and penalties are appropriate to that, and that's something we're reviewing.
John McKellan. Minister.
My special advisor left her post on the 13th of August 2024. The member will appreciate it would not be appropriate to comment further on what is essentially a confidential HR process.
Minister. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, is it not unusual for a special advisor to only want 1 week's notice, or was her swift exit due to another position she may have been pursuing?
Minister.
This was not unusual.
Donny Donnelly.
Question 8, please.
A wide range of actions are being progressed. The Nutrients Action Programme is the key measure to control nutrient pollution from agricultural sources and improve water quality, and includes a wide range of measures on storage, spreading and management of slurry, manures and chemical fertilisers. The Nutrients Action Programme, or NAP, is currently being reviewed, and a public consultation and proposals for the updated NAP will be launched in early 2025. My department is also developing an ammonia strategy to deliver reductions in emissions in agriculture. I wish to seek additional views on the proposed mandatory ammonia reduction measures in the ammonia strategy, including the use of low-emission slurry spreading equipment, otherwise known as LESE, as part of the NAP consultation process. In October 2024, my department awarded contracts worth £4 million each to 2 companies in Northern Ireland as part of the Phase 2 of Sustainable Utilisation of Slurry Small Business Research Initiative. The project seeks, by the end of Year 3, to remove and export at least 1,000 tonnes of phosphorus per year from livestock manures that are applied on the land in Northern Ireland. The launch of the SULS Phase 2 delivers in Action 10 of the Loughney Action Plan.
Thank you. We now move to topical questions to the Minister and call Patsy McGlone.
Minister, could I ask, just in light of the recent announcements around the inheritance tax and the implication of that inheritance tax for particularly family farms, could I ask if your department is taking specific advice around what those implications are likely to be for active family farm businesses?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and it's an important question, and this is what Question Time is about. It's about what affects people in Northern Ireland. And the limitation in terms of the £1 million on agricultural property relief does bring a considerable amount of Northern Ireland farmers into the scope of inheritance tax. It's impossible to precisely determine the number of farms affected, but around 1/3 would be in a reasonable estimate from the data, and also much higher within the dairy sector at potentially 75%. Northern Ireland has some of the highest agricultural lands in the UK and Ireland. In 2023, the Irish Farmers Journal survey showed that agricultural land was selling in Northern Ireland at an average value of £13,794 per acre. This is a potential impact around Northern Ireland. It is going to have a significant impact in Northern Ireland, and I'm meeting the Secretary of State today, and I'll be asking for a rethink in relation to this. We will do all what we can within our department to enable and encourage succession planning, but this is causing real concern in Northern Ireland.
Mr McGlone.
Thank you for that, Minister. What I was thinking more specifically was in terms of the professional advice that would be required, say, from the likes of accountancy practices and that, so that you are best armed when you go to meet the likes of the Secretary of State or indeed the Chancellor, to make a case best to the Chancellor. Would you consider that as well, please? Because this has been raised, it's creating a lot of emotional turmoil among some farming families.
Minister.
So I have to focus on what the values of my department is around this, but I have spoken to the President of the Ulster Farmers Union about this, and I think we need to work together in this matter. Obviously, they'll commission their own research in relation to this, and I think that will be very valuable in terms of the case we can make in Northern Ireland. And let's hopefully together within this chamber and wider society, we can make the case to the UK government around this.
Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister as well. And in the same vein, in response to the member from Mid-Ulster, you talked about succession planning. Indeed, is that not another name for people getting rid of their farms? Because many of these farmers are not actually profitable, and the inheritance tax will mean that they're carving up their farms and they're not viable. So can you explain more what you mean by succession planning, Minister?
So the department recently launched the Farming for Generations programme, which is whereabouts you proactively manage the succession of your farm. And unfortunately, there is instances where people pass away, and it's difficult then to pass the farm on for it to be successful in the future. We don't want that. We want to see family farms in Northern Ireland to be successful, and that's where we need to plan for the future. My department, as part of that programme, will be assisting people in relation to this. There's more we need to do, particularly in light of this very significant announcement from the UK government to enable that. For example, inheritance tax is not paid if you pass it on, but you don't pass away within 7 years, and that's something that obviously will come into play if this decision continues to proceed, and that's something we will work with the farming community in terms of helping them the journey ahead. This is a significant issue. I'll do all I can within the department to assist people around this.
I hear what you say, Minister, and I think their first example is probably less of a case in terms of farmers not transferring their land in a timely manner. However, has any consideration been given? Even indeed your answer to the Mid-Ulster representative was 75%, which is actually higher than the estimate that Rachel Reeves used in Westminster last week. So can your department do more scoping out of the impact this will actually have? Because what we fear in this side of the chamber, and I'm sure others will fear the same, This is going to decimate farming in Northern Ireland. It's not a case of paying the inheritance tax. It's going to decimate the farms. There's not going to be farms in Northern Ireland. Or is this another way to get rid of the farmers?
Minister.
So my department's done some initial analysis in relation to this. You're probably aware, obviously this announcement was on Wednesday and we're digging through the details in relation to this. The analysis we've done around that, I'm happy to place that in the library and hopefully that will help people around this because we're dealing with an evolving picture. You know the situation in terms of what the UK government are outlining in relation to this. We're working through the data around this and the different thresholds that are in place, and we'll do what we can to do that. I've engaged with the Finance Minister in terms of sharing the information that we have to aid her in this case, because obviously primarily this is a relationship between the Department of Finance and Treasury. I am very keen to see the success of family farms in Northern Ireland. They're a bedrock of our countryside. It's important that we support them. I'm on the side of farmers. I'm going to do whatever I can to support them through this. Our executive needs to come together with me in terms of ring fencing the future budget around farming, fisheries and rural development. That's one key measure that we can hopefully take a decision upon that shortly, which will give an element of reassurance. But these decisions in terms of inheritance tax and agricultural property relief are bad. This is a bad budget for farmers, and we need to do all we can together to try to address those concerns.
Sorry. Minister, I'm just in terms of the... I'm so sorry. Just in terms of the peatlands in Garran Park, between East Antrim and North Antrim, could you give an update on the progress of that, please?
Minister.
No problem at all, Shan. So peatlands are quite important to me, and I was up recently at the Caffrey Hill Farm to see the work that was being done in relation to peatland restoration. But what more, rather than just doing the work at the Hill Farm, we're progressing a peatland strategy for Northern Ireland. And this peatland strategy will provide a framework to guide the conservation, restoration and management of semi-natural peatland habitat in Northern Ireland. Peatland restoration will play a key role in Northern Ireland meeting its net zero commitments, providing a nature-based solution to reduce carbon emissions, reduce carbon and also to support climate resilience. The publication of the peatland strategy it will be subject to executive approval and is a priority for my department, and I'd be delighted to visit any peatland within your constituency and to see the good work that's occurring within North Antrim.
Apologies, Minister. I was genuinely so engrossed in what you were talking about in terms of our farmers and the issues that are coming up. I would love to invite you, Minister, and I'll be in touch with your department for a meeting with Garran Plateau, and I want to thank you for the work that's been done on the peatlands so far.
Minister.
I'm glad to accept that invite. In terms of farmers, I think it is important because what we're talking about here is people's livelihoods, and it's causing real concern for people. And it's a concern for me because this budget was like a bolt from the blue in terms of that decision, and then also then removing the earmarking of the funding. And clearly the UK government is doubling down on that. But we've got an issue in terms of farmers being the custodians of our countryside. I want to work with people, but if we don't have those farmers, we're not going to have those custodians of the countryside. And that's why I think all of us are collectively concerned around the issues around this, and hopefully we can work together. Because the ultimate success of this Assembly and this Executive is how we can work together.
Mr
Speaker, Minister, from ongoing correspondence I've had with you since taking up your post as DAERA Minister, I've no doubt you will have familiarised yourself with the Roger Shannon case, a case which has saw a farm business in the past few years to date receive excess of £3 million based on an alleged fraudulent claim. Can you therefore advise why to date you or your department have not handed this case over of such magnitude and public interest to Deloitte for a full, thorough, independent investigation?
Minister.
I'm aware of the correspondence that the member sent to me, but also to officials around this. I'd be reluctant to comment upon this within the Assembly. What I will give a commitment to do is I will review that correspondence again, but I believe the decisions that my department have taken to date on that are correct.
Mr Buchanan.
Again, and Minister, James Corrigan, the Deputy Chief Inspectorate of Criminal Justice, advised that this case should be handed over to Deloitte. Why then has that advice been ignored, and why on 2 occasions since taking up office have you refused to meet me on this particular case?
Minister.
I've outlined in terms of that correspondence my response to this. I understand the members' concerns around what is a very historic case. I will personally review it again in response to your questions around this, and I will write back to the member further to that. But I have corresponded extensively with you on what is a specific case that I understand your concerns around it, but also I have to respect due process.
Speaker and Minister, representing an area like South Down with large open spaces and rural areas, there's a huge demand to maximise the opportunities in planting trees. So I just wanted to ask around forestry grants and the administration of them. Where the season for tree planting is limited to November to March each year, the change in times of administration of these grants presents many challenges, with the current scheme only open in October and closing on the 11th of November. Would the Minister commit to reviewing the administration of these and the timeliness?
So I'm aware of this ongoing issue, and I'm meeting Lord Elliott, so the previous chair of the DAERA committee is not going away, you know. I'll be meeting him tomorrow in relation to these issues, because we do need to get the grants out on time. I'm concerned about the delays that occurred in the last financial year, and I'm quite keen that we get these out as soon as possible. And what I'll do is further to the meeting tomorrow and my engagement with officials in this matter, because it is a concern for me. We do need to get these grants out. I will update the member in regards to this, because it's important that we have that support out and we meet the planting season, and we also meet our afforestation targets in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and his commitment on this. Due to the uncertainty that this causes within the industry, would you be committed to taking a review of whether a multi-year budget package for forestry grants is a way forward?
Minister.
Yes, this is something I talked recently with relevant organisations. And it's something I would wish to do. We need to obviously have a discussion with the Finance Minister around this, but a multi-annual budgeting around this would be absolutely fantastic, because it would allow us to plan for the future. And that's something that now you've raised it with me, you're giving me more strength in my argument.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the third Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Plan?
Sir.
So we are progressing the third climate adaptation plan, easy for me to say, engaging with executive colleagues on that. Alongside that, we're also looking to set our first carbon budgets and then also introduce our first climate action plan. These are absolutely critical interventions that we need to make for Northern Ireland. I engage regularly with businesses, and they're very clearly on the road to net zero. Had a very positive meeting with Belfast Harbour on Friday, and their commitments to tackling climate change and investment in terms of decarbonisation is there, and we as government need to match that ambition by so many in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his response. I agree that these are critical interventions. Can I ask how this action can be done in a just and fair way?
Minister.
So I am firmly committed to just transition. I made a bid via the Department of Finance to the UK Government for a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, and that was not met last week as part of the budget, so I will be engaging with my executive colleagues in terms of that funding for next year. But whatever we do in terms of around climate change, we need to work with people, and we need to be able to deliver that in a fair and meaningful way. And that's about practical issues such as, for example, energy efficiency in the home. We need to be able to support people who are being pushed into fuel poverty and address that. We also need to do that in terms of agriculture, so that we support farming in its road towards net zero. It's absolutely key, and I'll be making further announcements about this next week.
Alan Robinson.
Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the high volume of residents in Ballykelly who are being bitten by what has been described as mosquito bites?
Minister.
I am concerned around this. I know that my department has received correspondence and is considering this. I would, at the first instance, encourage people to consult their general practitioner and the health officials around this. Obviously, it's a public health issue around that. I know my department is looking at the issue, and I know the concerns around it.
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can you clarify if you have had any discussion with Northern Ireland Water, or your department has had any discussion with Northern Ireland Water, to ask if the reed bed installation in 2021-22 at Walworth and Ballykelly may in any way be contributing to the exacerbation of mosquitoes in the Ballykelly area?
Minister.
So I'm not personally aware of any discussions. I'm not saying that they haven't occurred. So what I'll do is make inquiries today, and we'll write back to you by the end of the week.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, can you give the House your assessment of the contribution of wastewater infrastructure to water quality issues in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
So the lack of investment in wastewater infrastructure in Northern Ireland has had a severe impact in terms of water quality. It's contributing to about 24% of the issues in Northern Ireland, and that's why we need to invest in those areas. The lack of investment in wastewater infrastructure is not just holding back house building and economic development, it's also damaging our environment, and that's why we need to collectively work together on how to address this issue.
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, would you agree with me that the separation of grey and foul water is an important aspect in terms of developing that infrastructure?
Minister.
And the developments that are being taken forward by the Minister for Infrastructure in that respect.
Conor Egan.
Minister, could you please outline what steps you'll be taking to improve bathing water quality in Belfast Lough?
Minister.
So the steps I'm taking forward are multifaceted. One is in relation to working with the Minister for Infrastructure and Wastewater Infrastructure, which is a key issue from question time today. The other issue is in relation to river basin management plans. We're reviewing those in terms of the current ones and also taking into account the report from the Office of Environmental Protection. And the other issue is in terms of Nutrients Action Programme in terms of agriculture. So there's multiple areas that we're taking around this, but I'm reliant upon others to deliver the water quality for Northern Ireland, and I'll be focused upon regulation and enforcement for those who pollute our waterways.
Thank you. That brings to conclusion questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We now move to the Minister for Communities, and I call Mark Durkin.
Mr Speaker, question 1.
Minister.
A quality impact assessment on the reduction in the rate support grant.
Mr Durkin.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I blame the Business Office for the question. My initial question that I will now ask as a supplementary was actually on the independent review of rate support grant, as I understand, commissioned by the Minister from Business Consultancy Service. Is that there's been a drastic cut in rate support grant. It's gone from £20 million to under £5 million over 15 years. But does the Minister recognise the role of rate support grant in tackling regional inequality, and will the Minister make the case at the Executive to restore and ring-fence this vital piece of funding?
Minister.
Well, first of all, the member mentions the review. He'll understand that that is ongoing. I expect that to be completed in mid-November 2024. Obviously, I, as Minister, will do all that I can to seek as much resource as I can for my department in all of the areas that are affected by that. In terms of regional balance, it'll be up to the councils themselves to decide where that money is spent, but instead of it being a regional balance issue, it's about a wealth versus need issue. That's what the rate support grant seems to or tries to support, and certainly I'll do all that I can to make sure that I get the necessary resources for everything within my department, including local government.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you confirm that when this review is completed, will you define what essential services are within councils to ensure that they can provide those if there is a reduction?
Minister.
Well, I don't think that definition lies with me, but if there are specific issues that she thinks that I need to take on board as part of the outcome of the review, I'd be happy to do that.
Kingston.
I wish to ask the Minister, what is his assessment of the impact on Section 75 groups regarding the future of rate supports grant?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the councils have informed us that the money that comes from the rate support grant is used in, quote, assisting all their ratepayers' rate bills. Therefore, in terms of policy impact of some of the Section 75 categories, the level of impact by DFC is either considered minor or no impact because it affects everybody in the same way. It's not for specific groups.
Ciara Ferguson.
Minister, given that the 7 councils are rural by nature, did the Minister conduct a rural needs assessment in relation to the reduction of the rate support grant? Thank you.
Minister.
So, as I mentioned in my previous comment, the funding, as I understand it, is not used for those purposes. It is used to support all ratepayers, so I don't believe that has been carried out. But that review is being done. That will be with me shortly, and I, of course, will take on board all of the issues that have been raised in it.
Crawford.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, this is an issue for the Housing Executive, and the Chief Executive has advised me that they do not record data by parliamentary constituency, but rather by local government district. During 23-24, I can inform the member that the Housing Executive received 1,288 homeless presentations within Mid and East Antrim and a further 1,110 presentations within the Causeway Coast and Glens local government district.
Mr Crawford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer thus far. The Minister will be aware that homelessness is not confined to the hours of 9 to 5. Can I ask the Minister to outline what measures he has taken to prevent homelessness and safeguard the out-of-hours service provided by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive?
Well, the member's absolutely right. Obviously, this is a decision that the Housing Executive have taken, and I'm sure it is not one that they want to have taken. From my point of view, what am I doing? I want to do everything I can to make sure that homelessness is brief, it's rare, and it's non-recurrent. I want to make sure that the funding that is available to us is used, where possible, to prevent homelessness in the first place. And that is the goal that I have set. We are spending considerable sums of money in temporary accommodation provision. I want to see more of that money spent on homelessness prevention.
All for it.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister, will he outline what services are currently provided in Northampton to tackle homelessness?
Yes, there are a range of services that my department and the Housing Executive offer in order to support the prevention of homelessness. We also have voluntary sector hostel accommodation for single households and families, refuges for victims of domestic abuse, single-lets and dispersed temporary accommodation. The Housing Executive is the commissioning body for supporting people schemes and makes decisions on the location of schemes in consultation with relevant partners. And I can confirm to the member that across Mid and East Antrim there are 84 units across 7 supporting people homeless schemes, 133 single lets and 37 units of Housing Executive hostel or dispersed temporary accommodation. In Causeway Coast and Glens there were 25 units in 2 supporting people homeless schemes, including a voluntary sector hostel for single households and a refuge for victims of domestic abuse, 40 single lets and 28 units of Housing Executive hostel or dispersed temporary accommodation.
Honourable Holland.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I recently met with Bernardos, who deal with children who are leaving care and who have experience of homelessness. Are there any additional supports that the department can be putting in place, particularly around working with the Northern Trust or other health trusts, with the knowledge that those young people will be leaving care and will be entering into potentially a homeless situation?
Minister.
Well, this is a very important issue, and overall when we deal with homelessness it does require a whole of government approach, because the reasons for homelessness are varied and complex, and we know that young people leaving care or people with mental health or addiction issues are more likely to face homelessness. So to prevent and to resolve homelessness we will take a collective joined up approach across departments and statutory agencies. My department leads on the development and oversight of the Interdepartmental Homelessness Action Plan, and we chair the Homelessness Strategy Steering Group, which includes the Departments of Health, Justice and Education, statutory agencies and the voluntary sector.
Timothy Galston.
Much, Mr Speaker. Minister, there was a housing development completed in summer 2023 by Choice Housing in George Street in Ballymena. That was designed to be for one-bedroom general needs properties. Does your department have any oversee for the change from general needs to emergency accommodation that has been allowed to happen in that block of flats? Why I asked, Minister, is that 18 months on, them flats are still vacant, but their homeless rates going up through the roof. Have you any oversight to ensure that these flats are open for people so they can get off the streets and into housing that can support their needs?
Minister.
Well, I'm certainly happy to find out further information on the specific issue that the member raises, but he will be aware that commissioning decisions for supporting people services are a matter for the Housing Executive, which is the commissioning body for the programme. I understand that the Living Rivers Trust, currently located on Linnenhall Street in Ballymena, is funded through the Supporting People programme to to provide that short-term accommodation-based support for single homeless males. And following initial conversations with Lighthouse, Choice Housing Association approached the Housing Executive in late 2022 with a proposal to change the designation of the George Street property, which was nearing completion, from general needs accommodation to supported accommodation with provision for clients experiencing homelessness and related issues. The Housing Executive was supportive of this proposal, as having reviewed the activity of the pipeline schemes and proposals from housing associations within the Ballymena area. They were satisfied that this aligned with identified need, and they say that this enabled the Housing Executive to maximise support across different need groups and look favourably on the opportunity being presented to address unmet priority homeless provision in Ballymena. That is the information I have on this at the moment, but if I do have a further update, I'm happy to provide the member with that.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, could the Minister tell me how many times the Homeless Strategy Steering Group has met since he took up office? And during that time, how many have presented as homeless, citing loss of private rented accommodation as the reason?
Minister. I hope the member understands that I don't have those figures at my disposal, not right now, but I, of course, will be happy to write to him with that information.
William Irwin.
Question number 3, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, I have been briefed by officials on the proposed listing of Marlborough House, and they have shared with me the proposed listing report and its case for special interest in architectural and historical terms, and this is the relevant statutory test. My officials have also advised that an independent report was commissioned from a heritage architect by the Department of Finance, the owners of Marlborough House, to consider the Department's proposal to list. This reviewed the Historic Environment Division's report and did not dispute any of the claims. Senior officials in DOF have made officials in my department aware that DOF intends to vacate the building and dispose of the site in early 2026. DOF has also made DFC aware that the listing of Marlborough House might, in their view, have a detrimental impact either on the future viability of the site for use by another public sector body, or on any potential sale of the building should it come in to the open market. My department has met with the Department of Finance and with councillors from Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Council, and extended the listing process to allow time for this. In the interest of maintaining the neutrality of listing decisions, the established practice in DFC and its predecessor departments since 1974 is that the senior official makes a final determination of a listing proposal.
Mr Irwin.
Can I thank the Minister for his response? Can I ask the Minister, if Marlborough House is listed, does that mean it cannot be demolished?
Even if the building is listed, that does not mean that it cannot be demolished. All planning applications related to listed buildings are determined by the local council. They assess the merits of the building's special architectural or historic interest against current planning policy. My department will be a statutory consultee in the planning process, but ultimately that will be a decision for the council to make.
Gary Carroll. Mr.
79.
Mr Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. It's been reported that the LCC, who you and the Education Minister met recently, have raised their opposition to Ní Scoil na Síolta in East Belfast. Given the ongoing intimidation, attacks and the whipped-up sectarianism against the school and those who use it, will you take this opportunity to condemn the hate and welcome the school in East Belfast?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I can't answer questions on behalf of the Department for Education. Of course, wherever it takes place, if intimidation is happening, regardless of the situation or scenario, you'll find that I will always condemn that. But this was not an issue that was raised with me during the meeting that he refers to, because it doesn't fall within the remit of the Department.
Sport, as you know, plays an important role in building community cohesion. I'm advised that East Belfast GAA wrote to you on the 18th of September requesting to meet, but have still not received a response. What actions are you taking to urgently meet with East Belfast GAA to demonstrate your support in the face of ongoing intimidation in East Belfast?
Well, let me again reiterate my opposition to any intimidation whatsoever, wherever it comes from. It's absolutely wrong. It shouldn't happen, and I and my party have been categorical on that matter. If there's anything that I can do to assist, I would be happy to do so, and I'm more than happy to look again at the invitation that was sent. I don't remember that particular invite. You'll be aware that I've got over 700 invitations, but I'm more than happy to look at that again. But I think that we can all be clear around this House that intimidation is wrong and there should be no place for it in our society.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Minister. You mentioned in your first answer how many groups you haven't been able to meet yet. Could you outline to the House how many groups you have met in your time in office?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have so far accepted 395 invitations from various organisations, individuals in that come under the remit of my department. I think it is important that we put that on record because there has been a lot of controversy in relation to this over the last number of weeks. It is not possible for me to meet everybody. Sometimes there are diary clashes. Sometimes they're not the responsibility of the department. Sometimes it's more appropriate to meet with officials in the first instance. But I will say this. Meetings are important. I continue to carry out my functions in that regard. However, I believe that action is what is most important of all. Getting things done for the people that we represent, and I'm pleased with the record that I have in this department. We have been able to make significant progress along a number of different lines within my department's responsibility. In terms of housing, we're bringing forward the housing supply strategy. We've achieved a standalone commitment in the programme for government for housing, the first time that's ever happened, using financial transactions capital for intermediate rent and for move-on accommodation for homeless people, more money for supporting people. We've put the housing executive revitalisation on the agenda, and we're pushing forward with private rented sector regs. The Northern Ireland Football Fund lay dormant for years. We're now making progress on that. I ensured we had an Olympic celebration that was worthy of the success of our athletes. We're moving forward in terms of easing charity regulation. We're bringing forward a sign language bill that I've received executive approval for. We've set up the USNI Cultural Working Group, passed the Defective Premises Act, bringing forward an anti-poverty strategy and bringing forward a new approach to heritage, culture and creativity. The meetings are important, actions what matter, and we're actually getting things done in this department.
Carol Hunter.
Minister, recently at an APG, women's groups voiced that they were saddened that they haven't had the chance to meet you yet. I understand that given that you're a minister, your diary is tight for time, but would you ever consider publishing a criteria by which you decide on how to take a meeting?
Minister.
No, I wouldn't, because I don't think that would be a good use of time. I have given examples of why sometimes meetings can't happen. In regards to some of the social inclusion strategies, I've made it clear that I wanted to set out our way forward before we committed to different meetings. Remember, of course, that many of these co-design groups have already been set up and have contributed so far. But I am happy to compare my record of meeting with different groups, and very broad groups, representative of people from right across Northern Ireland. I've accepted almost 400 invitations. I will continue to do as much as I can, but more importantly, I will actually do the work of delivering for people in Northern Ireland.
Here, here. Conor Bradshaw. Sir.
Mr. Speaker, work is progressing on the development of the Executive's Irish language strategy. Owing to the cross-cutting nature of the strategy, a cross-departmental working group of senior officials from executive departments is considering the Irish Language Co-Design Group's proposed strategy and action plan, and this is being developed in parallel with an Ulster Scots Language, Heritage and Culture strategy and action plan. Alongside the work of this cross-departmental working group, I am currently considering the next steps in the development of both strategies and actions plans. I will then engage with executive colleagues to ask them to consider and, if content, agree on those next steps.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. I'm just wondering what conversations you've had with the Executive Office in terms of the new bodies that are being established, with particular reference to the Irish Language Commissioner. Thank you.
Minister.
I've not had any discussions yet with the First or Deputy First Minister on this issue.
Minister. Minister, could you advise how many times the working group has actually met that you referred to, and what's its timetable for actual product?
Minister.
We love to ask questions about meetings in this place. I don't have the information of the exact number of meetings that have taken place, but I will happily provide that to the member.
Minister, do you plan to meet with Conor and Gaeilge in relation to the Irish language strategy or other Irish language groups?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to consider all invites that come in, and depending on how the work progresses, I will determine whether it would be useful for me to have a meeting, whether it would be useful for officials to have a meeting, if and when that is considered necessary.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, would you agree with me that all minority languages are important here in Northern Ireland, and there's a clear focus by some elements in this House just to pick out one language and not focus on the clear agreements that were made, that all languages will be treated fairly and equitably here in Northern Ireland?
Minister. Absolutely right. It is important that we treat all languages equally, and there were agreements in place in the past in regards to those. One of the other things I have been able to take forward, of course, is sign language legislation, because we love to talk about diversity and inclusion, but this is a group that often have felt left out. That's why I'm making progress to make sure that they have the ability to fully take part in society.
All right.
Question number 6, Mr.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I visited the United States 2 weeks ago, and a major focus of the programme was the upcoming 250th anniversary of the signing of America's Declaration of Independence. And to that end, I met with the America 250 Commission, the National Archives, the Library of Congress, the Smithsonian Institute, and the White House Historical Association to discuss the work being taken forward by the United States Northern Ireland Cultural Working Group led by my department. I was pleased to announce details of a new programme of cultural and educational activities to mark the 250th anniversary in the United States, but in Northern Ireland as well. And the programme will include lectures, talks, conferences, exchanges of documents, exhibitions and outreach, both in Northern Ireland and in the United States. Prony houses one of the largest collections of immigrant letters and documents in the world, and the programme includes the launch of a special publication by Prony that highlights its Ulster American treasures, and this will form part of a broader programme of outreach working in partnership with the National Archives in Washington, D.C. The programme will also promote the links that historic Royal Palace and Hillsborough Castle enjoy with founding father Benjamin Franklin, and there is the opportunity to loan items and documents from US institutions. The contribution and influence that the early Ulster Scots migrants made to the traditions and values of the United States of America is significant, and both the President of the United States and the US Special Envoy have acknowledged the common heritage that exists and the contribution the Ulster Scots have made to the United States. So I'm determined to use this anniversary to ensure that we have an opportunity to promote that contribution and shared heritage. And it was clear from the organisations I met in the United States that they are excited to cooperate with Northern Ireland partners in celebrating this historic milestone.
And thank you, Minister. Minister, will you be engaging with UK government counterparts to ensure support for these links to be developed further?
Minister.
Yes, I absolutely will, and the Safeguarding the Union Command paper in January 2020 set out a commitment to support greater outreach and education in the United States to further strengthen understanding of the different traditions in Northern Ireland. And I am determined that we make sure that Northern Ireland has its place and that our distinct and unique identity is highlighted within the United States, and the UK government have a role to play in that as well.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I am all in favour actually of you developing this agenda. I think it's really important. I think we should all be proud of the contribution that people from Ulster Scots background made to the United States. I would say, in parenthesis, it would probably have been better to not do this whenever we were sitting and debating homelessness in this chamber. But can I specifically ask, you talked about the importance of the one tradition, as it were, in Northern Ireland. But of course, many of those Ulster Scots migrants spoke the Irish language. They also spoke Lowland Scots. They spoke English. We aren't necessarily all one thing in this place. And can I suggest that whenever he was in Washington having those conversations,
we're here for questions, Mr. O'Toole.
Could he establish the diversity of language that was spoken by those Ulster Scots migrants, and perhaps bring that back in at future meetings with stakeholders around Irish language schools? He could perhaps suggest to them that they reflect on that.
Minister.
Well, I think the member's made a critical error here, and he sees this only in terms of language, and that's the problem. This is more about the history and about the heritage and the contribution that was made. That's what I want to emphasise, because I do believe there is a unique Ulster Scots tradition and heritage in the United States. I believe that they, you only have to look at some of the contributions that Ulster Scots have made. Look at the number of US presidents that had Ulster Scots ancestry, including from Carrickfergus in my own constituency with Andrew Jackson. But you also have those that signed the Declaration of Independence. John Dunlap, who was one of the first to print copies of the Declaration of Independence, and the people that I spoke to and the relationships that were forged and the agreements that were made with those in the United States were based on a shared understanding. And in fact, people were quite excited about the opportunities that can come from this, because these are often untold stories, and I want to make sure they're brought into the light. I want people to understand what it was that people from this part of the world contributed to the development of the United States. And so I welcome the fact that he does think that that is a good idea, and it's something that I'll continue to do.
Mr.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answer so far. Given the strong historic and enduring connections between Northern Ireland and the United States, can I ask the Minister if there will be resources for schools and community groups to come together and hold celebration events to mark the anniversary of American independence?
Minister.
Well, I certainly hope that people across Northern Ireland will take this as an opportunity to celebrate the contribution that people from here made to the founding and development of that nation. Funding is certainly something we're currently exploring, and I hope that we will be able to secure funding from within our existing budgets, as well as additional support from elsewhere, to make sure that this can be properly celebrated. But also we need to make sure that we leave open opportunities for this to create a greater benefit from Northern Ireland moving forward as well.
And Dodds.
Number 7.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, given the Sign Language Bill's cross-cutting nature, I have received executive approval for my officials to engage formally with the Office of Legislative Counsel for the drafting of clauses for a bill which will recognise and promote British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language. Engagement with the Office of Legislative Counsel is ongoing, and the drafting of clauses is well advanced, and therefore it is my intention to bring a draft Sign Language Bill for executive approval at the earliest opportunity. I believe that the Sign Language Bill will have a significantly positive and beneficial impact on the local deaf community, and I look forward to delivering legislation that will improve the lives of many by enabling greater access to information and services which society at large takes for granted. My department is currently investing in increasing British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language interpreting capacity, which will be vital to increasing accessibility to public services, which will be a central aim of the bill. However, as the legislation is cross-cutting in nature, I will be seeking executive approval for the central allocation of the resources necessary to deliver on the policy intent of the legislation.
Ms. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think in many ways, Minister, we talk a lot about inclusivity in this House, but this is a real move towards inclusivity of a section of our community that has often found themselves to be invisible. Given that you've talked about the cross-cutting nature of the bill, what commitments have you had from the Finance Minister in order to provide funding for the increase in interpreters that are necessary, and indeed from the Education Minister to improve the lives of young people who suffer from these challenges?
Minister.
Well, I certainly agree with the comments that the member has made in relation to ensuring that people can play a full role in society, and most importantly, of course, get access to basic public services that we so often can take for granted. This has received the drafting, permission to draft the bill has received approval from the First and Deputy First Minister, and I hope that other ministers, and in particular the Finance Minister and Education Minister, as she has mentioned, will ensure that we have the proper allocation of resources so that we can deliver on the policy intent of this legislation and make things better for a section of our society that so often feel like they are on the margins.
David Brooks.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I undertook a series of engagements in Washington, D.C., Bethlehem, Pennsylvania and Toronto, Canada during my recent trip to the US and Canada. As I have already mentioned today, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence presents us with a unique opportunity to promote the historical links between Northern Ireland and the United States. But I also took the opportunity to meet with the Harkin International Disability Employment Group. They met in Belfast in 2022, and I also met with Microsoft at their Innovation and Policy Centre for a roundtable discussion on disability employment. I also had very constructive discussions with Jennifer Sheehy, the Assistant Secretary for Labour, and her senior officials on disability employment-related issues, and we're following up on the outcomes of those meetings with officials. I also met with Counsel General from the United Kingdom in Canada, the United Kingdom Ambassador to the United States, and the Irish Ambassador to the United States. I also visited DC United to speak at an investment in sports seminar, and I had the opportunity to meet with the club owners, senior executive and potential investors, and I'm pleased to inform the House today that we have a number of visits from investors coming to Northern Ireland as a result of that engagement. I also attended a series of events in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and joined with visitors from Grace Hill to mark the 4 Moravian church settlements being designated as a UNESCO Transnational Cultural World Heritage Site. That is a big deal. We have another World Heritage Site in Northern Ireland, and I was pleased to represent the UK on that visit. And I also had the opportunity to engage with the United States Deputy Secretary of State.
We now move to topical questions. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, Casement Park is not going to host the European Championships in 2028. That we know. We also know the UK Government has given a significant uplift in funding to the Executive. We know the GAA is willing to accept a smaller, less ambitious stadium. What are you going to do now to ensure Casement Park is finally built?
Let me repeat what I've said before, which is that there is a commitment from this Executive which I stand by. The sum of £62.5 million as originally agreed in 2011. The grant was given to Windsor Park and the grant was given to Ravenhill, and those stadiums were developed. Casement Park has, for a variety of reasons, as he will be aware, not progressed, and as a result the cost has gone up. We do not have the budget to increase the resource that is there for that at this time. Therefore, we need to be looking at what is possible within the budget envelope that we have and what other sources of revenue are available.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You were speaking earlier on about the contribution Ulster people made to the United States. Let me indulge in a good Ulster quality, which is straight talking, and encourage you to do the same, Minister. Are you saying that you are not going to budge from the £62 million that was agreed more than a decade ago? Because if that is your position, then I'm afraid that is a real problem. You were in Washington, D.C. talking about investment in sports. In Belfast, in this city, Gales and everybody else who wants to see Casement Park developed deserve clarity from you. Are you or are you not going to invest in Casement Park beyond the £62 million?
Minister.
I am not a magician. I do not have a blank cheque where I can get money together and just say, yes, whatever it's going to cost, here is the money that is available. To be fair, I have been crystal clear on this issue, and I have been honest on this issue about the funds that are available. I was not the one that was standing saying that things were going to be built and things were going to be done in time when that was never going to be the case. I've always have been straight and I've been honest. I was not the one, like members of his party, that were standing with objectors which held this up, which contributed to judicial reviews, which put the case up. Because I know there's a game that is played sometimes by members on the other side of the House. Let's blame unionists and let's blame the DUP for everything. I wasn't messing about in terms of safety certificates for Casement Park. I wasn't standing with objectors. We are keeping our end of the deal, but he has to understand the budgetary environment that we currently find ourselves in.
Alan Chambers isn't in his place. I call Melissa McHugh.
Minister, given the number of people and families currently living in temporary accommodation. Can you outline what are the criteria, checks and balances used to assess the appropriateness of non-standard accommodation which is currently being used?
Well, look, we have far too many people living in temporary accommodation. That's obviously not acceptable. I don't think it's acceptable for anybody to be in temporary accommodation for any prolonged period of time. These are obviously operational matters for the housing executive, and it's up to them to decide what meets the circumstances of the individuals who are in need.
Mr. McHugh.
Minister, but what support is given to those people placed temporary accommodation outside of the area in which they normally reside, and how is this the department, or what is the department's contribution to reducing over-reliance on such accommodation?
Well, look, the easiest thing that we can do to deal with the over-reliance on emergency accommodation is to make sure that we have more housing in Northern Ireland. That's what I am absolutely committed to achieving. There's a number of ways that we can do that. I will be bringing forward the housing supply strategy very, very soon to make sure that we, for the first time, have a cross-departmental plan in place to actually deal with this issue. The other big thing that we can do, and I encourage the support of all members around this House, is to make sure that the government confirm that in terms of borrowing, the housing executive can borrow on the same basis as housing associations elsewhere in the UK. I want to do everything that I can to make sure that we assist those that are dealing with homelessness right now, but in the longer term I want to make it easier and cheaper to build more homes, and that's where our focus should be.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, Minister, can you give the House an update on the application process for the Northern Ireland Football Fund?
Minister.
Great progress has been made in terms of the Northern Ireland Football Fund. We're finalising the application process, and as I have said in this House and elsewhere, I hope that that will be open towards the end of this year or the beginning of next year, with the first letters of offer being issued by the end of this financial year. And that is fantastic progress that we have made since I have come into office, because for far too long that was held up. Money was available and no effort was made to get it out to clubs that needed it most. That has changed since I took over the leadership of this department, and we're going to have real delivery within months.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, while I appreciate that you have made some progress with regards to this matter, nevertheless, when you launched the project in May of this year, you did promise that an application process would be completed by the end of this year. Where are you in terms of physical application forms for those to apply?
Mr.
Well, I stand by the comments that I have made. That is absolutely my intention. I hope that that will be open, but certainly, as I've said, letters of offer, most importantly, out the door by the end of this financial year. And I can assure the member that I'm doing everything that I can, and my team is doing everything that they can to make sure that those deadlines are met, because every day that passes, this money is worth less and less, and we have been dealing with that for far too long, and that changes now.
Beggar.
Could the Minister provide an update on how many young people in the North are currently homeless?
Sure.
I'm more than happy to provide the exact information. I don't have that in front of me now, but I can say that the answer is far too much. As I've said, in response to other questions that have been asked of me today and in the past, we have far too many people that are homeless, far too many people that are waiting on lists. That number is going up all the time. What we need to make sure that we do is build more homes across all tenures to make sure that people aren't facing this, because this has huge implications for the rest of their lives as well, in terms of their health, in terms of their education, in terms of their well-being. We need to get more homes built, and that's why I have progressed a number of items, bringing forward the housing supply strategy, pushing the Northern Ireland Housing Executive revitalisation, improving the private rented sector as well, doing everything that we can to ensure more homes and better homes for people right across Northern Ireland.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. And nearly a third of young people under the age of 18 are currently homeless. Would the Minister and his department consider the rights of children and young people when developing policy and solutions?
Of course, we always take on board the concerns and the rights of children. I'm particularly concerned about the impact that the housing shortage has right now in terms of those children who are living in temporary accommodation, which is often far away from their support networks in terms of families, but also their schools as well. It's an additional burden. That's what I mean whenever I say the lack of housing provision has an impact on educational outcomes. Inevitably, that has an impact on health outcomes, sometimes justice system outcomes as well, which is why I am committed to doing everything that I can while I am in this office to push that forward and make homes easier to build and make sure we have more homes.
So you've talked about enabling the housing executive to borrow against their rents that would raise income for building new houses. What's the role of the executive in enabling us to do that?
Sir. I'm sorry, does the member mean the housing executive or the Northern Ireland executive? Well, if she means the housing executive, I'm working closely with them on this, and they are ready to go once they get the confirmation. They have a plan in place so that they can take advantage of that rule change and start investing more in the homes that we have and ensuring that we can build more homes as well. If she's referring to what the Northern Ireland executive can do, there is actually a limited role for this, for the executive, because there's not going to be a substantial change to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. It's more a confirmation of a borrowing rule rather than needing, for example, primary legislation that would need to go through the executive.
Yes, Minister, you've answered both. So I suppose really it's just for clarity, is how quick can we progress in this, given this significant need for housing?
Sure. Whenever this issue is being touched upon, I engage with the housing executive and I said to them, what can you do now to make sure that you're ready? Because I don't want this rule change to come along and then all of us are looking around at each other saying what comes next. So I wanted to make sure that there was a plan in place so that we can move forward on day one, and I have full confidence in Gráinne Long and her team to make sure that happens.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Communities has more civil servants than any other department, and the Minister will be aware of this, which was produced by the Department of Finance, and it is the inclusive language guide for the Northern Ireland Civil Service, which advises against using phrases such as ladies and gentlemen, suggests using MUX instead of miss, and encourages people to share their pronouns. What is the Minister's view on this guide?
Minister.
Well, I think the member could guess what my view on this is. Look, I'm sure that there were good intentions behind this guide, but let's be clear, there's a lot of nonsense in it as well. Not being able to say the word miss, not being able to say ladies and gentlemen. My favourite actually was that you should not say that someone is coasting towards retirement. You should say that they have a valuable contribution to make to the team. Look, I think a lot of this is utter rubbish, and I think people should have more common sense in regards to this issue. I'm actually particularly concerned about Stonewall's inclusion in this. Stonewall have been largely discredited in some of the work that they have done, and it's disappointing that the Department of Finance are still using Stonewall in this information.
Ms. Erskine.
Yes, and I thank the Minister for his answer, because given the amount of pressure that there is within our public services, and given the fact that this probably will have cost in terms of putting this document together, what would be the Minister's advice on this guide to civil servants within his own department?
Sure. Well, I certainly wouldn't be encouraging civil servants in my department to pay too much attention to it. But what I would say is, if you look at the intention of this, it's about making sure that we treat people in the right way. And I think that we should use our common sense. I believe that we should treat other people as we would want to be treated. I think that's a much better way to go forward than being condemned for using phrases such as ladies and gentlemen.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the recent announcement in the budget on the national minimum wage means that in England 61,000 more carers will be able to access carers allowance, and 7,000 more in Scotland. Do you know how many more carers in Northern Ireland will be able to access carers allowance as a result of the announcement in terms of the minimum wage, and confirm the process for Northern Ireland following in England and Wales' footsteps?
Minister.
Well, I'll certainly get that number for the member, but I can confirm to you that we will be following in the footsteps. There will be some legislation that we will be required to put through, but my understanding is that we will have that in place for April 2025, subject to some agreement with DWP. But I think that this is one good thing, maybe, that has come from the budget, something to be welcomed, and I'm more than happy to ensure that my department plays its role to make sure that that change can go through.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. In Northern Ireland, there are over 220,000 people providing unpaid care for ill, disabled family members. They save the Northern Ireland Executive up to €5.8 billion per year, but yet they are not specifically mentioned within the programme for government. Will you ensure that these people who provide such a valuable contribution to Northern Ireland have more recognition within the programme for government?
Minister.
First of all, I think everyone should just take stock of what the member has just said. £5.8 billion that the carers in Northern Ireland contribute. If they were not there, that would be an incredible cost that would be put on the public purse, one that we simply could not do ourselves. So I think that we all need to recognise the invaluable work of carers, the contribution that they make, and applaud them and congratulate them for that. And we should be doing everything that we can to support them because of the incredible contribution that they make and because of the difference that they are making day and daily in people's lives. In terms of recognition within the Executive, I'm more than happy to write to the First and Deputy First Minister and Executive colleagues and outline to them the importance of carers and try and secure agreement so that we can have that proper recognition and support.
Claire Sugden has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I remind members who wish to ask supplementary questions to continually rise in their place. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice how she is reassuring women and girls given the recent number of sexually motivated attacks in the North West.
Minister.
I was both shocked and saddened to learn of the attacks on 2 women in Derry, Londonderry over the last weekend. I think we are all rightly deeply concerned at the increase of incidents of violence against women over recent times. We must all do everything in our power to challenge and change the attitudes and behaviours on which those are predicated. There has to be a collective effort from right across society and right across government to address these important issues. There is ongoing work underway to reduce risk and to contribute to an end to violence against women and girls. This includes work under the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, which is led by my department and the Department of Health, and which was launched by the Health Minister and myself on the 25th of December. While the interdependencies between this strategy and the strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls are evident, given that women and girls are disproportionately affected by domestic and sexual abuse, they are complementary, and we must always recognise that not all victims of violence against women and girls are abused in a domestic setting, and not everyone abused in a domestic setting is a woman or a girl. All efforts made to address domestic and sexual abuse under the strategy will, however, directly contribute to the broader goal of ending violence against women and girls. My officials work closely with the Executive Office on the development of the EVOG framework, and we are committed to continued collaboration and partnership. Our governance structures will ensure alignment and support of ongoing joint efforts to protect everyone. But what we can do best to reassure people at this stage is to move upstream and tackle the underlying causes.
Ms Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister coming to the House to answer the question. I think everyone in this chamber supports the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. However, the events that have occurred in North West in recent weeks are immediate and concerning. And I suppose I would ask the Minister what she is doing and how she's working with the PSNI to ensure that our communities are kept safe.
I appreciate what the member has said, but she will also appreciate, having previously served as Justice Minister, that it would be inappropriate for me to engage with the PSNI directly in terms of how they police any particular crime or any particular set of circumstances. It would also be particularly inappropriate given that these are live cases. So it is important that they allow the police to do the work that they have to do and to be led by the evidence and where it leads. What we can do, however, is to demonstrate collectively that we wish to protect women and girls from this kind of violence and work with the PSNI and with the rest of the executive around budgets to ensure that there is a police presence, to ensure that there is that reassurance on the ground that is required in the aftermath of these attacks. But I do have to acknowledge that the PSNI are operationally independent and that it's important I recognise that.
Ciara Ferguson.
And can I say also that the recent sexual assaults in Derry have been absolutely shocking, and I want to express my heartfelt thoughts with all those women affected. And just moving on from what the Minister just says, given the recent spike and rise in violence against women, what meetings are you aware of that has happened between the likes of the PSNI and Women's Aid and other support organisations to bring forward immediate steps to address the issue? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I understand the PSNI have increased high visibility patrols and police presence in the area to reassure women in the community that there is no place for violence against women and girls, but also to provide that reassurance that people will be safe. In terms of the conversations, there are ongoing conversations all the time, whether it's with Executive Office, my own office, PSNI, Women's Aid and lots of other organisations. I've met with most of those organisations in the last couple of weeks to have further conversations around how we can better protect women and girls. But I have to say that by the time we're dealing with this through the justice lens, someone has already been subjected to a horrific attack. People are already living in fear. If we want to end violence against women and girls, it's important that we move upstream and start to tackle the attitudes, the entitlement, the violent culture in parts of our community that allows this behaviour to be enabled and to persist, because we are not doing women and girls a service by simply talking about attacks after they have happened. We need to focus on how we prevent those attacks from taking place.
Gary Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for her presence in the Chamber on this issue. Obviously, we're all deeply concerned about the most recent attacks. Minister, it's important that we do get this right from an early age and that men and boys understand the value of women in our society and the fact that they can't be treated in such ways. Minister, how are you working with other ministers, such as the Education Minister, to try and get into schools and to start educating some of our young people about the dangers that these types of acts have?
Well, it's an interesting question because, of course, during the last mandate I tried very hard to get a review of the minimum content order for relationship and sex education move forward. That was recommended by Sir John Gillan in his dealing with serious sexual offences recommendations. And unfortunately, the DUP minister at that time refused to participate in that. Initially, I had a good response from Peter Weir, but the subsequent minister resigned from that. And again, in this mandate, there has been, I think, a lot of hot air and disinformation around the need for RSE, because the truth is, this is about age-appropriate information for young people so they can protect themselves, protect others, understand consent, and also understand about personal boundaries and respect for those. I think a lot of the debate that we've had, unfortunately, to date on RSE has been profoundly unhelpful and leaves many of our young people without the kind of role modelling that you could have through RSE education, and unfortunately without the kind of information that they need to protect themselves and others.
Connie again.
For coming today. My thoughts really are with the women who were subject to these attacks in the North West. Would you agree with me that while a justice response is very important to ending violence against women and girls, it's actually more important that we stop this from even happening, and to do that we need a cross-society approach and a cross-governmental approach?
Absolutely, and when it comes to the domestic abuse strategy, there are 5 pillars. The first is partnership, and that is about working across government departments and with the voluntary, statutory, community and faith-based organisations. The second is prevention, and that involves challenging attitudes and behaviour that foster domestic abuse and sexual abuse, and early intervention, and that's where RSE and the curriculum becomes so important. Many young people will see violence in the home, domestic abuse, sexual violence, modelled by their parents and by their guardians, and therefore we have to have opportunities to talk to young people about these issues. Item 3 is children and young people, focusing on preventing children and young people from becoming victims themselves, and also working with them to change attitudes, because we know that adverse childhood experiences also can lead to later offending. And then also support and provision to ensure that victims of domestic and or sexual abuse can get the tailored, responsive and specialised support and provision to recover and build their lives. And finally, justice, which focuses on ensuring that justice responses are effective, supporting victims and holding individuals who are abusive to account at the earliest opportunity. Whilst that is important, it is rightly the 5th step, because everything that goes before it is what will prevent the harm being done.
Dan Armstrong.
Minister, thank you for coming to the Chamber this afternoon. Like others, I condemn the recent attacks and the litany of violence perpetrated against women, which has indeed become endemic in our society. This is really unacceptable. We have heard about strategies, but Minister, how are you taking charge of the situation?
Minister.
As I set out, I am jointly with the Health Minister, your party colleague, taking this forward in terms of domestic and sexual abuse. We not only have a 7-year strategy, but a 3-year action plan. Further to that, the Executive's Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, the strategic framework, was launched by the First and Deputy First Minister on the 16th of September, and again has a series of different options that it works through in terms of the main themes that it has. But I am taking leadership in this by actually speaking out on these issues, as I have consistently, not just throughout my political career, but before my political career even started. Mr. Speaker, with respect to how we change cultural attitudes, I think many young people are being radicalised into having very poor views and attitudes towards women and girls online. That is something which I have led a conversation with the Home Office and with others about in terms of what we can do in terms of online harms and the Act that was passed. I don't believe that went far enough. I believe it needs to go further. But if we are to protect our women and girls, we need to educate our men and boys about what it means to be a decent and a caring and a responsive adult and male, because in our society too often women's lives are treated as expendable, and men and boys are treated as though they're not going to be held to account for that attitude.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for coming along this afternoon. There's really considerable concern and alarm in my community after the 4 very serious sexual assaults. Chief Superintendent Gillian Kearney and Detective Chief Superintendent Lindsay Fisher have just finished a press conference in Derry, and they have given and offered their reassurance to the community that the PSNI will have an increased high visibility presence in key areas. Minister, are you confident with the resources that they have, that the PSNI have the capacity to heavily invest in ending violence against women and girls when the budget against the strategy is only £3 million over the course of 2 years, and that's across all departments?
Well, I can't answer for the funding of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, because that lies within the Executive's office functions and the budget will be theirs, and it would be appropriate for you to raise that with them. With respect to the PSNI budget, I have been clear that the PSNI budget is not adequate to cover all of the issues that they need to cover, and that is why I have argued that we need additional resources in justice and in the PSNI in order that when people become a victim, they will get the right support and the right care. They will get it at the right time. They will be able to progress through the court system swiftly and see their attackers and their abusers held to account. Gillian Kearney and Lindsay Fisher are 2 women in the PSNI who I admire greatly, and I know their commitment, and I have no doubt whatsoever that if they have announced that they're going to make those extra high visibility patrols, that will happen. However, in order for us to make a sustained difference, we cannot only look at the response after someone has become a victim. As I say, there are things we can do at very little cost that happen upstream, that change attitudes, that change culture, to protect women and girls from this kind of violence, and we need to focus more on what we're doing in that space if we're going to see our budgets and indeed our lives become more sustainable and a lot safer than they are at the moment.
Dion Forsyth.
And I thank the Minister for coming here today to speak to this. Crimes of a sexual nature are some of the most heinous crimes that are faced, and my thoughts are very firmly with the women who were victims of these attacks. As we know, these types of crimes are significantly underreported, with some low conviction rates due to struggles to get through the process, and these victims are to be commended for coming forward and working with the police. In terms of reassuring women out there, could the Minister outline what supports there will be in place for these victims as they progress through the justice system in the wake of these attacks?
I can't speak to these specific attacks for obvious reasons, and I do have to urge people to be cautious when they're talking about what are live cases. However, if a victim comes forward and makes a disclosure about an attack or an assault or any kind of abuse, whether that be current or historic, there are a number of things that should and indeed ought to happen. The first is that the Victims and Witnesses Charter sets out the expectations that any victim and witness can have, but it also sets out the expectations that those who are particularly vulnerable due to the nature of the crime can have. Victims and Witness Service from PPS can intervene and give support to people when it comes to being able to give evidence in court. That includes things like familiarisation visits and other support. For sexual offences, there are sexual offences legal advisors, which we've implemented, and from the new year those will also apply. There will be children's sexual offences legal advisors to support people through their cases. Undoubtedly, this is one of the most heinous kind of crimes you can have. A person already feels violated when they've been attacked in this way and also feels fearful. However, it's important that they don't feel further violated by their experience of the justice system, and that's why those sexual offences legal advisors are so important in terms of providing people with general legal advice. It's also important to say that there is counselling there through the domestic and sexual abuse strategy for those who may need it. But all of those services, I have to say, are under a degree of strain. And so I have to be honest and say that many of victims who will come forward and who have spoken to the Victims Commissioner will say that the service they received was not what they would wish. I would nevertheless encourage people who are in these circumstances to come forward. They will be believed, they will be listened to, they will be heard. And if they find that they are not getting the service to which they're entitled under the Victims and Witnesses Charter, then I would encourage them to speak to the Victims Commissioner directly, who can then pursue that on their behalf and ensure that in future they are.
Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answers, and like others, my thoughts are with the victims of these horrific attacks, those that were subjected to terrifying and traumatic ordeal, and I commend the courage of those targeted. In a recent written answer to me, Minister, you told me that the Probation Board does not have a statutory role in relation to where its service users reside, but does it have a statutory responsibility to inform police where they reside, particularly with regard to sex offenders?
Well, anyone who is subject to reporting arrangements under what would be commonly known as the Sex Offenders Register have to let the police know what their accommodation address is. So that goes without saying, and that's something that would be notified to the police.
Member Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for her answers today, and like everybody else around this chamber, condemn the attacks that have happened against women and girls. We have the strategy, we have the framework, but we need the funding to ensure that the likes of our community and voluntary sector can actually do the work and implement and ensure that the aims of the strategy and the framework actually do happen. For example, in Fermanagh, Women's Aid had to let go some of their staff, one of which who helped train organisations to recognise the signs of domestic abuse, yet we see increased incidences all the time. So will the Minister make sure that community and voluntary organisations do have the adequate funding to make sure they are able to implement the strategy and the framework?
Minister.
Well, again, Mr Speaker, it's not for me to ensure that the Executive Office fund any organisations. That's a matter for Executive Office ministers in terms of the investment they're making. I believe their budget is around £3 million. The budget that the strategy for which I'm responsible, ending violence against or the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, we have a budget this year of around £1.62 million. However, my department is not involved in the direct funding for core services for any community and voluntary sector organisations. We do, however, in the Commission of Services, engage with the community and voluntary sector, and for those who have been working for my department in that capacity around these issues, their funding has been ring-fenced and protected.
Tara Hunter.
Minister for her answers so far. I can't reiterate enough how serious this is. This is 4 attacks in a very short amount of time. And just on the topic of prevention, Minister, in the immediate aftermath, can I ask what assurances you can give right now to women like myself who live in the Northwest? What assurances can you give them today that they can feel safe? What could that look like? Could it be self-defence classes? Could it be, looking at provision of things like pepper spray, things like public messaging or personal alarms? What can we do right now in this immediate aftermath so that women can feel safe this week, right now?
Minister.
Well, when it comes to how people should protect themselves in the public space, the best people to give that kind of community safety advice would be the PSNI, because I don't claim, nor should I, to be an expert. But I would say this: pepper spray is illegal and no one should be carrying pepper spray, and the risk of carrying pepper spray is that it could be turned and used on you, like any weapon. And therefore people should not resort to carrying weapons, because those weapons could end up being used against the individual who carries them, and I need to put that on record. When it comes to things like self-defence, of course there is a role for that, but we also need to bear in mind that unless you are routinely engaged in a space where you're likely to use those self-defence techniques, the challenge will be whether or not when attacked it will become natural to you to use the mechanisms that you have trained in terms of defending yourself. It can also create a false sense of security and lead people to go into environments or places that may be higher risk in the belief that they can defend themselves. So I think that's a very difficult issue for me to address. What I can say is this: we all know things that we can do, taking precautions, considering where we're going, and sadly in this day and age more and more women are now saying that they are afraid to leave home on their own in the evenings, that they have to move in groups because they feel vulnerable when they're on their own. Whilst that may be a short-term protection for those individual women, it is not a solution to the problem. Women should not need to move in groups in order to feel safe in our community. Men need to let women live their lives at peace, whether they're on their own, whether they're together, whether they're walking singly or in crowds. It is not acceptable that any woman is being attacked in this day and age.
Alan Chambers.
Mr Speaker, can I take this opportunity to apologise to you in the House for not being in my place during community questions time. Minister, would you agree with me that it's vitally important that any member of the public who has any information, no matter how small, about these recent attacks, bring that information immediately to the attention of the PSNI to assist with their investigation?
Sure.
I absolutely concur, and I think that the sooner that people do, the better. I think there will be people, though it may be hard to believe, who may have suspicions that someone they know has been involved in this spate of attacks, and I would encourage them to come forward. I would encourage them to give that information to the PSNI. I would encourage people in the area to look at their Ring doorbells, to look at CCTV, and to see is there anything on that that might give the police somewhere to start in terms of their investigations. Because what the safest people will be is when the people who are committing these kind of crimes are in custody.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the urgent oral. Just give people a couple of minutes just to move about the chamber. Okay, folks, thank you. The next item of business is a motion on rejuvenating our high streets and town centres. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
that this Assembly recognises the importance of thriving high streets and town centres to the economic vibrancy and social fabric of our communities. Further recognises the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic downturn and changing consumer habits on retailers, the hospitality sectors and other high street businesses, and calls on the Minister for the Economy to produce a comprehensive strategy to rejuvenate high streets and town centres.
Thank you, and I call Kate Nicholl to move the motion. Thank you, Kate. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 3 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshal list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 45 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So without further ado, Kate, can you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am very glad to be proposing this motion today, which provides an opportunity to discuss further support we can and should be providing to our high streets. Alliance understands that high streets are at the heart of communities in cities, towns and villages across Northern Ireland. From post offices, banks, corner shops, bakeries, cafes, butchers and everything in between, our high streets are not just places of business and commerce, but of community, connection and social cohesion. They provide jobs, vibrancy, arts and cultural opportunities, essential services and a sense of pride in the places we call home. As FSB stated in a recent report, high streets are more than just commercial spaces. They are also destinations in their own right with the potential to attract tourism, enriching local economies. However, we all know that our high streets are under enormous pressure and that they are changing. With online shopping, out-of-town retail parks and challenges of COVID, our high streets have faced enormous volatility in recent years. There is an urgent need to find more creative and innovative policy responses to address challenges, especially for the small, micro, independent, family-owned businesses that dominate our economy. This is something that the FSB report on high streets set out very clearly, noting that the future of our high streets depends on their ability to adapt, innovate and thrive in an ever-evolving commercial landscape. The need for support for micro and small businesses has only increased in the last week, given the impending pressures emerging from the budget announcements, particularly around national insurance contribution and wage increases. While the government claim that these are mitigated by the increase to the employer's allowance, there remain serious concerns. And Retail NI today told me that members are struggling to pay the highest business rates in the UK. This, coupled with increasing employers' national insurance, will have a negative impact to local jobs, the viability of small businesses, and restrict growth of our economy. One point Retail and I have also stressed is that the Chancellor's announcement of a 40% rates relief scheme for independent retailers and other high street businesses in England, and there are growing calls for Barnett consequentials to be used locally in order to offset the national insurance increase and allow high street businesses to reinvest more of their money to create more jobs and boost our economy. And it's for this point that we will be accepting the SDLP amendment. Over the past decade, governments around the world have introduced various schemes to address the regeneration of town and city street centres. In parts of Manchester, after a period of community engagement, they developed Friday night markets, hosting local businesses that drew residents into the town centre for after-work entertainment. In Toronto, they developed a digital Main Street campaign aimed at increasing the online presence of brick-and-mortar shops. In central Berlin, public realm works resulted in market squares becoming entertainment and social destinations with knock-on benefits for local businesses. Lille in France developed a niche as a centre of research and design, leveraging public transport connections to build an international reputation. We've also seen action closer to home. In Scotland, a £50 million town centre fund was launched in 2019 by the Scottish Government and local authorities to help high streets become more sustainable, diverse and successful in the face of significant changes. The Welsh Government announced a £90 million Transforming Towns Fund in 2020 to increase footfall, tackle empty buildings and green town centres. And in the South, the Town Centre First initiative has been developed to help every town lay the foundation for a locally developed plan to help them reach their potential. When we look globally, there are a wide range of creative solutions to the challenges facing our high streets. In response to local challenges, our executive established a High Street task force that presented recommendations on delivering a 21st century High Street in 2022. That report recognised a range of challenges and opportunities, including the crucial role of urban centres in driving economic growth, the need for locally tailored strategies, and a wide range of other dimensions, which my colleague Connie Egan will speak to in greater detail later on in the debate. But I will say that it was envisaged that the task force would be in place for 5 years to coordinate a TEO 5-year reconstruction plan. Ultimately, the task force recommendations have since gathered dust. All the while, the problems for our high streets have mounted. In response to a question I submitted recently, the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers acknowledged that the scope of those recommendations lie within the responsibilities of a number of departments, and they should be taken forward by a cross-departmental group. They also wrote to the Department for Economy, Department for Communities, Department for Infrastructure, and Department for Finance on that basis on the 10th of October. It is clear that there are issues that span across multiple departments, and in an ideal world, we would have all the relevant ministers in the chamber to respond. Given the economic imperative of high street regeneration, Alliance are of the view that the Department for Economy should play a leading role within the cross-departmental working group, especially given the lack of action from TEO to this point. What is clear is that there are no shortage of ideas. What we need now to do is to deliver. While there are issues across a range of departments, Alliance believe a focus on Department for Economy gives us a strong starting point to continue to drive forward the changes necessary to support our high streets. The Department for Economy is in a much better position than TEO to develop an understanding of the effectiveness of high street regeneration efforts and to prioritise the economic challenges faced by high streets. It is also crucial that this engagement is not just cross-departmental, but there is an engagement with local councils and communities to develop an effective, locally owned approach to high street regeneration. High street regeneration is an issue that every government must grapple with and respond to. As Dr. Fei Chen noted in her report on creative engagement in high street regeneration, high streets need continuous attention to keep them livable, sustainable, and resilient to adverse effects. The most successful high street regeneration projects emphasise the importance of aligning high street assets with community demand for diverse facilities and retail opportunities, recognising that high streets serve not only commercial purposes, but also provide an essential community, cultural and educational resource. While our high street businesses, retailers and tenants face significant challenges, I remain hopeful for the future of our high streets and look forward to working collaboratively with colleagues from across this House and the Minister on developing a comprehensive strategy to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you, Sinead. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. So, Sinead, please open the debate on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. There can be absolutely no doubt that high streets and town centres play a vital role in the economic vibrancy and social cohesion of our communities, and we welcome the substantive motion brought by the Alliance Party here today. It's not an exaggeration to say that the businesses we find in our high streets, big and small, represent the lifeblood of our economy, creating employment, driving growth across the region. But we also know that role goes beyond mere commercial activity. They are where our communities come together, where local identity is fostered, and where social interaction flourishes. A bustling high street supports not only the economy, but also the quality of life in our towns and our cities. As the motion rightly points out, the challenges facing our high streets are significant. The lasting impact of the pandemic, combined with evolving consumer behaviours, have placed tremendous pressure on retailers, the hospitality sector and other businesses that make up the fabric of our high streets. And that pressure has not been felt by all businesses equally. Small businesses have faced particular challenges, and it is right to draw attention to just how important that is for considering how we reinvigorate our high street economy. Family-run shops, independent cafes, local pubs and unique specialty stores give our town centres character and diversity. Rising costs, inflation and the reduced consumer spending are putting a strain on those businesses, and I see it in my own city of Derry and across the north, that where they are struggling to recover from the impacts of the pandemic.
If we do not take decisive action to support them, we risk losing not only these businesses, but also the character and the vitality that they bring to our streets. Reform of non-domestic rates are central to that conversation, and the case for change has never been clear. The current system is outdated and does not reflect the economic realities faced by small businesses in our community today. Reforming that system is not simply a matter of easing the financial burden on small enterprises. It's about creating a fair and more balanced economic environment where businesses of all sizes can thrive. We must ensure that the system is more equitable, with target relief for small businesses and measures that encourage investment and growth in our town centres. But while reforming non-domestic rates is a crucial step, we must recognise that it is only part of the solution. The recent budget announcements grants us further opportunity. Rate reliefs for businesses from the relevant bar and consequential funding must be ring-fenced by this executive. Funding for services must not be allowed to come to Stormont and then just fall into a big black hole. Businesses are calling out for strategic planning of additional funding, and the SDLP will continue to make that case. But rates relief are just one measure that are used to support our struggling high streets. A comprehensive strategy of high street rejuvenation is needed to address the full range of the challenges our town centres face. The strategy should be multifaceted, targeted not only financially but also addressing structural issues that have been exacerbated by the economic downturn and the shift towards online shopping. In 2022, the main political parties, representatives of 11 local councils and some 33 businesses, trade unions and community sector groups all agreed the final High Street Task Force report recommendations. The High Street Task Force had outlined a vision for revitalising high streets and calling for a 5-year programme focused on creating high streets that are fit for the 21st century. But since then, nothing has happened. Absolutely nothing. And significantly, the Executive Office has refused calls from Retail NI and Hospitality Ulster for it to be recalled, and no explanation has actually been given to them. So I really feel that we are letting down our businesses in the High Street by ignoring this task force and the recommendations that they brought forward. Those recommendations can form the basis of that strategy for the Economy and Finance Ministers. The comprehensive strategy we developed could be built upon those recommendations made by the task force. That will mean greater investment in infrastructure and public space, so our high streets are attractive, inclusive and accessible places where people want to spend. That is why we welcome the amendment by Jerry Carroll on the need for retail centres that should be accessible for disabled people. Investing in a cleaner, greener and safer public spaces, as well as improving pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, can make our town centres more inviting and encourage higher footfall. It will also mean incentivising the use of vacant properties. We all know that empty shops and derelict buildings are a common sight on many high streets, and they contribute to a sense of decline and certainly a sense of wasted opportunities. We need policies that encourage property owners to bring back those vacant units back into use, whether for a new business or community spaces, or indeed housing. We also need to support local events and community activities, embrace digital and technological innovation and foster sustainable development. Each of these measures will be integral to the rejuvenation of our high streets if they are properly implemented. And while it is important to aim to revive traditional retail, we must also help local businesses adapt to that digital age, providing support for small businesses to adopt digital tools, develop online sales channels and integrate e-commerce in their in-store offerings will enable them to compete with the changing marketplace. We can also not forget that the future of our high streets must be environmentally sustainable. Investing in green infrastructure, such as energy-efficient buildings, sustainable transport, this will not only reduce costs for businesses, but also contribute to the broader environmental goals. This can include incentives for businesses to make energy-efficient upgrades and measures to promote sustainable forms of transport, such as cycling, electric vehicle charging points, etc. Finally, Speaker, any strategy to rejuvenate our high street must involve local partnership and community input. Each high street has its own unique strengths and challenges, and local councils, businesses and community groups are best placed to identify and address these needs. By empowering our local communities to take the lead in reshaping their town centres, we can ensure that solutions are tailored to the specific requirements of each area. District councils should be encouraged to develop bespoke high street action plans, informed by the views of local residents and other stakeholders. The High Street Task Force report supports this place-based approach, which puts local needs and aspirations at the heart of the regeneration efforts. In conclusion, Speaker, I urge the Assembly to support our amendment, which recognises the importance of developing a comprehensive strategy to rejuvenate our high street and town centres. Let us seize the opportunity to invest in our own communities, to support our local businesses and to build town centres that are not only economically vibrant but also socially and inclusively enriching. Our high streets are the heart of our communities, and by taking bold action now we can ensure that they are thriving places for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Jerry Carroll to move amendment number 2. Thank you, Jerry. So you have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. So please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, under our current system, our city and town centres are carved up by private property. Property rights dominate all the claims to our shared spaces. But if we are serious about recognising the importance of our town and city centres, our high streets, as the social fabric of our communities, which they are, we need to acknowledge that property rights have effectively alienated us from our own public spaces. Our towns and high streets belong to those who live and work there. They should be shaped by the needs of communities and designed to promote social connection and inclusion. And this amendment, Deputy Speaker, focuses on making our towns and high streets more accessible for people with disabilities and mobility issues, and also pushes back against a deeply unpopular idea that's continually floated by the party tabling the original motion that shops should open for longer on Sundays. In terms of accessibility, Deputy Speaker, any strategy to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres must prioritise accessible infrastructure for people with disabilities and mobility issues. Shockingly, Deputy Speaker, research from Disability Action shows that 9 in 10 disabled people feel that public transport and buildings are inaccessible to them. 9 out of 10 disabled people further experience serious challenges with street accessibility in their local areas. 9 out of 10 disabled people experience challenges accessing high street shops. Every day, Deputy Speaker, in our town and city centres, disabled people are forced to deal with poorly maintained pavements, unacceptable barriers and obstructions, including pavement parking. These barriers effectively stop disabled people carrying out their day-to-day tasks, but also have serious negative impact on people's mental and physical well-being, limiting opportunities for social interaction, independent living and access to employment. And in the face of these social and economic barriers, Deputy Speaker, no money has been allocated to the DFC Access and Inclusion grants. These grants fund projects like Changing Places and help to make sport, leisure, arts and heritage more accessible. And we urgently need better investment in Changing Places and accessible transport solutions like the Disability Action Transport Service. People with disabilities and mobility issues should be placed at the centre of discussions about planning so that everyone can move around our public spaces easily and safely, but at best they're usually an afterthought. On Sunday trading hours, Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party representatives, certainly at Belfast City Council, have always, to my knowledge, pushed for an extension of Sunday trading hours, despite vocal opposition from workers, trade unions, independent retailers and small businesses. I would politely say they're out of touch on this issue. The fact that this motion has been proposed by a party that refuses to drop the idea of extended Sunday trading hours should be a concern about all of us who care about workers, their families and our communities. We will oppose any attempt to extend Sunday trading hours under the guise of high street and town centre rejuvenation or any other buzzword. The extension of Sunday trading hours will only benefit big businesses and chains and only harm workers and small businesses. Retail and hospitality workers constantly tell us they don't want this. USDA, their union, surveyed its members in the north about this issue, and 92% of them, 92%, oppose the idea of extended Sunday opening hours. If hours are extended, workers in large shops would come under more pressure to work Sundays. This would mean people have to have less time to spend with their families and in their communities. Extending Sunday trading hours also makes... Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And I know he and I agree on most things apart from Sunday trading. Would the member not agree that employment law is in place to protect workers' rights, and actually in allowing choice on Sundays for some workers, that is something that I've heard in terms of childcare, mothers saying that they would like the opportunity to work on Sundays so they could have a day at home with their children during the week. So it's about facilitating choice and making sure that employment law is as strong as possible, not about denying people the choice to shop on a Sunday if they want to.
Thank the member for her point. I'll come on that later. In terms of extending the Sunday trading hours more generally, it also makes zero economic sense, and there's a litany of evidence and analysis to show that not only would deregulation bring no economic benefits for our high street, it would actually harm the viability of small businesses. Small retailers can already open for longer hours on Sundays, and many of these are independent local businesses that rely on the boost in trade on Sunday mornings in particular. And allowing for larger stores to open for longer on Sundays would mean that people have more money to spend. Trickle down doesn't work, or that more jobs will be created. There will be no economic vibrancy or rejuvenation of our high streets as a result of extended trading hours. And just maybe to point to the member's intervention, when USDA members in the north were asked what would make Belfast a more attractive city for leisure, family reasons and visiting generally, extended retail opening hours came at the bottom of a very, very long list. The retail and hospitality workers of our town centres and high streets have their own lives. Their parents and carers, and many already work long and atypical hours and find it difficult to balance work and family life. And already, to refer to the member's point as well, already they feel pressure to work for longer generally, and on Sunday that will only add to more stress. USDA also found that 68%, Deputy Speaker, of members surveyed have already come under pressure to work on Sundays rather than the flexibility that the member alluded to. People feel pressured already by employers to work on Sundays. Workers in general have the right, in theory I suppose, to opt out of Sunday working, but in practice many are pressurised by management to take on Sunday shifts, and if they refuse, their working hours and pay are cut in many cases, unacceptable but real behaviour that occurs. Employers are under no obligation to replace their workers' Sunday hours with a shift elsewhere in the week, and effectively many retail and hospitality workers can't afford to exercise their legal rights in effect. The strengthening of workers' rights should be at the heart of all discussions, Deputy Speaker, about rejuvenation of our high streets and our town centres. And in reality, workers have always been contested. Workers' hours have been contested since the beginning of certainly industrial capitalism. And somebody once said to that effect that the shortening of the working day is freedom's basic prerequisite, and I think that rings absolutely true. Protecting and maximising free time is at the core of the trade union movement ethos, and all those who want to live in a better, fairer society. Any suggestion of coercing retail and hospitality workers into working more hours on Sunday is a completely regressive move, especially as more of us are actively fighting for a 4-day working week. If we value a society where people have more free time to spend with their friends and family, where people are happier, better rested, and can fully participate in community life, we must resist regressive attempts to expand the working week. So I urge people to support the amendment in my name, and I'm happy to support the other amendments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Diane Armstrong to move amendment number 3.
Sure.
Thank you, Diane. So you've got 10 minutes to move and 5 minutes to wind. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker. I'm rising today to address a substantive motion brought by Alliance, but to focus specifically on addressing long-term derelict buildings and how they impact on schemes to rejuvenate high streets and town centres. I share with other members a disappointment that the High Street Task Force recommendations have not been implemented those would go a long way to revitalising, re-energising and the imagery of high streets and town centres. Our high streets play an important part in the local economy and the social fabric of our towns and villages. When our high streets thrive, our communities thrive. However, it is obvious that our high streets currently face unprecedented challenges with, as others have mentioned, online shopping, changing consumer habits, the ongoing legacy pandemic economics and out-of-town retail parks, leading to reduced footfall and an increase in vacant properties. The recent rises in employer national insurance, on top of the generous increases in the national minimum wage and the large cost implications from proposed employment law reform, will have significant impact on our high street employers. In England, the Chancellor has protected small businesses by extending business rates relief for small firms in retail, hospitality and leisure. Here, the Assembly has consistently failed to pass on business rates relief to these sectors in Northern Ireland. These challenges have not only monetary implications but also profound social consequences. This is evident in the two main towns in my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Despite a public realm scheme some years ago in Dungannon town, it suffers high vacancy rates, competition from a nearby out-of-town retail park, and is no longer the bustling town centre it once was. Enniskillen town centre is experiencing a shift that many other towns already feel, a shift from traditional family-owned shops to more national brands and an increased number of charity outlets. In addition, a soon-to-be-completed out-of-town retail park near Enniskillen currently poses a threat to town centre footfall. A strategy that links retail needs with the need for residential housing, flexible office space, digital connectivity, hospitality and entertainment options would be a positive and comprehensive first step to meet the demands of modern businesses. In this way, more residential accommodation in our town centres and high streets would see more vibrant, lively high streets and significantly contribute to a nighttime economy. The Minister for the Economy should work with the Minister of Finance to address long-term derelict properties with a new strategy to rejuvenate high streets and town centres. A dilapidation bill was due to be introduced to the Assembly in 2021, but this still has not materialised. Preparation for this bill should take a cross-departmental approach to examine Northern Ireland's planning laws and property taxes, which reward leisurely land banking. Planning permission that is meant to expire after 5 years can be kept valid indefinitely with token effort. These issues must be part of any comprehensive plan to address long-term dereliction. In County Fermanagh, there are currently at least 4 long-term vacant hotels in towns and villages. One was recently destroyed in a deliberate fire and is now a gaping derelict shell in the streetscape. In another location, a long-term derelict hotel whose owners cannot be located is holding back other potential investment opportunities. Across the 2 council areas in my constituency, there are over 1,500 non-domestic vacant properties. Any new strategy must devolve more power to councils to identify and locate long-term vacant property owners to serve relevant notices upon them. Efforts by local councils to maintain and improve their town centres and high streets are hampered by the lack of an effective and modern enforcement regime, meaning they are powerless to intervene to address long-term vacancies. Derelict shop fronts and abandoned buildings make it very hard for councils to improve the streetscapes to encourage new investment and tourism opportunities. One solution to this would be to do away with the 50% tax reduction for empty commercial buildings and the 100% exemption for derelict buildings. In Britain, these reliefs were scrapped a decade ago, with councils allowed to levy punitive charges. The same must happen here to provide no incentive for letting a building fall into disrepair. I would like to thank the members for bringing forth this motion, but any action plan to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres must include a comprehensive and bold plan to deal with derelict properties that plight our streets and hold back economic development. And I do hope members can support the amendment as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I just want to remind the Assembly that none of the amendments are mutually exclusive, and I'll put the question on all 3 when it comes to the time. So I want to call our next speaker, who is Philip McGuigan.
And I want to thank the proposers for providing the opportunity to speak on the issue today, and I absolutely agree that thriving high streets and town centres are vitally important to the economic vibrancy and social fabric of our communities. They're also the spaces where we live, work, shop, socialise and access public services, so they need to be welcoming, safe and sustainable locations for businesses. Unfortunately, as the motion states, high streets and town centres do face many challenges, and we can see the very visible impact these challenges are having on small and independent retailers. Many of these challenges did exist before the pandemic, but have undoubtedly increased since. The changing ways in which we access goods and services, online, mobile services, shopping centres and out-of-town retail parks, the impact of the cost of living crisis and the legacy of the COVID pandemic has had on how people spend their time and their decreased disposable income, more working from home and less lunchtime spending. And then obviously rising overhead costs and inflationary pressures for businesses is having an impact. And I know the motion and amendments mention both the Department for the Economy and Finance, but addressing these issues will require a partnership approach across a number of departments as well as local councils. Public realm and environmental improvements, revitalisation schemes, planning and infrastructure, development schemes, urban development grants, licensing laws and many other connected issues impact on the success of our high streets and town centres and touch across numerous government departments. Obviously, the High Street Task Force, established by the Executive and with its membership drawn from retail, hospitality, academia, central and local government, as well as the community and voluntary sectors, have already, as been mentioned, put forward their recommendations following extensive engagement, and it should be the template for moving forward. We do need to focus now on how the recommendations from the task force can be progressed within the current budgetary challenges that we face. And we also need to look, as others have said, at locally based solutions and initiatives. While many of the issues will be similar across the north, every area and every town centre and high street will have its own particular strengths and challenges. In my own constituency in Ballymena, Ballymoney and Ballycastle, the three major towns, the issue of derelict buildings is continually raised by businesses. Obviously, an increasing number of vacant derelict buildings will reduce footfall in the town, impacting on existing businesses. So I do welcome the work of the Finance Minister on this subject, who has restored the Back in Business scheme introduced previously by her colleague Conor Murphy, which offers businesses a 50% rate discount for up to 2 years if they move into vacant premises that have been occupied for 12 months or more and that were previously used for retail purposes. Rejuvenating town centres and buildings while protecting their heritage is also something that is important in many areas to ensure that the high streets and town centres and buildings remain attractive to potential new businesses. Ballycastle, again, is one of the most unique towns in the north with its retail offering. Yet recently we witnessed a road closure for a number of days and scaffolding right in its heart as the Antrim Arms had been allowed to dangerously degrade into disrepair. So we should be looking at expanding townscape heritage initiatives that have borne fruit elsewhere. The impact of car parking charges again is something. Local consultation is needed and important because every situation can be different. And I also think that the increased use of pedestrian zones will benefit many of our town centres. Before concluding, I just want to put on record and welcome the recent announcement that the pause on the city deals, particularly in Causeway, Coast and Glens, my own area, but also the mid-south west region, have been lifted, and that all deals across the north are now progressing. In my own constituency of North Antrim, which sits within two council areas, Causeway, Coast and Glens and Mid and East Antrim, these growth deals are, as they have been described numerous times in this chamber, game changers. And the investment and outworking of the particular projects within both Mid and East Antrim and Causeway, Coast and Glens councils will certainly be seen in a positive way across our high streets and town centres.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for South Belfast for bringing this important debate to the Chamber here today. This party has for many years recognised the vital importance of our town centres and our city centres to communities right across Northern Ireland, and as this motion focuses on changing habits from the COVID pandemic, I do want to take this opportunity once again to pay tribute to the work of our former Economy Minister, the member for Upper Bann, who during that pandemic ensured that over £260 million of support went to our high streets and town centres during that very, very difficult time for our traders. As the member for Foyle has already articulated, the important work of the High Street Task Force is something that needs to continue in earnest. I do welcome the fact that the First and Deputy First Minister on the 10th of October wrote to all relevant government ministers with the outworkings and recommendations of that report and calling for their work streams to take forward this important work. And I know that the Junior Minister, who is more than ably standing in for the Economy Minister, will be able to inform the House of the work that the Department for the Economy will take forward in that regard. And we do see the Department for the Economy needing to take a leading role on this issue, but I think it's also wider than that. This is a cross-cutting issue that many government departments do need to focus on. And in particular, following the budget allocation and the decisions made by the Chancellor, there is really a game-changing opportunity for the Finance Minister before this House in the coming weeks and months. The Finance Minister has the opportunity to introduce a rating scheme that, for once in a generation, is fair and balanced. A rating scheme that ensures that high street businesses aren't taxed to a level in which makes them unprofitable or makes them want to move online. An opportunity, as highlighted by the member for Fermanagh South Tyrone, Mrs Armstrong, to ensure that the dereliction of our town centres is not rewarded, but in fact and rightly should be penalised. There is a long-standing need for that reform, and I do hope that when the Finance Minister brings those proposals to the Executive, that is the focus of that work. We need to see support for our hospitality sector right across Northern Ireland. Our hospitality sector is, in our current economic climate, the driving force to bringing people into our town centres and our city centres, and they need to get the support in which they deserve. A number of the amendments put forward by members are very important, and we will be supporting those. Firstly, the member for Foyle, Ms McLaughlin, will be supporting her amendment. Mr Carroll will be supporting your amendment. You eloquently outlined the case against extended trading hours on a Sunday much better than I could. But I didn't think I would be standing up to say that, so congratulations, Mr Carroll. And to Ms Armstrong, again, our party will be supporting your important amendment. Dereliction is an issue which impacts massively on my constituency. The Castlebrook development is a complete and utter disgrace in the city of Belfast and in my constituency of North Belfast, which has been left derelict for years. Businesses who continue to pay rates and continue to try their best in this economic climate are surrounded by scaffolding and by dereliction. And I know that all parties will continue to push for that development to take place as soon as possible. I do want to highlight the important work that the Department for Infrastructure needs to take forward in town centre and city centre regeneration. Firstly, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's a well-rehearsed argument, but our planning system is not fit for purpose. And how often do we have businesses coming to us to say they want to expand, they want to invest in our town centres, and they're told that they can't get a planning permission in a timely manner and instead decide to go on with another investment. We have a Department for Infrastructure that can't seem to pedestrianise a single street in the cultural capital of our city. Hopefully with the £608 million that's been allocated in this budget, Minister O'Dowd might be able to afford a few barriers so that we can ensure that Hill Street is finally pedestrianised and that we can continue to have that cultural heart of Belfast city centre. The Night Mover scheme is a vital one to ensure that our nighttime economy is supported, but again, the Department for Infrastructure said they don't have the funding to run public transport late at night, and that's key again to attracting people back into our city. So the Executive Ministers now have their tasks from the 12th of October letter sent by the First and Deputy First Minister, and now I think this House speaks for one voice that all government ministers need to get together and start to deliver for our town centres right across Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. So, as a business on the order paper is not expected to be completed by 6 o'clock, so in accordance with Standing Order 10(3), I'll allow business to continue until 7 or until the business is completed. Okay. Colm Gildern is our next speaker. Thank you.
And I want to start off by thanking members for bringing forward the motion and indeed the amendments which deal with specific elements of town centres. The important role, members, that our high streets play in our society cannot be overstated. They are the very heart and soul of our communities, and they act as a focal point for much of the activity that occurs in our everyday lives. For hundreds of years, the high street has been a crucial driver of economic activity in the towns and villages, and they have also shaped the very culture and identity of the regions in which they are situated. But I think it is fair and it is accurate to say that our high streets are no longer the hive of activity that they once were. Changing consumer patterns and prolonged periods of economic downturn have left them a shadow of their former glory in some cases. In my own town of Dungannon, the decrease in footfall is noticeable and has been mentioned very often. In fact, even today, from a business in the town has contacted me in relation to decrease in footfall. And local businesses often tell me that they are struggling to deal with the new realities of that. I have to say also that in towns like Dungannon, we have a very vibrant business community who are all the time seeking to do their best. They're investing their time, their money, their futures into making it work. And I think that places an onus on us as an assembly for us to do our part to protect retail space in towns, to provide clean, welcoming, attractive and accessible spaces for people to come into and to stay in and do their business. And those will involve things like looking at issues of parking to ensure that towns are being dealt with on a fair basis in relation to parking restrictions, in relation to ensuring that the space is clean and attractive, and that we're doing all we can in that respect. The decline of the high street is not unique to here. It's happening all across the world in many cases, and that's something that we also need to give some thought to. Our own executive has previously stated that the rejuvenation of our high streets is a key priority going forward, and in the previous mandate, the High Street Task Force, as has been mentioned, was formed to look at that issue. It's also the case that local government has a very important role to play in rejuvenation of our town centres. They have a lot of the local knowledge, they have a lot of the local contacts, and it's important that we work in partnership with them and with the businesses and communities to ensure that happens. It's also, I think, important to recognise some of the work which has been done, such as the public realm schemes which have been rolled out. Millions of pounds invested through those schemes into some of our towns. In addition to that, Conor Murphy reduced the non-domestic regional rate by 18% and provided rates holidays to many businesses during COVID, allowing them to survive that period of time. And I think that also places an onus on us to ensure that they continue to survive and thrive. And more recently, Kiva Archibald reinstated the Back in Business scheme, which supports new business and tackles dereliction on our high streets. The High Street Task Force report, Delivering a 21st Century High Street, provides a blueprint for how to revitalise our high streets, and we must ensure it's implemented in full. Within that report, there are recommendations which call for the establishment of a Living High Streets Fund to support projects which would transform underutilised assets into vibrant community spaces. And I also want to commend in Dungannon some of the work that is happening with some of the spaces there by local entrepreneurs to create that welcoming environment at much cost to themselves, I have to say. The report also recommends the development of a high street investment programme and the transfer of regeneration powers to local councils, which I think can play a significant role. And the final point I suppose I want to make is that while it's okay to have strategies, and we absolutely should have strategies, a bit of it's about our own behaviours as well, and we need to consider how we can best support our own local businesses and how we can ensure that that decline won't continue, and to make our towns a place that we feel that we have a place to do business, to relax, to socialise or whatever. So each of us has a responsibility in that respect to promote and support our high streets in whatever way we can, particularly in the period as we come towards Christmas now.
Thank you, Colm. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of the motion and the amendments here today, as my colleague so eloquently put earlier on in his speech. We want to highlight the critical importance of our high streets and town centres to the economic vibrancy and social cohesion of our community. A comprehensive strategy is of course essential, and I'd like to address several key issues that must be considered as part of this strategy from my experience as an East Antrim representative. Firstly, and rightly so, the issue of dilapidation continues to be a pressing concern. A recent consultation in my constituency highlighted that dereliction is the top concern of local residents. Abandoned and deteriorating buildings not only deter footfall, but also project a sense of neglect and discourages investment. To address this, we must see movement on the dilapidation bill. That would hold property owners accountable for maintaining their premises, ensuring that our town centres remain attractive and welcoming, and provide real powers for our council to act. Investing in the upkeep of our high streets will create an environment where businesses can thrive and where residents feel a sense of pride and connection to their local community. In addition to these physical improvements, we must also support businesses that are bringing the life into these areas. In my area, new businesses like Luna are trying to establish themselves, but have faced unexpected challenges. For example, they have struggled due to unforeseen waterworks, disrupting operations and adding financial strain at a crucial time for this brand new business. Other businesses in the same area have had to actually close while this work is ongoing. This example underscores the need for improved coordination and communication between local council, utility companies and businesses to minimise disruptions. Small businesses are the backbone of our local economies, and we must ensure they have stability and the support that they need to grow. One of the most common concerns that I hear is regarding the high VAT rates, which have created an uneven playing field. A VAT reduction could be a lifeline, helping businesses stay competitive and encouraging more footfall in our town centres. With the cost of living crisis impacting consumer spending, reducing VAT would not only benefit businesses, but would also make shopping and dining on our high streets much more affordable for residents. Moreover, we have a massive opportunity with CityDeal to transform our town centres. The funding and projects within these frameworks should prioritise initiatives that rejuvenate our high streets and businesses to create jobs, improving their infrastructure and digital transformation, and this is an opportunity we must grasp. Recent ANI Audit Office reports have highlighted significant concerns around skills gaps and the planning system here in Northern Ireland. Both are absolutely critical to our town centres. We must address the skills gap by investing in training programmes tailored to the needs of our high street businesses, particularly in areas such as retail, hospitality and digital skills, ensuring that our workforce is equipped with the right skills to be more dynamic and responsive to changes in consumer trends. Our town centres and high streets need a planning system that is fit for purpose, so that businesses can thrive and diversify without lengthy delays. In Carrickfergus, we also operate within a conservation area, which brings additional restrictions and costs with very little support for businesses to navigate this additional burden. We've also moved with the transition of online banking, which is also presenting additional challenges. With more banks closing their physical branches, residents, particularly those who are less digitally confident, face difficulties in accessing these essential services, increasing the digital divide and inequality. Town centres have traditionally been hubs where people conduct their daily banking, so we must consider alternatives such as community banking hubs or financial support. By ensuring accessibility, we can maintain footfall in our town centres and support our local businesses. During my adjournment debate a few months ago, I welcomed the Back in Business grant, but to date only 4 businesses in the Mid and East Antrim area are actually in receipt of this funding. Northern Ireland has a high rate of people with disabilities, and we must ensure that our town centres and streets are more accessible and, of course, accommodating. And I agree with the points put forward by Mr Carroll. The Minister of Infrastructure must work with local councils and other partners to ensure footpaths are fit for purpose and they do not pose risks. And the whole town centre is, of course, welcoming and accessible. But primarily, those with disabilities must be at the heart of future planning. And finally, we should look at the Townscape Heritage Initiative in my constituency as a model for repurposing the High Street. As a successful scheme which focused on... Is that my time up?
Well up.
Well, sorry about that, thank you.
You're okay. I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The centre of our villages, towns and cities play an absolutely vital role in providing space for people, community and creativity. That's why we've brought this motion today to urge the Economy Minister and our Executive as a whole to put in place a comprehensive strategy to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres. Whilst the motivations of consumer culture have evolved over time, we as legislators and political representatives of this place have a responsibility to ensure that our policies and strategies evolve just as quickly. Moving at pace with rapidly developing technologies, we need to build experiences and vital community consultation. We must listen to the will of the people, to those who live and work in these areas, to lead our delivery of change. Alliance is fully committed to protecting our high streets because they hold the key to not just economic vibrancy, but strengthening the social fabric of our communities. This motion calls on the Economy Minister to produce a strategy to lead on rejuvenation of our high streets within his department, where we recognise that this ambition involves more than just one executive department. As a member of the Executive Office Committee, I want to bring to light the responsibilities of TU into focus. The First and Deputy First Minister have oversight of the High Street Task Force. This was a group chaired by our junior ministers in the previous mandate, comprised of cross-departmental senior civil servants, industry experts and community organisations, who in 2020 actually delivered a series of recommendations on how we evolve our high streets and centre of our villages and towns for the betterment of our people and our economy. The aim of this work was to deliver a shared agreed vision of creating thriving places to do business, socialise, shop, be creative and use public services, creating great and fulfilling places to live. I bring this up because it's important to reflect that the contents of this motion is the consequence of lack of follow-up and formal responses to these asks. We've ended up in a limbo space where work is not being progressed at the pace we would like due to sitting in TU. There hasn't been as much progress as we want to see in implementing this report of evidence-based recommendations to push transformative change for our local economies. It's unacceptable. It speaks to the failures and lack of clarity within our government. This High Street Task Force report brings together what has been discussed around this chamber today, delivering destinations that are clean, green and diverse, addressing social need and creating solutions shaped by the communities in the space itself. It puts forward a comprehensive and encompassing case for developing funds to support creativity, creating rate relief, supporting workers and reviewing planning and tackling the changing landscape of our economies alongside technologies and innovations. Towns and city centres and the high streets within them are changing. How they look, what's on them. Whether it's the rising place of the food-to-go industry and the need to support micro and small businesses, incentivise activity that is experience-based away from traditional retail, we have to match this pace of change. To take an example of my own constituency in North Down, particularly Bangor and its city centre. Our city centre is filled with people who have enthusiasm and hopes for the future of this place, wanting to see it evolve into an even stronger district of experiences, whether that is visiting our food spots, getting involved in leisure activity in and around the seafront, engaging with the arts and cultural hubs, or supporting independent and small businesses. And whilst there's been positive progress in Bangor over recent years, we've seen the regeneration of the courthouse. The market house has been transformed into a community hub, and we have building momentum towards creating a business improvement district. Businesses and the people in Bangor do feel that they've been left behind. They've been left behind with the delays in the Queen's Parade regeneration, the lack of progress in wastewater infrastructure, which is stifling redevelopment, or with small businesses facing high levels of rates in our city centre. We need to invest in our high streets for both the economic and social value. We need to set policies which prioritise town centres. We need to create experiences for people and update our planning infrastructure. We need to simplify business support infrastructure and deliver for people and communities. As my colleague has pointed out, we will be supporting the SDLP motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call Timothy Gaston.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. While recognising the significant challenges faced by businesses in our high streets, I want to begin by noting that I have the privilege of representing the constituency which currently boasts the High Street of the Year. I want to commend the businesses of Ballymoney for winning that prestigious title, and I want to note that Winnie Mellett is worthy of particular praise after her shop, the Winsome Lady, won the prestigious 2024 Independent Retailer Award. Ballymoney is a great place to shop, and it's fantastic to see that it is recognised in this fashion. However, it is noteworthy that Winnie Mellett had to adapt and overcome challenges many of our high street shops are facing. The Winsome Lady is a model of how some are able to use the power of technology to bring their products to a new audience through internet sales. However, Winnie will also be the first to recognise the key role of local community spirit and the importance of working together and promoting each other's business. This team spirit is a key element to the success of businesses in Ballymoney, and I am delighted that it has been recognised on this scale. I do want to note that if we want to preserve our high streets, it isn't simply good enough to tell them to get online. Large independent retailers or large retailers will always get the lion's share of such business through brand recognition. Unfortunately, this makes it challenging for many of our independent retailers in the high street, who are in essence the DNA of many of our town centres. Take Ballymena, it's known for its unique shopping experience with over 70% independent businesses. While on the subject of Ballymena, this Thursday is discount day, where over 65 businesses are now involved and will attract thousands to the town to avail of unrivalled bargains for all your Christmas needs. We have multiple household names such as Mers Electrics, Cameron's Department Store, Fred Funk, McKillen's, Wallace's, Sam's, Grassmen and many more. Unfortunately, large internet retailers have a competitive edge over the businesses that I have just listed. They don't face the massive rate bills which we impose on the businesses within town centres, nor do they face the challenge of competing with out-of-town retailers such as suck the business out of our town centres through convenience and free parking. In the response, I would like the Junior Minister to set out what plans the Executive Office have, whilst working with the Minister for Economy and Infrastructure, to develop new policies which discourage such edge-of-town developments and encourage breathing life back into our high streets. In relation to the amendments, I thank the SDLP for bringing forward their amendment, focusing on the issue of rates, and I believe this is indeed a key point. I also want to commend Jerry for his amendment, in particular the importance of the two-day weekend. Recently, Belfast City Council made a blunder when it backed an alliance proposal to develop plans to pilot an extended Sunday trading scheme. The blowback has been immediate and predictable. I will never make any secret of my religious convictions, but even those who, unlike myself, don't have concerns about Sunday being a day of rest, see the value in hard-working people having a Sunday off. Those employed in the retail sector are often the most poorly paid and have little enough time with their families as they struggle to make ends meet. As the Irish Congress of Trade Unions Northern Ireland Committee pointed out in a resolution passed in 2017, the trend towards 24/7 retail trading, including deregulated Sunday trading, is having a serious negative impact on retail workers, associated workers and local communities across Ireland. Employee flexibility in retail is increasingly one-sided, with the employer changing shifts and hours at short notice with little discussion. Members, the increasing push for unlimited trading on Sunday is a backward step, and I trust today's debate will cause all the parties in this House to reflect not just on their actions here, but in councils up and down Northern Ireland. Happy to give way.
Member note that the Alliance proposition at Belfast City Council, something they've tried many times and failed many times, will only likely pass through City Hall with the support of Sinn Féin and encourage Sinn Féin to stand up for workers as they have in the past and not to turn on it.
The members an extra minute.
Point. and indeed for that motion to come past, we Sinn Féin need their the help of the Alliance need the help of Sinn Féin. They work hand in glove nowadays. I seem to get mixed up in them. But it is important that the Sunday trading is left the way it is. We have to respect workers' rights. I worked in retail industry before I came here for many, many years. It is important that when workers get to the weekend, they do get a day of rest and they don't face burnout. So I welcome the intervention, and I do encourage Sinn Féin to have a little soul searching if that's possible. And when it comes to the Alliance motion coming before Belfast City Council, they turn around and stand up for workers' rights and say no thank you.
Okay, we are in the Assembly Chamber, but sure, all politics is local. Anyway, so Junior Minister Riley will respond on behalf of the Minister for the Economy, and to advise you, Minister Riley, you'll have up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak to the motion on behalf of the Minister for the Economy, and I thank members for bringing this important issue today for discussion. The fabric of community life and its economic vibrancy are significantly woven through the high streets and town centres that span our cities, towns and villages. These places have historically been the heart of local, commercial and civic life, bustling centres of activity providing essential services, retail opportunities and spaces for social interaction. They are the stage where much of local daily life unfolds. They embody the communal and cultural spirit of the areas that they serve, and they exist as barometers of local economic health, where busy businesses and lively public spaces signal a thriving community. However, recent years have seen our high streets face unprecedented challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic led to significant economic disruptions, forcing many businesses to close temporarily or adjust operations, leading to reduced foot traffic and altered shopping habits. Businesses have faced a costs crisis driven by the increases in the price of food, energy and other essentials. They have faced recruitment and retention challenges due to a combination of historically low unemployment and stubbornly high levels of economic inactivity. And the retail and hospitality sectors have continued concerns around VAT rates, late-night transport and insurance. And meeting these challenges will force a re-evaluation of the role of high streets in a modern society. But within the scope of this re-evaluation, there is an opportunity for revitalisation and for reimagining how high streets can serve our communities better into the future. The Minister for the Economy's response to the challenges faced by our high streets is shaped by his vision for the economy. At the heart of his vision are commitments to securing a regionally balanced economy and to creating the conditions for more good jobs and for our people. Minister Murphy intends to support the economic performance of our regions by putting in place a coherent ecosystem that acknowledges the need for the key players to work more closely together. An important shift in this direction took place back in 2015, when councils assumed greater economic responsibilities, recognising the value of local areas leading their own economic development. The Minister intends to build on this by providing local communities with more opportunity to identify their own priorities. And Minister Murphy introduced the Sub-Regional Economic Plan at the beginning of October. This is a new strategic approach to economic development, which is locally led and places regional balance at its heart. Councils will be asked to establish local economic partnerships, bringing together central government, the business community, universities, colleges, local enterprise agencies and civil society. Partnerships will identify the main barriers to local economic development and the priority interventions that will build each region's value proposition, with dedicated funding of £45 million over a 3-year period from April 2025. In parallel with Minister Murphy's commitment to regional balance is his focus on good jobs. The need to promote good work and fair work policies for workers was acknowledged in the New Decade New Approach Agreement of 2020 and continues to be recognised through the Minister's economic priorities. People who work in high street businesses should have the same right as everyone else to jobs offering fulfilment, security and fair pay. Minister Murphy has already made progress in this area with the proposed introduction of new employment rights legislation and a Good Work Charter to ensure better quality jobs and promote a healthy work-life balance. The Minister held his wide-ranging public consultation on employment rights earlier this year, and the legislation that flows from this will modernise and strengthen our employment legislative framework to ensure that it provides appropriate minimum standards of rights and decent working conditions for all. This should help deliver fair work on our high streets, while ensuring that our many good employers who already treat their workers fairly can operate on a level playing field. The Labour Relations Agency is leading on the development of the Good Work Charter and plans to consult on a draft charter before Christmas with an aim to finalise it in early 2025. In addition to the employment rights legislation and the Good Work Charter, Minister Murphy is also focused on initiatives to promote greater adoption here of the real living wage. The Minister recently announced funding support for an initiative by Advice NI in partnership with the Living Wage Foundation to raise awareness of the real living wage across the North and to promote living wage accreditation among employers. We know higher wages are associated with increased productivity and job satisfaction, potentially addressing critical challenges for typical high street businesses that often struggle with staff recruitment and retention. Through his dedication to the creation of more good jobs here, Minister Murphy is ensuring that his department delivers on one of the key recommendations of the High Street Task Force. It reported on its recommendations in 2022, although consideration of implementation was delayed pending the formation of the current executive. The report contains 14 recommendations. Several of the recommendations have a pragmatic focus on existing delivery mechanisms, while others seek fundamental reform of key policies such as rating and planning or call for significant additional investment. Minister Murphy considers that Recommendation 8, Fair Work on our High Streets, sits within the remit of his department and will be delivered through his work on good jobs, but he is also keen to collaborate with departmental and local government colleagues on any of the other recommendations. The report of the High Street Task Force recognises that collaborative approaches must continue over the coming years to deliver high streets, village, town and city centres that are fit for the 21st century, and this is something that the Minister takes on board. It is not, however, for one department to develop a strategy to address the varied issues faced by high street and town centre businesses. Delivery of the High Street Task Force report requires a response from across the executive, and Minister Murphy is keen to work with other departments to ensure that this happens. For example, he will work with the Department of Finance to explore support options for smaller local businesses struggling with rates bills. He is also keen to see more initiatives like the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, which has been extended through 24-25 to provide support to some 30,000 small businesses throughout our towns and cities, and the Back in Business Scheme, which incentivises the use of long-term vacant retail space and is already bringing new businesses to our high streets. Minister Murphy will work with the Department for Infrastructure through its range of functions and network of assets to positively influence the delivery of public services, the operation of local businesses, and the daily lives of communities and town centres and high streets. The Minister notes the Department for Infrastructure's new transport strategy, which aspires to better connect neighbouring communities to our towns and city centres, and the Department's work with NI Water to alleviate capacity constraints so that high street redevelopment can proceed without any hindrance. Minister Murphy also considers the Department for Communities as a key partner in efforts to rejuvenate our high streets, with consideration on that department's particular remit for town centre renewal. There are also cross-cutting and wider social issues that impact our high streets. Tackling violence against women and girls means ensuring that we proactively think about how to ensure that our entire population are safe in public as well as in private spaces. The Department for Economy is involved in an ongoing and significant investment in our town centres, with programmes around public realm and environmental improvements, urban development grants, and the development of business improvement districts. And the relationship between central government and local councils will be essential to the success of all of these endeavours. Councils have a deep understanding of local challenges and opportunities, allowing for tailored approaches that are more likely to succeed. The establishment of local economic partnerships under Minister Murphy's sub-regional economic plan is just one example of how government departments can work with local bodies to the betterment of our high streets. And addressing these challenges faced by our high streets is a job for the whole of the executive to respond to, and I can confirm to members that the Minister for the Economy is committed to delivering the actions needed to make this a reality. I just want to turn to some of the points that have been raised in today's debate, particularly touch on some of the amendments. The Minister is committed to working with all executive colleagues to address the issue, including the Minister of Finance, on matters relating to business rates. Rather than undertake a further one-off review, I understand the Finance Minister aims to work with executive colleagues on a more strategic approach and to progress a rolling review and evaluation of the current suite of rate support measures within both the non-domestic and domestic rating system. As part of this work, she will be working with business bodies, organisations and wider society to build a progressive rate system which both grows our tax base and stimulates our economy. The member for West Belfast has raised the ability or the inability of those with reduced mobility, wheelchair users and those using prams to access town centres, and it is really an important issue. And it's an issue that all of us are likely to face at some stage in our lives, and it's important particularly with an ageing population that we ensure public spaces are accessible to all. And although footpaths are not in the Minister for Economy's remit, he is happy to help support work on this issue where possible. Mrs Armstrong raises the issue around derelict properties, and again this is a significant issue in some town centres. The Department for Communities, together with local councils, are responsible for regeneration and local economic policy, and again Minister Murphy is happy to support their work in this area. So I'll pray Lasco Corla in closing. I would like to thank colleagues for joining me today to discuss these important issues. Minister Murphy would like to assure members that he will continue to work with all stakeholders in efforts to restore the spirit of our high streets and town centres. I think this is an issue where there is cross-party support. We all recognise how important town centres are to the social and economic life of our constituencies. It is the Minister's hope that through a collective focus we will transform these spaces into the vibrant, resilient hubs we envision, ensuring they continue to thrive in an ever-changing world.
We've got Colin Crawford, who is going to wind on amendment number 3. And just to advise you, Colin, you have 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, today we gather with a shared purpose and, as the Junior Minister says, hopefully cross-party support to breathe new life into our high streets and towns right across Northern Ireland. These vibrant hubs are not just places of commerce, they are the beating hearts of our communities, where culture, connection and commerce all come together. We must embrace the opportunity to rejuvenate these vital spaces, ensuring they thrive for generations to come. Our high streets have faced unprecedented challenges in recent years. The impact of the pandemic has shaken the foundations of our local economies, with many well-known shops and businesses forced to close their doors. Yet, from these challenges arise a unique opportunity, a chance to reassess, reinvent and revitalise. To rejuvenate our high streets, we must address the issue of long-term derelict buildings, which are detrimental to town centre developments. Proud buildings that once held the stories of our past, fostering trade and community. Yet, today, many of these buildings lie empty, crumbling and forgotten, casting a shadow over the vibrant spirit we aspire to cultivate in our towns. However, I'm not only wanting to highlight the problem, but to ignite a conversation about solutions. We cannot let these buildings continue to blight our communities. We must act decisively and collaboratively to breathe new life into these spaces. First and foremost, we need a comprehensive strategy, one that prioritises the identification and assessment of derelict buildings across our towns. We must work closely with local councils and stakeholders to create inventories of these properties and to develop plans for their rehabilitation. Through partnerships with property owners, developers and public agencies, we can facilitate the transformation of these neglected spaces into valuable assets. Secondly, we must tap into our shared heritage. Many of these buildings are historical treasures, and their restoration can be an opportunity to celebrate our culture while boosting tourism. By promoting schemes that encourage the restoration of heritage buildings, we can foster community involvement and pride, as well as creating job opportunities in the process. The rejuvenation of our high streets is an opportunity to celebrate our heritage, to foster community spirit, and to create spaces that reflect our collective identity. Northern Ireland is rich with culture, talent and potential. Let us unite in our efforts to revitalise these cherished spaces, ensuring they remain vibrant for years to come. We will be supporting the motion and each of the amendments. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Jerry Carroll to wind on amendment number 2, and Jerry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank the members. I welcome the debate and the discussion. Some obviously important points raised by members in relation to many issues, anti-buildings, pedestrianisation, I have to say that slowly, of city and town centres as well. Also different issues raised about rates, some I would agree with, some less so. But I think what we need to insert, Deputy Speaker, into the debate about rates is we look at restructuring our rate system in a general sense to connect it to profits and income and wealth. And I would, rather than just sort of current metrics and size, which it mainly is, and I would ask the question about how many major corporations in our city and town centres who are doing well financially, to put it mildly, are paying adequate rates. I would expect very few. There's obviously a bit of discussion, which I welcome, about Sunday trading hours, hence the amendment that has received some support and some sort of opposition in a way, but not expressly said in that way. And obviously, I think it's important to say that we need to defend important time off for workers, which was hard won by workers. I mean, these weekend breaks weren't gifted by nice employers or the state. They were hard won through trade union struggle and gritted teeth of trade unionists. And workers, Deputy Speaker, should be able to do what they want with those hours on a Sunday. I mean, I'm not religious, but whether it's to go to a religious event, they should be able to do that on their day off, their time off. Family activities, arts events, cultural events, or whatever. And effectively, by not accepting my amendment, Deputy Speaker, it basically says that parties are effectively on the side of the employers rather than workers, and for some that may be the case, and big employers at that, but I don't think it's acceptable, given the pressure faced by workers and given how they are keeping our city centres alive under challenges, but without those workers, there is no city and town centres to speak of. Deputy Speaker, it's often presented as a modernising sort of idea that we should squeeze every hour possible out of workers. You should be in work every day, every hour of the week, but it's unpopular with workers. They're actually opposed to it, workers in the sector, as I stated earlier on, but it's also out of step with practices in other countries. I mean, go to Spain, go to France, and many other countries. What happens? People have longer breaks during the day. I mean, obviously in part it's due to weather conditions, but if it's good enough for workers in these countries, why can't workers here have extended time and not being in work? I agree with members' concerns about plans to erode the existing Sunday trading hours. I obviously mentioned the Alliance's support for changing hours, which has been pretty consistent over the years, although I oppose it. Though we learned through the debate that Belfast City Council, Sinn Féin, supported a pilot Sunday trading hours, and I'm not sure whether there's been a change in the position. Happy to give way if anybody wants to clarify or not. No, I think it's a bad move. I mean, some may say, what's the harm in commissioning a bit of research? But why waste time and money on a bit of research on a pilot scheme that nobody wants? And it was a bit of in a respectful way, a bit of a bizarre situation that the member for North Adjournment was quoting the ICTU policy, and the parties opposite are seemingly happy to go against trade unions and workers' issues. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame, but I welcome the support for the amendment in that regard. Philip Brett also raised the issue of pedestrianisation of Hill Street and other areas, something that I and my party do support. Also, Deputy Speaker, it wasn't really mentioned, but it should be a source of shame for the Executive that people in city and town centres experience homelessness while buildings obviously lie empty. And a housing first approach would help support people experiencing homelessness and tackle that issue and see housing as a human right. Public transport wasn't really mentioned in detail, and obviously we need to desperately invest in our public transport system. A third of our local workforce commutes into Belfast each and every day, and many others use transport to get around the city. And the High Street Task Force recommended that the Executive implement an investment programme for blue-green infrastructure and sustainable public transport. 2.5 years later, we're still waiting on delivery. So free public transport as well should ultimately be the aim. So yeah, thanks for the debate, and I appeal to people to support my amendment, and I'm happy to support others too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Colin McGrath to wind on amendment number 1, and Colin, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And we're pleased to welcome the motion that's here to offer our amendment and also to support the other 2 amendments. And whilst it is a further non-binding motion from an executive party, the main strand is to offer support to small businesses on our high streets, and the SDLP welcome the ability to join in that support for them. And while there are differences in the nuances, I think it's really important in this debate today that we all focus in on what we agree on, and that is that we support our high streets, we support our businesses that are there, and I think that it would be really unhelpful to move to a divide on this under a small sub-issue, which is something that's taken place in another area. I think we need to focus on what we can do in sending out that clear message that we support our high street businesses. And in the points that have been raised, I think many of the ones that we agree on, there has been mention of the High Street Task Force. And look, it's been around for many years. Whenever I was the chair of the Executive Office Committee about 4 years ago, it was getting round to being established, and it was beginning to look at the work that it was able to do. And it was an opportunity, I feel, for this executive to show solidarity and real tangible support for our high street businesses. But I think it has found to be lacking, and therefore, if it's lacking, I think it's failing our small businesses. Now, whether it's the content that is lacking, whether it's the implementation that is lacking, whether it's the motivation or the pace that is lacking, I think the one thing that we are sending a message here today is that we feel that that High Street Task Force is lacking, and therefore it needs to really evaluate what it's doing to be able to try and improve outcomes for our small businesses. Yeah, quickly.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree that in developing a strategy to rejuvenate our town centres, it would be positive to see the Ministers of Finance and Economy engage directly with councils to identify the local need and maximise the impact of planned schemes through targeted and strategic intervention?
Absolutely couldn't disagree with that, and I think many of our contributions today have referenced that. And also, we have acknowledged the fact that the high street is changing. COVID had a big impact on shopping habits. Online shopping is now the norm, and that changes the configurations that we actually need, the types of businesses that we need on our high streets. And high rates mean that many small family-based businesses are struggling to be able to afford to be able to stay open. And with many businesses being many businesses, so bigger businesses being located on the fringes of towns or in retail parks, that is making the task of the high street businesses much more difficult. So what we need to be able to do is to try and support them, because those bigger businesses that are located in the out-of-town centre retail parks, they can afford to keep themselves going. It's those local family businesses that we need to keep support for. I also want to mention about the fact that the amendment from ourselves today is to ask for work about the reform of the non-domestic rate system. And we all know, whenever we go into our high streets and we go in and we talk to those businesses, they tell us loudly that its rates is the biggest bill that cripples them. They have real struggle to pay it. It's a massive amount. It comes in every month, and they struggle to be able to pay that. And they have said, if there's one thing that we can do to help you, they tell us, sort out the rates. If it was lower, we can survive. We can adapt to the changing environment, but take the rates bill, make it lower for us, and it will be of great help. I also want to talk as well about the interventions and the importance in times of difficulty. This time last year, we were just coming to the end of a process in Downpatrick. We were all up to our waist in water, and the town was absolutely ravaged by that flood. And when we actually went round to businesses, many of them said, we're still having to pay rates. We can't get anybody into the town. Nobody's coming into a town that's flooded, but we still have to pay rates. And then there were the businesses that were just right at the edge of the flood. They weren't affected. They weren't able to claim any help or any assistance because they weren't flooded. But the footfall was zero. The streets were sealed off, and yet they still had to pay rates. And they said that it was that move that absolutely crippled them whenever they needed help and assistance from the executive, and it was totally and utterly left wanting here nearly a year later. So I think a reform of the rates that helps the levels that is paid, but also at the same time is flexible to be able to step in whenever we have businesses that are in their moment of need, that we should be able to do it. I welcome all of the amendments. There are many of them, ourselves included, but I hope that we can focus that we need to send a clear message from the top of this hill that we want to support small businesses, we want to support our high streets and help them to be able to prepare for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. So, David Honeyford, you're waiting on behalf of the Alliance on the motion, so just to advise you that you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. As the Alliance Party spokesperson on economy, this is the stuff where business meets community that shows potential and enthuses me that we can actually control change from this Assembly and make a huge difference right across this region. I think we need to just take a little step back and ask why. And what is it about our town centres that makes them vitally important to our community, our local economy and to our local businesses? What is it about the social fabric of our community that clusters around an urban centre? We can look back at glory days of the past, but what is important today is that we look to the future and look to a world that has changed. And when we ask why, and we can put in the measures then that to help deliver the future, and I want to look at those measures and how we help grow and sustain our high streets, because we can't keep doing the same thing over and over and again. And Philip McGuigan mentioned about places we live and work and need to be safe. He also talked about the council's role, and so did Connie Egan, and talked about the issues in Bangor. And if I think of my own town of Lisburn, I've watched Bow Street slowly decline over the past 25 years with bad decisions at political level that have... Yeah, go for it.
I agree that more commitment is required from the Department of the Economy by setting targets and attributing financial commitments to the rejuvenation of our high streets. I remember references Bow Street in Lisburn, and I would reference, as my other member has here as well, Market Street in Downpatrick. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and they highlight a situation in Downpatrick. I was there last year that was absolutely devastating for local businesses. But in Lisburn, what we've seen is bad decisions at a political level that have failed our high street. But I want to look forward at solutions to change that, and what's the aim and what should the future look like? Colin Gilden, you referenced about change in usage and a new reality moving forward, and I believe we need to reshape and repurpose our town centres to create vibrant, regenerative, sustainable town centres that are thriving and inclusive, where everyone gets to play and no one's excluded. And within this reshape, we need to look at good urban design that encourages people to live in our town centres, and also centres that become living spaces that the city centre living sits alongside retail and hospitality. And furthermore, we encourage the arts and crafts, as well as having commercial uses with offices in our high streets. Bringing a mixed use into and giving them a pulse during the day, and also importantly at night time. Using rate relief or restructuring our rating system would encourage a rework and a rethinking of our town centres to be a place of mixed use, to be places where we do shop, where we live, where we go out and enjoy hospitality, where we enjoy the arts, to be entertained on the streets, or where there's a home to work for our workplace. That we tip the tax advantage towards our town centres to encourage growth. And both Sinead McLaughlin and Colin McGrath have laid out the need for rate review within our high streets and creating the heart of our communities. Our high street really does spark discussion and change in here, because Jerry Carroll talked about kind of protest about Sundays, and the DUP nodded along. Timothy Gaston then was positive and about Ballymoney High Street, and then went on to congratulate people before profit. So with the new fans that Jerry has in the DUP and the TUV, who says that politics can't change and we can't all be friends? Go for it.
Remind the member that his party's in the executive of one of those parties, in case he forgot, but thank you.
Thank the member for his intervention, and hope he enjoys his new friendships. For city centre living, this must be developed with a mixed tenure of apartments and town centres in the centres of the high streets. Developing safe cities for all, for young people to live, for professionals, for those retired to live and enjoy living in our town centres. Creating a town that breathes, It develops into living cities with more urban space, more trees, more green space, with built-up area within the built-up areas, where the environment is clean and sustainable, where there's good air quality, where there's clean water in the rivers, where there's accessible green spaces. And Diane Armstrong and Colin Crawford have both talked around long-term dereliction and buildings that remain in our town centres, and the need for the Department of Economy and Finance to action that. And I agree with what has been said, but I also think we need planning reform, and I think Philip referenced that as well, that we do need planning that balances protection of heritage alongside unlocking today's high street requirements, enable the future to be realised. And Cheryl and Philip actually have both referenced and highlighted the dereliction and planning. And I mentioned the arts and our town centres, and we must encourage local arts and musicians to entertain on our streets, but also have spaces to perform and attract audiences too, creating more footfall in our high street that supports and grows inclusive annual community festivals that are unique to each town and city throughout the region. And we have some great examples of that, be it at the West Belfast Festival or Derry with their Halloween parades. There's some great examples that we can, and other towns and villages can learn from. But in Lisburn, if I give an example of this, the Arts Centre is based at the council headquarters, which is outside of the town centre, and so is the theatre, both completely disconnected from the city centre. But if we continue to separate out every function, then our high street will continue to decline. In Lisburn, this needs to change, and both should be moved to Bow Street. That will act as a catalyst and encourage for others to follow and start a regenerative of the city centre. The principle and one of the key values required for our high street is that we support wealth to be generated locally, recirculated, and so everyone feels the benefit and no one's excluded. So creating tailored spaces that include small spaces for independent traders and boutiques and craft makers to open, to trade and to thrive, that works for and with their business needs. And finally, on the use, to encourage commercial use within our town centres. I understand Belfast has quite a lot of this, but once you go out of that, that isn't as prominent. Where small business and social enterprises can have connected, flexible workspaces that incubates and encourages growth, thus creating clusters to form uniquely within our centres, supporting wealth to be generated, circulated and stays locally. And Jerry Carroll mentioned, and I want to talk about the connections and better connection, because he made a really good point on that, about developing the city centre that's easily walked and cycled, with permanent cycle lanes installed in our major routes in and around our towns and cities, with better connectivity and cost-effective, reliable, frequent public transport options to be able to move around and get about. And this motion is essentially to discuss how we create vibrant, regenerative, sustainable town centres that are thriving and inclusive. The day of viewing our high streets as solely economic spaces is over. We need to transform and reimagine our town centres so they contribute not only to the economic growth, but also provide opportunities for everyone. And Philip Brett talked around the need for the Department of Economy to take the lead on this, and I completely agree. Junior Minister Riley led out from the Executive Office and the view there. But we have had the High Street Task Force recommendations, and they've now already sat for 3 years, which seems to be ludicrous, bureaucratic triangle about who's delivering them and where's this coming from. So I hope now, as today has shown, that we can establish support, that the Department of Economy can take the lead in this, take this forward and develop the high streets that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, just want to remind you again that amendments are not mutually exclusive, so we'll be putting a question on all 3 in the order that they were moved. Okay? So the question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Sinead McLaughlin and Matthew O'Toole, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the amendment number 2, standing in the name of Jerry Carroll, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the amendment number 3, starting in the names of Diana Armstrong, Robbie Butler, Andy Allen and Colin Crawford be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a minute. Thank you.
Order, members. Next item of business is a motion on the release of the Police Ombudsman's report into the Kingsmill Massacre. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly condemns the callous, sectarian and terrorist murder of 10 Protestant workmen at Kingsmill on the 5th of January 1976, stands with the sole survivor, Mr Alan Black, and the bereaved families in their ongoing pursuit of truth and justice, deplores the failure of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland to disclose the findings of the Office's investigation within a reasonable time frame, notes the urgency of this matter given Mr Black's age and health, and calls on the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland to release its investigation report in relation to the Kingsmill atrocity without further delay.
Thank you. I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have up to 10 minutes to propose and up to 10 minutes to wind, and all their speakers will have up to 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
I am honoured to bring forward this motion on behalf of Alan Black, the sole survivor of the Kingsmill Massacre, and the family of John McConville. Innocent victims are a priority for the DUP. We consider it a privilege and a solemn obligation and duty to support these families in their quest for truth and justice. The Kingsmill Massacre is one of the most horrific and blatantly sectarian atrocities in our history. The brutal murder of 10 innocent Protestant workmen by the IRA on the 5th of January 1976 remains a painful reminder of the hatred that fueled terrorism and robbed so many of their futures. That some in high office suggest there was no alternative to such sectarian murder is utterly repugnant. As if what happened to them wasn't bad enough, it is appalling that some 48 years after this most ruthless, callous and sectarian of murders that caused embarrassment even to the IRA, that at every turn these families are still having to fight the very systems and statutory bodies that were set up to help and support them get to the truth. It is profoundly unjust that the families affected have waited so long for answers. On the 4th of October, Mr Black even had to issue a second pre-application protocol letter on the Office of the Police Ombudsman to try to secure the Section 62 report into Kingsmills. Each time, he has had to use money he has saved to pay for his funeral, and as far as I'm aware, to date there's still no response. No one has ever been held to account for these murders, nor has the inquest answered all the questions the families hoped. For 8 years, they could see there was information they would not be given, and they watched that play out in court. But the coroner speculated that missteps could have provided evidence, both from the RUC and in the guards, who were reported to have taken samples of a vehicle connected to the attack. And this is one of the many reasons why the report from the Police Ombudsman is so important. Mr Black is now 81 and in poor health. He has endured an 8-year inquest which raised more questions than it provided answers, and as a result he has pinned his hopes for getting to the truth on the Police Ombudsman report. But he fears he may not live to see it. This matter should have been resolved. Bear in mind the initial complaint was in 2013. He fails to understand why the Office of the Police Ombudsman would treat him this way and believes it is cruel. It is. The coroner indicated that they should get the report as soon as the inquest was over. That was 6 months ago. They've been provided with nothing but mixed messages. They were told by one of the Ombudsman's investigators that the report was completed in 2020 and later were advised it is not, it's still being worked upon. This office, upon which many victims rely for the truth, can't even seem to get its own story straight. Why the hold-up? Why are they not handing it over? These families are entitled to the information and they are entitled to the report expeditiously. They have been through enough. 6 months after the conclusion of the inquest, the Ombudsman's office continues to withhold the report, despite numerous and repeated requests from the family solicitors and elected reps, thus denying the families full disclosure as they seek the truth. This is no way to treat innocent victims. It is shameful. They feel the Police Ombudsman's office is purposely running down the clock. Just because they can take until the 30th of April 2025 to produce the report does not mean they should. To do so is completely unacceptable and will leave the families no avenue to pursue the questions they may have arising from any published report. After that April 25 deadline, the Ombudsman's office will cite that it no longer has any statutory powers or responsibilities into event from that era as a result of the Legacy Act. And other bodies to whom this case may be passed will rightly state it's not their report and therefore they are unable to comment on it or answer to it. Thus, the families will be stonewalled again. You could write the script already. It is grotesque. Mr Black and John McConville's sisters, Karen, Tanya and Mandy, have fought long and hard against everybody, including the state, for the truth in a way they ought never have had to. Mr Black survived, but has spent the rest of his life in a fight for justice for his murdered friends. He feels he owes it to them to pursue the truth until his dying day. And they are owed justice and explanations. John McConville and his family lost the promise of his future and all that it held, and they too have spent their lives having to campaign. Every gathering, every happy event, tinged with the loss, the empty chair, and the absolute barbarity of what happened on that night. The Secretary of State also has a role here. Recent government decisions on legacy issues have perpetuated a hierarchy, suggesting some murders are more deserving of investigation than others. Kingsmill offers the government the chance to address this imbalance and show genuine support for victims seeking truth and transparency. It's important to note that over the course of the inquest, there were several times when it was stopped to allow private discussion between the coroner and lawyers for the state. Discussions in secret in which the family's lawyers were not permitted to partake or even be present. Likewise, the Government of the Republic has questions to answer. They may have passed laws to allow for disclosure to Northern Ireland, but to what effect when the Attorney-General will decide what is relevant to release? What is relevant? That's just weak and obfuscatory. In truth, the Guard sent relevant newspaper clippings. Newspaper clippings. That's the extent of the efficacy of legacy disclosure laws in the Republic, the mere semblance of helping. Bear in mind, these gunmen were in no hurry to get away. You would think that the possibility of the security forces arriving at any moment would cause haste. There were 3 army patrols within a mile and a half of the murder scene at the time of the incident. You would think even the physical impact of adrenaline in the body in such a situation would cause them to run. But no. Execution, military style, where the men were first shot in the legs to prevent them from running. They were then murdered one by one as the gunmen walked through the groaning, bullet-ridden bodies strewn on the ground, calmly and casually walking away from the scene. No haste, no hurry. Why? What did they know? Did they know nobody was coming? Was there collusion with the IRA to protect informants? Listening to the coroner's report, the horror was vividly clear, and I wish members to hear some excerpts. The minibus was waved down by a man emerging from the near side ditch and using a red lamp. The man with the lamp walked round to the driver's window and was followed by 3 others who emerged from a near side gateway just in front of the minibus. The man told the bus driver to turn out all the lights, which he did. The same man, the only one Mr. Black heard speak throughout, shouted, "Everybody out," and kept shouting, "Out, out, everybody out." While waiting to get out of the minibus, Mr. Black saw 7 or 8 men walking towards it from the Bestbrook direction. The workmen were told to line up against the side of the van and put their hands on it. Mr. Hughes, more of whom later, gave evidence that his hands and those of the other men on either side of him interlapped. The man who stopped the minibus said, "Who's the Catholic?" Nobody replied. The sole Catholic on the bus by then testified that the men on either side of him squeezed his hands. Mr. Chapman and Mr. Hughes glanced at each other, but nothing was said, and Mr. Hughes did not move. Mr. Black confirmed that Mr. Hughes was not identified as the Catholic either by himself or any of the deceased. Subsequently, Mr. Hughes was told to get out of the line and run down the road. The terrorists knew to remove this one man from the group based solely on his religion. Mr. Black told the inquest that the voice said, "Right," and there was a tremendous burst of shooting. He described the noise as deafening. Mr. Black said that he was shot to his right side and fell down between the minibus and the ditch. Robert Chambers fell across his legs. Mr. Black recalled terrible sounds of moaning and groaning from colleagues, including Robert Chambers, but said that he pretended to be dead. He recalled Mr. Chambers, who was aged just 18, calling for his mother. The same man who had spoken throughout said, "Finish them off." Mr. Black said that the noise of the second burst was completely different and that it was made up of single shots. He specifically recalled that one of the gunmen walked round from the front of the minibus and directed a number of shots at him and others. He also recalled a terrorist saying, "There's one round the back," and he thought the reference related to John McConville. The families did not need an inquest to tell them the IRA was responsible, but they need to know why it was allowed to happen and why the subsequent police investigation failed in following basic lines of inquiry which impacted significantly on its effectiveness. Shamefully, some of the information will likely never be released due to national security. There was a layperson. It's hard to fathom what or who needs to be protected after almost 50 years. But that's why it's all the more important that what can be released is released immediately. 48 years of waiting is long enough, far too long. The Police Ombudsman must release the report without further delay, and I would call on the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State to intervene to ensure this happens. Justice delayed must not be justice denied. The DUP believes the door to justice must never close on innocent victims. We stand firmly with Alan Black, the McConville family, and all innocent victims who deserve truth and justice. Alan Black, the sole survivor of that horror, has shown remarkable courage and resilience. He has carried the immense trauma of that day and shown extraordinary determination in his pursuit of justice, not only for himself, but for the families of those who were cruelly taken. We want to ensure Alan gets the answers he so deserves in his lifetime. The Office of the Police Ombudsman must release this long overdue report without further delay, and I would call on all MLAs to support this motion. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the motion. We have repeatedly called for a human rights compliant approach to legacy cases and issues for all conflict-related incidents. Our focus has been and remains on creating a suite of options to meet the varied needs of all victims and survivors and families, which is human rights compliant and victim-centred. All victims and survivors and their families are entitled to receive truth and justice, irrespective of the circumstances surrounding the death or serious injury, irrespective of their political or religious persuasion, and irrespective of which organisation or individual is responsible. Truth and/or justice at present can be delivered through a number of mechanisms, some of which have been closed down under the British Government's Cruel Legacy Act that has been clearly rejected by all political parties and, more importantly, by victims and survivors and their families, who have once again been let down and feel this is just another obstacle to prevent the truth and justice that they fought for decades to achieve. Currently, the Police Ombudsman's Office have had historical investigations removed from their remit as a result of the commencement of that Legacy Act. However, 95 investigation reports by the Police Ombudsman remain outstanding. All of these investigations must be brought to a conclusion and the findings communicated by the 30th of April next year. And I agree with the previous speaker, we do not have to wait until the 30th of April next year, 12 months on from the Legacy Act commencement. These outstanding reports include the findings of the investigation into the Kingsmill killings in January 1976, and we fully support the urgent need to address this matter. It is imperative that all outstanding reports are released prior to the cut-off date in April next year. Otherwise, the incompleted reports could be transferred to the RC or IR, which has been established under the Legacy Act. And it is a matter of public record that the majority of families have already rejected this alternative route, and that many of their concerns around this body have been validated in recent legal challenges. Survivors and their loved ones deserve answers, not as a privilege, but as a right. This call is about more than a single report. It is about recognising the rights of all families seeking the truth. The path towards truth and justice is essential for genuine reconciliation, and let us ensure that no family, including the Kingsmill families and Alan Black, are left behind in our collective pursuit of reconciliation and healing.
Peter McReynolds. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for bringing this really important motion this evening. And there were many dark days during the period that we refer to as the Troubles, and amongst the very worst of these was the Kingsmill Massacre. This was one of the most barbaric and blatantly sectarian atrocities in our history. Mr. Speaker, it's 8 years since the inquest into the Kingsmill Massacre of 10 Protestant workmen began. To say that this process has failed at every level would be an unacceptable understatement. This process has failed to give the families confidence that they would receive information into the loss of their loved ones. It has failed to identify publicly those responsible for this horrific crime, although they are known. It also failed to move the Irish government into finally giving up their secrets into this vile episode, and that's something that many of us have communicated with the Irish government on numerous times. However, the most damning failure to date must be that of the Police Ombudsman's office in not providing the findings of their investigation. This failure adds more distress on the sole survivor of this atrocity, Alan Black, along with the families and loved ones of those so callously murdered in this horrendous act. The failure of the Police Ombudsman's office to provide the clarity and the publishing of their findings would perhaps offer some recourse, but it also raises questions regarding the ability of that office to carry out its remit. A year ago, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Constable stated that an investigation into an incident at the home of the Ombudsman in September last year would be resolved in weeks rather than months. And 12 months after that statement, some 14 months after the incident itself, we have no movement on this matter. This must raise the question of how the Office of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland can currently function without having the Ombudsman in her role for such a period. What impact has this absence had on the Ombudsman's office to deliver on essential issues such as the release of the findings of the Kingsmill investigation? Mr. Speaker, last month Mr. Black was in this very building to highlight the impact that the continued failure of the Ombudsman's office had had on himself and the families of those that were murdered. And in the Great Hall, just yards from where I stand, Mr. Black said in his own words, "We have men dead over 40 years. I am the only one that lived. I owe them, and I will have to keep fighting and get whoever we can on our side." And then he asked, why the Ombudsman's office is doing this, and me in particular, in bad health, I just do not know. It is cruel. It is really cruel. And I think Mr. Black was very kind in his description. For such continued cruelty to be faced by Mr. Black and those who lost so much in this horrific and depraved attack is a damning indictment upon every individual and agency that has obstructed, whether by intent or by negligence, the truth of this darkest time being brought to light. I and the Ulster Unionist Party support this motion, and we hope that those with information and those with authority will act. Thank you.
McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies for the confusion before. I rise on behalf of Alliance to confirm that we will be supporting the motion brought forward by the DUP today. The Kingsmill Massacre was a reprehensible act of savagery, and as the coroner's inquest finally confirmed earlier this year, an overtly sectarian attack. It is representative of an extremely dark period in our history, one that it is incumbent on everyone in this chamber to avoid going back to. In order to move forward as a society, we must ensure that victims are properly supported and that the pursuit of justice is facilitated. And I would like to take the opportunity to particularly pay tribute to Alan Black for his continued campaign for this truth and justice, campaigning for longer than I and many in this chamber have been alive for truth and justice for his colleagues and friends. I can only imagine just how deeply personal this campaign is for him, and it is a fitting tribute to colleagues that were murdered that day. In his words, that he wakes up every morning and it is they are the first people that he think about to this day. I welcome that the Police Ombudsman's Office earlier this year did confirm that they will be reporting on the case, despite the uncertainty of the impact of the now condemned Legacy Act. However, it is Mr. Black's understanding, and we have heard it again from the proposer of the motion today, that he was told that the report was written and completed back in 2020. What exactly is the delay? What is going on here? Where is the truth behind whether it was finalised, is it finalised, and what is stopping it? Why does Mr. Black and the bereaved families have to wait since 1976? If this report was completed, can we not just publish it now? We do not need to wait until the April deadline of 2025. Mr. Black has gone on record in the media confirming that his health is not great at the minute and he would like to see the report published as soon as possible. Victims should not be pushed to make such public statements. They should not be treated in such a cruel way to have them put their emotional, physical and mental health on the line for over 50 years. For an 8-year inquest, for a complaint initially made in 2013, how do we have a system that is so broken, especially when it can be made available and brought to conclusion much sooner? And do not get me wrong, in my criticisms of the Office of the Police Ombudsman, I must lay out here today that we know it is a necessary and helpful tool for those that seek truth and justice, whilst ensuring that all police action is lawful and necessary and all investigations are upheld to the highest of standards in order to have a police service that upholds law and order. Secure and respect for the rule of law and effective policing is not just important now, but was important in the past. And to ensure reconciliation in Northern Ireland, this accountability mechanism by the Police Ombudsman is crucial. Alliance would like to see this report and its findings released without further delay, and most importantly before the deadline of April 2025, so that Alan Black and his work colleagues can get the truth and justice that they deserve. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
The Kingsmill Massacre, the murder of 10 innocent men on their way home from work on the 5th of January 1976, was a crime whose barbarity was matched only by its cowardice. When the work bus was stopped, the men on board thought it was a loyalist murder gang because the leader asked for the one Catholic on the bus to be identified. Reggie Chapman took the hand of Richard Hughes and squeezed it, as if to say, "We won't give you up. We won't let this happen to you." Imagine that. Reggie Chapman held on to his humanity when staring into the cold faces of an evil murder gang. Richard Hughes was then ordered away, and the remaining Protestant men were lined up against the bus and riddled with gunshots. There were more than 100 spent cartridges found at the scene. 10 of the 11 men died. One man, Alan Black, who I spoke with today, miraculously survived. The scene could only be described as a bloodbath. In a disturbing reflection of the gruesome realities of the time, the hearses of 2 young men that had been murdered in Whitecross the night before, John Martin and Brian Reevy, had to be diverted because 10 men lay dead on the Kingsmill Road. Anthony Reevy died in the following weeks, leaving 3 Reevy brothers dead. And can I call attention to Eugene Reevy, who became great friends with Alan Black, and the important role them and their families played in building peace. It is also worth noting that these atrocities were followed by the murder of Majella O'Hare just up the road in Ballymar 7 months later. It is hard to comprehend the sheer saturation of trauma in such a small rural area in such a short time in Whitecross, Kingsmill and Ballymar. The O'Dowd brothers as well were killed on the same night as the Reevy brothers in a coordinated familicide, a mass shooting of an innocent Catholic family by the UVF. The excruciating weight of grief, fear and horror that engulfed South Armagh in the wake of the massacres of January 1976 left permanent scars in the psyche of people and neighbours throughout our community. In the village of Bestbrook, where 9 of the 10 murdered men came from, where Catholics and Protestants lived side by side, a coldness began to emerge. My late friend and MP at the time, Seamus Mallon, vividly described the atmosphere in the years after the massacre. He said, "The constant drizzle and a dank grey mist added to the pall of grief that seemed to engulf the silent, heartbroken village. I felt desperately alone as a nationalist politician amongst those grieving unionists. I could hear my own footsteps. Nothing can ever undo the horror of what happened at Kingsmills. Nothing can ever bring back or replace the fathers, brothers, sons and husbands that were so cruelly and needlessly ripped away from their families that dark night in January. It always astounds me when people glibly or even petulantly suggest that we should move on and leave the past behind because there was simply no alternative to the wanton violence, murder and maiming. These same people continue to happily and gleefully celebrate and commemorate the violence and the perpetrators of violence. There is a stubborn and simple fact, and it is this: there's been not so much as a charge, let alone a conviction, for the mass murder that occurred on the 5th of January 1976, when 10 ordinary working class men were pulled out of their work van and slaughtered at the side of the road. The Police Ombudsman holds a report into those murders that they have so far failed to publish. They must do so without delay. At a time when so many families are struggling for truth and justice across the North, it is unacceptable that the Police Ombudsman is holding back their report into Kingsmills. The Ombudsman must produce the unvarnished truth of their report, even if it's uncomfortable, especially if it's uncomfortable, because what an obscenity it would be for Alan Black, for him to be unable to survive the Kingsmill Massacre, survive the spray of gunfire, but does not survive to see the findings of the Ombudsman's report. We'll never see true reconciliation without justice, and we can never hope to see justice until there is truth. None of us should have anything to fear from hearing the truth. Alan Black and the Kingsmill families have spent too long campaigning for answers to those questions, to be told to wait longer for the findings of the Ombudsman's report. To do so is cruel, and the Ombudsman must release this report into the Kingsmill Massacre without delay. And that delay being faced by the families of the Kingsmill Massacre and continued absence of information by the Police Ombudsman. Explaining the delay is day by day detrimentally impacting confidence in the office of the Police Ombudsman. No victim should be expected to lodge 2 pre-action letters to access truth and justice via our own Police Ombudsman.
Members' time is up. Thank you. I call Timothy Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, one small issue with the motion before the House today, and that is the fact that it does not clearly attribute the murders of the 5th of January 1976 to the IRA. Even by the blood-soaked standards of the brutal IRA campaign, the Kingsmill Massacre stands out as a particularly evil act. There are some in this House who maintain that there is no alternative to such slaughter. No alternative to ordering men off their work van on the side of a dark, rain-swept road as they tried to return home to their families. No alternative to picking out the Protestants in that group and telling the lone Roman Catholic worker to get away from the scene. No alternative to fire over 130 rounds in less than a minute into the backs of 10 men. No alternative to saying, "Finish them off," before a murderer fired another burst into the heap of bodies which lay on the ground. It is worth noting that not only do the IRA continue to maintain the fiction that they weren't involved in the murders, at the time the IRA issued a statement which claimed the Irish Republican Army has never initiated sectarian killings, and sectarianism of any kind is abhorrent to Republican movement. Before going on to clinically add, if the loyalist elements responsible for over 300 sectarian assassinations in the past 4 years stop such killings now, then the question of retaliation from whatever source will not rise. Members, I have no problem in saying that the brutal murders by loyalists were wrong. The lead party in this House, which continues to be overseen by the IRA Army Council, cannot say the same about the IRA murders. It will only condemn Kingsmill today because of the fiction that it was not an IRA massacre. To call for the police ombudsman to release their findings while maintaining such a position is utter hypocrisy. Let us not forget either that the party to my left is happy to have Barry McElduff not only as a councillor but as chairperson of Fermanagh and Omagh Council in 2022-23 after a sickening mockery of the massacre and its anniversary in 2018. It is long past time that the police ombudsman released this report. The sole survivor of the atrocity deserves nothing less, even if it won't get any truth or justice from this House. Alan Black is on record as saying of his workmates so callously murdered that day, "They are crying out from the grave, and I hear them." When I reflected on that, I recalled how Scripture records that not only does Alan Black hear that cry, but it is heard in the presence of the Almighty. Revelation 6 records the cry of the martyrs and reads, "How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?" There will come a day of accountability for Kingsmill. It is shameful that this House, which claims to administer justice, is quite prepared to turn a blind eye to the continuing role of an organisation responsible in overseeing the lead party of this government.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, the killing of 10 innocent people known as the Kingsmill Massacre almost 50 years ago was wrong, sectarian and should be condemned outright. The families who lost loved ones, the sole survivor of the attack, all deserve justice. They all deserve to receive an accurate account of what happened on that awful night and why it happened. They deserve to have all the files and documentation released so as to help them achieve closure, if that's what they need, if that's even possible. All victims of violence deserve to have their pain and anguish recognised and also deserve to have the information relating to the particular killings impacting on them released. That's true of the Kingsmill families, Ballymurphy Massacre families or whomever else. Mr. Speaker, sectarian killings in the 1970s sparked further sectarian killings and led to a dead end and depressive cycle of tit for tat. We all know that before the Kingsmill Massacre, the O'Dowd and Reevy families lost loved ones. Too many families and communities are left with the scars of paramilitary and sectarian violence, and too often politicians can often use this real pain not to build a consensus to bring people together, but to keep the division going. All sectarian killings, Mr. Speaker, are wrong and cannot be justified, and we should oppose them whenever they occurred. That's true whether we are talking about today or 50 years ago, because too many people are living with the scars and the hurt. We also, Mr. Speaker, shouldn't forget the state's role in supporting and allowing paramilitary violence and the beating of people on the streets who dared to demand an end to this discrimination, Catholic, Protestant and neither. We shouldn't forget that violence and the role played by the state in encouraging and supporting, and in many cases taking part in that violence. Mr. Speaker, we also shouldn't forget the words of the sole survivor, who has been mentioned, rightly so, a lot today, of the Kingsmill Massacre, Alan Black, who has mentioned and questioned the role of informers working for the security forces being involved in Kingsmill. I would ask, who knew what, and why haven't they released the files? How much involvement did MI5 or security forces have in the killing of 10 people at Kingsmill? What did they know beforehand? Did they protect their handler and let a massacre go ahead when they could have stopped it? these questions need answered, and I would call on the supposed human rights supporting Prime Minister to release the files, but given his recent announcements, I would question whether he's still interested in human rights. So happy to support the motion. Thank you.
I call Trevor Clark to wind on motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank all of those who participated in the debate today, and it's heartening to find that we've got universal support for that motion. I want to make some comments around what some of the speakers said, or try and paraphrase what some of them said. So, and maybe I'll start, I say, with a colleague from North Antrim, where he criticised the title of the debate. Of course, if Mr. Gaston had been in his place, whilst it may not have been in the title, my party colleague for East Belfast, Joanne Bunting, was very clear and cited because she spent hours sitting through the inquest to listen to who the perpetrators were, and it was very clear from the inquest that day. And my colleague has put that on record today in relation to the actions of the IRA, indeed in the actions of the weapons that were traced back, and what other atrocities those were used for were all cited on that day. So I think I want to put the record straight in relation to my party colleagues' comments. I would go on then to agree with Mr. Gaston, of course, about murders being wrong, and I agree with him, whether they be loyalist or Republican murders, they're all equally wrong. And I can, like him, can say that those are wrong, but can't for the life of me understand how others can still say what they've said in relation to that in the past and not so very long ago. And then, of course, the comments around the actions of Mr. Michael Duff. I agree also with your comments around that. It seems strange for me here to stand today, Mr. Speaker, and agreeing with Jerry Carroll, because many things, there must be a trend starting today. I think it's the second time that our party has agreed, or else Mr. Carroll's agreed with us. But I think what he said today was fair about sectarian murders are all wrong, and we all would agree with that. And most of us in this room would agree with that, and I appreciate his comments around that. And he's also right, and this is the key of all of this, all people who were subject to murder deserve justice. And I think that's key for us, it's key for Mr. Black, it's key for the McConville family, it's key for all innocent victims of violence. Justin McNully talked about the crime and the bloodbath, and he talked about the crimes in South Armagh. None of those crimes were justified, and of course we would all agree with Mr. McNully's comments around that. Nuala McAllister going on again, and it's the same theme time and time again today, members, about the sectarian nature of this attack and indeed of other attacks, and we're not trying to distance ourselves from those, but they were all wrong. She talked about the dark past, she talked about the victims and they required the support. We all can agree with that, and Mr. Black's colleagues. Robbie Butler talked about the dark days, and again reminded us that this event was one of the worst of its time. Again, that is so true. He talked about the failures of the Irish government. Again, certainly in these benches, no one's going to disagree with those comments. There's clear for us who sat that day at the inquest that there's failings from the Irish government, there's also failings from our own government, and those things need addressed, and there's questions that's unanswered in relation to that. I appreciate Linda Dillon making comments today in terms of people being entitled to truth. Everyone is entitled to truth. Of course, I could say that people in the organisation that her party is connected to have held back on the truth, and the sooner that those people would come to the table and give up the truth instead of hiding behind some other code. Linda went on to talk about historical investigations and about some of those still outstanding. None of these investigations should be held back. All of these people, regardless of where they're from, deserve the truth and deserve honesty. And can I commend then my party colleague for bringing forward the motion in the first place today. And I think if you listen to what Joanne has said today, it nearly makes you feel as if you were standing there in terms of how she relived that event. I know I went in April of this year for the second time I've been to an inquest. The first one was many years ago. Never thought I would find myself at an inquest again. Sat there with party colleague Joanne Bunting, Willie Irwin and Johnny Buckley for hours. And anybody, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone to go, but me as an outsider sitting through that and hearing the harrowing events of what those people went through that night was horrid. I certainly came away clear from being my second attempt at an inquest with a clear view that our government knew more than what they've said. And maybe that's why the Ombudsman's slow at coming forward. The protection, the missed opportunities, the witnesses that weren't allowed to be interviewed because of special branch. All of these things were read into the record that day, and it was scary, to be honest. I came out that day and I just thought, deja vu, I've heard this all before. The protection, and I think someone talked today about state, I think actually it was Jerry Carroll, the state agents, 100% right. There were state agents involved, state agents protected, and our British government and the Irish government are guilty for both of those things. Joanne and myself went down a few weeks ago to meet Mr. Black in his home. And we met with Mr. Black and we met with the solicitor. And the solicitor recounted about Mr. Black's failing health. And it's clear to see anyone, and Mr. Butler talked about Mr. Blackman here a few weeks ago, anybody would have seen him 81 years of age, standing out in that hall on a rollator on oxygen. Mr. Black wasn't expected to survive his last time in hospital this year. But he said to his son and he said to his family that he wants them to continue to fight. Well, I can tell you now, members, we give him an assurance from our party, the 4 colleagues that met him at the inquest and the 2 of us met him that day, that if this is not on the table before he passes, we will continue that fight for him, because he deserves answers. The McConville family deserve answers. All of those other people who are innocent victims of any other crime deserve answers. And we will continue to fight and get that justice for them. The Ombudsman has been referenced today, the Ombudsman report in 2000, or have had this since 2013, or started in 2013. Reference has been made to 2020, and indeed Mr. Black has been told more recently this year he would have had this report. But it reminds me, members, and I hear we got a lesson on our ages today from Nuala. I might be slightly older than Nuala, but I was a very young boy 48 years ago. But I can think of all of the atrocities in Northern Ireland as growing up through the years, and successive Secretary of States, successive senior police officers, successive senior politicians are out in front of the media about what they're going to do and about how they're going to bring justice and how they're going to find these perpetrators. Well, I'm not sure who the Secretary of State was in 1948, and I'm not sure who the senior policeman was, but I would love to meet them today and say, 48 years later, sir, where's the truth and justice for Mr. Black, for the McConvilles and all of those other innocent victims in that van? Why is our current Secretary of State not pushing the Ombudsman to release this report, to give Mr. Black whatever time he has left, and I hope it's long, but it could be short, but whatever time Mr. Black's left, he deserves those answers. Indeed, I recall sitting in his house that day, and his living room wasn't big between his chair and his mantelpiece. And there's a picture on his mantelpiece of him and a cross. And that cross is at Kingsmill. And as someone said today, that he gets up and thinks about those men every day. This here is like a continuing 48-year attack on Mr. Black. The only survivor. He's living it every day. He sits in his chair where he could nearly reach his mantelpiece, and that picture sits as a constant reminder to Mr. Black. His son, I think it was, had said to him about taking the picture away. He says, no, I owe it to those men, to his colleagues. This is the life this man has lived. Many people have been traumatised by traumatic events in their lives. Many people get the opportunity to overcome those and to heal from some of those. But this government, Mr. Speaker, has continued to make Mr. Black suffer to this very day because he hasn't got the answers. And until the Ombudsman gets those answers, his healing can't start. That day they were here, and their families, young people who weren't born, who lost relatives and that, never got to meet those. But this problem is passed down in generations. And until we get to a stage where we can help the whole family, then no healing will ever take place. So I thank members for taking part today. I'm pleased to hear we've got universal support, and I just hope the Ombudsman's Office is listening today and has got a heart. I doubt it, but I hope they have a heart and they release this report soon.
The question is that the motion on the standing or motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn? The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.